authorized representative for my client. I accept for value in return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in the charging instruments.
All right, the record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Daryl E. Brooks appears in person and in custody. He's
wearing his clothes.
Suit clothing today in a suit and tie, also wearing a mask. I checked with Mr. Brooks before calling the case if he had any documentation to provide to the court or to the state. I did look at a number of subpoenas. I told him for completeness, and the one thing I noted was that there was a date and time for the appearance that was not included, and so I just wanted to address that on the record. Since, of course, this is a multi-day, multi-week trial, typically individuals, whether it be the state or a defendant, would put the first day of trial on the subpoena unless there was some other information to suggest a different date. Obviously, we've already started, but I can ask the state if they...
I'm off work today, yes.
How things have been proceeding thus far. I know originally you had thought it would take 5 to 7 days for you to present the case in chief. Are we still on target for that from when we started the taking of testimony?
Yes, from when we started the taking of testimony, yes. Right now we are projected to wrap up our case Thursday afternoon or Friday morning. So
okay. That's what I figured.
5 to 7 day range, Your Honor.
All right. Certainly would be reasonable if you picked a date, either Thursday or Friday, if they show up, which presumably they would, right? If we're able to get all of these, not me, but if the state's able to.
I do not have turkey flavor food.
Said earlier in getting the subpoenas.
Good morning, everybody.
Then even if we weren't quite to that point, I
got my Wawa.
People in and let them know when.
So I'm ready to go.
And that's pretty typical.
I know. I hear you, Neil.
So I'm clear. So I put. So that would be roughly the 13th or 14th.
Today's the 10th, so Thursday would be the 13th, and Friday would be the 14th. And then
I think she has to. This is not easy for the judge.
You had addresses.
Peter.
You should put in their last known address or other information as to where these people can be served, if you know.
I was going to mention that too. That's kind of problematic because a lot of them, their addresses are not stated in the paperwork. So I don't
Are
know.
all of these individuals referenced in the paperwork that you've reviewed?
Yes, they are.
All right. Presumably then, Attorney Opper, you'd be able to look at that and perhaps assist with that information?
Hey, Limey.
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, everyone's address is somewhere in the paperwork. But yes, I'm sure we will be able to find addresses.
Yeah. The first big change you see, he's wearing regular clothes today.
These were stamped by our clerk of court, which is standard.
This is live, Kaylee.
Clerk, with your approval to put today's date for the date that these are all signed by the clerk of court's office. Okay? Is that a yes? I thought I saw you shake your head yes. I just want to confirm for the record. Okay.
I mean, it's just a lot of this that I expressed last week that I wasn't really sure how to get done. So whatever assistance is greatly appreciated.
I'm wearing my vault suit.
So Madam Clerk is directed to put in the date at the top.
My vault boy.
And then what I'll do is I'll keep
Pit boy, whatever.
A copy for the court's records.
Sweater. I'm allowed to. It's my day off.
And then we'll give the originals to the state so they can look over them and then tell us if there's any issue with trying to get them served. But I need to get that to them this morning with your approval so they can let us know if there are any issues. Do you agree to that, sir?
Yeah, I just got to put the dates.
I do have Fallout 2.
Yes.
On Steam.
It would be fine if you did Friday morning. I mean, even if the state got done.
He's gonna get life, but if we're talking about an actual number,
and we, in theory, had
I don't know.
Call a witness. I'm happy to just
depends on Wisconsin's statutes.
What should I put for the time?
It's
8:30.
currently 49 degrees right now. Oh, no wonder, because the freaking window's open. Yeah, that explains it. And there goes my energy bill.
Let me know when you're done so I can address a couple of other issues.
Wisconsin does not have the death penalty. So he'll be likely serving consecutive life sentences. He's not getting out. It would be a travesty of justice if he had less than a life without parole. Yes, Raymond. it was in the mid 1800s when Wisconsin abolished the death penalty. One of the first states. What, Winston? I gave you breakfast. If you missed it in the beginning of the stream, he did do his standard sovereign citizen introduction when he made his appearance this morning. So he has not abandoned that part.
Of those. If you tell me the number, I can
Bullshit, Omega.
that other thing
up. You know it, Barbara. I got my pumpkin spice latte because I'm a basic bitch. So I'm ready.
All right, while Madam Clerk is copying those subpoenas so that the court has a copy, Mr. Brooks has a copy, and then the originals go to the state to review and assist with service, I do want to address Exhibit 6, which was previously received by the court. This is the 6-minute squad cam and audio footage from Officer Phillips. As I advised last week, after I went,
he was required to turn. That's right.
Chambers to review that. I did.
He was required to turn in his witness list and list of subpoenas.
They've been a little bit off on the language in terms of what Ms. Patterson is heard saying, but it's a pretty clear reference to one of the incidents that is the subject of a prohibition by this court related to other acts. And I indicated I was inclined to strike that exhibit, and so advise the jury, but I would give the parties an opportunity if they had any arguments on that address that this morning. So since the state offered it and there is that violation, I'll turn to the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I do offer my apologies to the court and to Mr. Brooks because the previous occasion.
That's a good question,
when we
OG.
watched that video, we did not catch that. The record will speak for itself, but there was a lot going on in that video. As you had mentioned previously, the officer's radio was talking. You can hear the dispatcher, you can hear other officers, and you can hear some people talking in the distance as well. So we did mistakenly include that. However, that being said, Your Honor, I think it's a clear reference to the other acts only if you know there's other acts. Truthfully, I think it's a vague and ambiguous statement. What I heard the statement to have been at about the 2:52 mark in the recording, I heard Miss Patterson say, "Me and my baby daddy, we fight all the time. We had an incident, he ran me over with a car." That's what I heard her to say. She does not say it happened in Milwaukee. She does not say it happened 3 weeks ago. She does not say I suffered a broken leg. To me, in the context of Miss Runkle's testimony last week, in which she testified that Mr. Brooks had swerved at Erica Patterson, and that Miss Runkle had pulled her out of the way, I don't think the jury would have immediately thought Erica Patterson, when she made that statement, if they heard it, was referring to something weeks earlier in another county at another location. Really, the only thing objectionable about that whole quote I just issued would be the very last phrase, "He ran me over with a car." And again, if she's referring to the Milwaukee incident, it's not clear from that statement. I certainly understand, with the knowledge of the Milwaukee incident, there's a reasonable interpretation that's what she was talking about, but she may also have been talking about the events of November 21st, even to an objective standard on this record, Your Honor. I don't think the jury would have realized or appreciated she was talking about another incident. So I think the exhibit can stand as is. We could redact just about a 2 or 3 second audio from that recording.
This might end up being my longest stream if this trial lasts, the full 7 hours.
If we did that, it would not be that obvious, so that the exhibit could stand in place. The officer, if you recall, the timing is he's getting out of his car and he's approaching them, and she makes that statement about.
I'll probably be playing something
then her very next
during break time.
There's nothing happened, nothing's going on, nothing to be worried about here, and she's essentially trying to convince the officer
I'll have something
not
for
to
you
do
guys.
anything. So again, I think that also supports our contention that.
So everybody get your stretches.
Strike the exhibit, or we strike words from the exhibit we may be calling undue attention to something that was very vanilla to this jury that they really wouldn't have thought twice about, given the testimony of Corey Runkle and Erica Patterson that was already on the record. So we would offer to redact that portion if appropriate, but it may also be appropriate just to leave it stand as is. And should they ever ask to see that exhibit again, we would prevent that from being played a second.
All right, OG, you need to go get your rest, man. In your fake continent that we debunked last night.
I can only hear out of one ear, and I was able to hear clearly what was said. With all due respect, Your Honor, you made a ruling about this previously, in ample enough time before the trial even started. You made the ruling. I see no reason why the exhibit should be admitted into evidence. From my perspective, it's clearly obvious what was being referenced. I mean, if she was able to give any type of statement at that time to the officer, then obviously she wasn't hit at that time on that date on the 21st. she would clearly be referencing some other incident. Hence the reason why we argue all the time and this, that, and the third. It was clear to me what was being referenced, and because of the ruling, because of the implication in that statement, I believe the exhibit should be striked altogether.
Thank you for your position, Mr. Brooks. And the reason why last week I said I'm inclined to strike it, but I wanted to give the parties an opportunity to review it over the weekend is, in some respects, because of what the state just said, there's information on that clip, at least from Ms. Patterson, that I didn't know if you wanted to come in or not, about nothing happened here, right? Those types of statements. So that's why I give the parties a chance to look it over and then come back to court and tell me what they want to do. So your position has been made clear. You believe it should be struck or stricken, as we say. And I agree with you, Mr. Brooks. This court gave a very clear prior ruling related to other acts, and the state had an obligation to abide by that ruling. While I have options available to me, meaning I could redact it if the jury wants to hear it later on, my concern with redaction is it may possibly highlight that portion. We don't know whether any one of these jurors heard it and made a note about it. And that's certainly not something I'm going to ask them to reveal.
Right.
And because of the violation, and even though there's other things going on, even though I could redact, I am going to strike this exhibit and so advise the jury. As far as advising,
he gets another win.
Tell them the following when they come into court today is previously the court.
But you're right, Safety K. This is another example of his competency.
The jury is hereby advised that
of his ability to make at least somewhat cogent arguments in his favor.
And the jury is to disregard
that isn't wrapped around sovereign citizen BS.
Anything it may have heard regarding what was on that exhibit. Any objection to that language from the state?
No.
How about from you, Mr. Brooks?
No.
No, like I said, you guys, the state could have, this evidence, this piece, that piece, the other piece stricken. The other bits of evidence is going to be overwhelming. I mean, the photograph that we saw last Friday, I mean, Thank you, KDP, for the $4.99 super chat. Coffee funds, for sure.
Last week, I also had indicated I had asked the Sheriff's Department to prepare an incident report regarding one of the occasions Mr. Brooks was removed from the courtroom. I've been advised it's been dictated and I believe written. I haven't seen it yet, but I did follow up on that this morning. I believe I'll have it at some point today, and we'll turn that over to the parties.
In reference to the 6th, Thursday, October the 6th.
Also, if you didn't hear this this morning, the state predicted that they would rest by Thursday afternoon or Friday morning is when they expect to rest.
The incident where, if my memory is correct, where there was not about the COVID test, but about the needing you to sit down so that, I don't remember if you were over there or here or what, but they needed to get those restraints either on or off so that you could be situated, and that's where you had indicated you had been hurt. So that's what I'm talking about. I wanted to have a record of that here.
I think that was the 6th. I also want to state for the record that I was given paperwork to fill out a report of my own, and I stressed that because after the detectives came and took the pictures of my bruises and injuries, I was told that they didn't know when I would actually get the actual filing of the report that they were gonna report. So I just went ahead and asked for my own. I filled that out. I don't know if it's been given to the right parties yet.
You're talking about the inmate complaint form to have the either the jail or the sheriff's department review that related to the use of force.
Yeah, it was the top paper was from the sheriff.
All right, you know that that's not my responsibility to address what happened other than how it impacts this trial, which is why I wanted to have a record. If there's anything you believe should be in the record from you regarding that, then you should turn that in. Okay? All right, I didn't have anything else on my list of things. I don't know if the state does or Mr.
Uh-oh.
Brooks, so I will ask the state first. If there's anything you believe I should address prior to the jury coming things, I don't know if the state does or Mr. Brooks, so I will ask the state first. If there's anything you believe I should address prior to the jury coming back out.
Yes, Your Honor, I would ask that some of the witnesses that testified. Yes, Your Honor, I would ask that some of the witnesses that testified last week be released from their subpoenas, especially now that we have Mr. Brooks' witness list, specifically.
Hey, Brooks up here, Chaos.
Runkle, Officer Phillips.
Long time no see.
Kyle Edwards, Holly Berg.
I've been doing well.
I note on his list today he does still have Erica Patterson and Detective Guth. At some point, we'd like to be heard about that, but we don't need to delay the jury at this point.
All right, any position on their request, Mr. Brooks?
I guess my objection to that would be Officer Phillips. That would be one that I would still like to be under subpoena. Everybody else is I'm fine with.
That's the officer whose squad video I just struck. So you didn't have him in your subpoenas. So you'll need to, for now, I'll tell the state they can't release him. You'll need to fill out a subpoena, and I need to have that by the lunch hour today in order for him not to be released from the state subpoena.
And I definitely don't want Erica Patterson released from.
Right, you have her on your subpoena, so I understand that.
I just wanted that for the record.
All right, thank you. All right, then I will grant the request from the state as to Corey Runkle, Kyle Edwards, and Holly Berg. For now, Officer Phillips will remain under the state subpoena along with Erica Patterson and Detective Guth. We can take issues up with that either, maybe closer to the lunch hour or when we come back, or even at the end of the day. But I would like to bring the jury out. But of course,
I haven't seen any sovereign citizen channels or gurus talking about this at all.
An apology from me in regards to my actions last week during the trial. I just want the court to understand it's very emotional right now, not only for just the whole situation of the trial, the families here that have to go through, everything that's going to be involved with the trial, but also my family as well and myself is very, very emotional. But not to excuse my actions, I should carry myself with better respect than that. I wasn't raised that way, and I owe you, Your Honor.
I wasn't raped. You drove your SUV and killed 6 people and injured 60 plus. But you're right. The outburst, you're not raised that way.
An apology, and I'm going to stand up as a man and tell the whole court and you, Your Honor, that I apologize to the bailiffs, that I apologize.
Oh my God.
Like I said, that's not how I was raised. I come from a Christian background.
Oh my fucking God.
Christian background. My mother did not raise me that way. She did not raise me.
Oh no.
To act out of frustration and irritation and anger. And I just wanted everybody to know that I apologize for my actions. And
where is this sympathy?
To,
all right,
whatever
never mind.
Happens to everybody here. I just wanted y'all to know that.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I do appreciate that. Understandably so. This is an emotional experience, I think, for everyone involved. And I appreciate that you, upon reflection, have realized that courtesy and decorum are an important part of a court proceeding. I know that despite you being emotional at times and not being an attorney, you certainly, you're clearly paying attention. You've made some very salient points throughout the last few days. I think you're settling in quite well, and you know, we're going to keep this trial going. And you know, I know you said earlier, and I just want to make a record of this because it's really important that I do this, sir. You've mentioned repeatedly about your hearing. I know you don't have the headphones on now. We'll give them to you. Just based on what I've observed this morning and how you've responded to things that have been said, I think you're hearing us. But if we haven't made the headphones available, we got to make sure we do that every single day so that if you need them. But I do appreciate everything that you've said. And I know we have Detective Casey, who will bring up momentarily for your cross-examination, just so everyone is aware. It's my practice when there's a
I have no idea
to also put the
what
witness under oath again.
about
So
anything about this.
Sitting up there when the jury comes in.
Putting up back on a suit, being apologetic. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But the judge, as typical, is making her record, which is always good. But I don't know what the hell is going on with the feed. The feed is buffering. Let me see if the other channels have it. Oh, really? Well, I mean, actual common law is still in use today. Michigan still adheres to common law definitions of crimes. They don't. Their criminal statutes aren't codified. They're still under the common law, which is something I thought most states had codified all their criminal laws.
You can come up so that you're on the stand for cross.
No, not that. We're again the common law that solve sis talk about, and the common law that us as attorneys and you know the regular normal world understands it. It's still two completely different things. Oh wow. I mean that's interesting. Whether or not does Texas still recognize common law marriages? That's an interesting case. I thought that's the other thing. I thought most states have no longer recognized common law marriages, but it could be 15 states still do. Gotcha.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony? No, wait. Oh, I thought you were doing that. No, it's just standing.
I know New Jersey doesn't. became one of the best estate attorneys. That's not necessarily the case. That's not necessarily the issue, Omega. A lot of times when it comes to, like, you know, common law, it's not so much that they decided not to get married, though that could be part of it. I mean, cohabitation is part of the factors that are involved, but it's also that they could have been, you know, they could have been married in a formal ceremony, but they just never got the marriage certificate. But if they follow certain criteria, the state will still recognize them as married under the eyes of the state for purposes of estate planning and so on. Yeah, News Now Wyoming. That's the other thing that sovereign citizens don't understand, is that the general rule in statutory interpretation and construction is that the common law prevails unless there is a statute that is contrary to it. That a statute, when there's a conflict between a common law and a statute, the statute prevails. Sovereign citizens don't understand that.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. You can sit for a minute. I'll wait till our jurors have their notes ready. And good morning and welcome back. Hope you all had a very nice weekend. Previously, the court received Exhibit 6 during the testimony of Officer Phillips. The jury is hereby advised that the court has struck this exhibit. The jury is hereby advised to disregard anything it may have heard during the playing of Exhibit 6. With that, we have Detective Casey here for cross, as is my practice. When there's a second day, someone's on the witness stand, I am going to have him stand to be sworn in again by my clerk.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. And once again, for the record, state your first and last name.
Thomas Casey.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, this is your opportunity to question him.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So, how long have you been in law enforcement?
25 years.
Since a long time. I want to direct you to the evening of November 21st, 2021. You stated that you were on duty that afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any disturbances that afternoon?
Do you mean when you drove through the parade routes and?
Your question was a little broad. Why don't you try to narrow down the time frame so he can answer that more specifically?
Roughly around the time of maybe 4:30-ish p.m.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what you can recall?
Do I remember if I can recall?
Do you remember the disturbance you recall?
Yes, I do.
Would you state what that is? What that was, rather?
I heard a horn beeping, and then a Ford Escape came through the parade route, and you drove past me and wouldn't stop, and you continued driving into the parade route.
Who is you?
Daryl Brooks, the defendant, seated at the table.
Let the record reflect that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know anybody by that name.
Your objection is noted.
So, you heard a horn beeping.
Yes.
Was it coming from the vehicle that you tried to stop?
I believe that it was.
You stated that you've been in law enforcement for 25 years. That's a long time. So it would be fair to say that you operate a motor vehicle pretty much every day. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I operate a motor vehicle almost every day.
And would it be also fair to say that you would only beep your horn in a motor vehicle if you were trying to alert someone to your presence?
I think that could be a fair statement.
Would it be also fair that you would beep your horn to avoid any danger?
There could be many reasons why a person is beeping their horn.
Would one of those reasons be to avoid danger?
It could be, yes.
Do you recall if you were able to see who was operating the vehicle you attempted to stop?
Yes, I was.
And can you recall a description of the operator of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
He was light-skinned, black male. He had some light facial hair.
Is that all you recall?
That is what I recall.
Do you recall what they were wearing?
No, I do not.
So you were able to get a description of how the operator of the vehicle looked, but not what they were wearing?
That is correct.
Do you recall how fast the vehicle was going at the time you attempted to stop it?
I believe the vehicle was going about 3 to 5 miles an hour when I tried to stop the vehicle, and it continued on past me.
Would it be fair to say that 3 to 5 miles an hour is not very fast?
I think it's very fast when you're in a parade route, when there's hundreds of people marching in the road, and a police officer is standing in front of your car, pounding on the hood, trying to get the vehicle to stop. I'd say that that's too fast. Any speed is too fast on a parade route when you have all those people in the roadway. A car should not have been there.
That wasn't the question, but thanks for the comment.
Did I missed him? Shit. I know, I had to use the restroom.
Terry.
Detective Casey, please just.
Damn it. Fine. All right, fine. I'll see if I can.
Again, for the record, state your first and last. To question him.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So, how long have you been in law enforcement?
25 years.
Since a long time. I want to direct you to the evening of November 21st, 2021. You stated that you were on duty that afternoon, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall any disturbances that afternoon?
Do you mean when you drove through the parade route and
Your question was a little broad.
Roughly around the time of maybe 4:30ish p.m.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what you can recall?
Do I remember if I can recall?
Do you remember the disturbance you recall?
Yes, I do.
Would you state what that is? What that was, rather?
I heard a horn beeping, and then a Ford Escape came through the parade route, and you drove past me and wouldn't stop, and you continued driving into the parade route.
Who is you?
Daryl Brooks, the defendant, seated at the table.
Let the record reflect
Oh my
that I do not identify by their name, nor do I know
This
anybody by
fucking
their
guy.
name.
Your objection is noted.
So, you heard a horn beeping.
Yes,
Was it coming from the vehicle that you tried to stop?
I believe that it was.
You stated that you've been in law enforcement for 25 years. That's a long time.
Hey, what's up, unclean
So it
hands?
would be fair to say that you operate a motor vehicle pretty much every day. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I operate a motor vehicle almost every day.
Jesus Christ.
And would it be also fair to say that you would only beep your horn in a motor vehicle if you were trying to alert someone to your presence?
I think that could be a fair statement.
Would it be also fair that you would beep your horn to avoid any danger?
There could be many reasons why a person is beeping their horn.
Would one of those reasons be to avoid danger?
It could be, yes.
Do you recall if you were able to see who was operating the vehicle you attempted to stop?
Yes, I was.
And can you recall a description of the operator of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
He was light-skinned, black male, had some light facial hair.
Is that all you recall?
That is what I recall.
Do you recall what they were wearing?
No, I do not.
So you were able to get a description of how the operator of the vehicle looked, but not what they were wearing.
That is correct.
Do you recall how fast the vehicle was going at the time you attempted to stop it?
I believe the vehicle was going about 3 to 5 miles an hour when I tried to stop the vehicle, and it continued on past me.
Would it be fair to say that 3 to 5 miles an hour is not very fast?
I think it's very fast when you're in a parade route, when there's hundreds of people marching in the road, and a police officer is standing in front of your car, pounding on the hood, trying to get the vehicle to stop. I'd say that's too fast. Any speed is too fast on a parade route when you have all those people in the roadway. A car
my
should not
God.
have been there.
That wasn't the question, but thanks for the commentary.
Casey, please just.
Would it be fair to say that that's not a very fast speed?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall if the operator of the vehicle that you gave a description of had any hair on their head?
I do not recall seeing the operator's hair that day.
So it would be fair to say you don't know if they had long hair, short hair, anything of that nature?
That is correct.
Do you recall testifying at the preliminary hearing in this matter?
Yes, I do.
Can you recall what you said when asked a description of the driver of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
I don't recall word for word what I said.
Do you recall being asked the question?
I would think that I was, but I don't recall the exact words that I used then.
Just 1 second. The operator of the vehicle you attempted to stop had short hair and a short dark beard.
I think they asked and answered.
I'm not sure what the context is, but I don't recall saying that the person had short hair.
The context was the question of, did you get a description of the driver of the vehicle you attempted
Morning,
to stop?
Rennie.
I guess I'm not sure when you're speaking of, because was that when I saw the car or when we saw the vehicle after what witnesses said? It seems like I'm not sure exactly the time period that
So
you're
are we
asking.
talking about what witnesses said or what you actually saw?
Hey, Damien.
Correct, that's what I'm confused about.
Well, you just said that you recall being asked at the preliminary hearing that you testified at a description of the operator of the motor vehicle.
Oh, my bad.
Would that be fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
I think it's very clear. You testified at the preliminary hearing in this matter, correct?
Yes, I did.
And were you not asked a description of the operator of the motor vehicle that you attempted to stop?
So I believe my testimony was at the preliminary hearing that I did not see the person's hair, if that's the specific time that you're speaking of.
I have a portion of that preliminary hearing that you testified at with your words right here.
Mr. Brooks, what page are you at?
I am at page 17.
All right, thank you.
You were asked, could you see anybody inside the vehicle? Your answer was, at that point, I could not see the person real clearly, but as the vehicle continued pushing through me, I was, pause. My position changed to the side of the vehicle where I was directly outside the driver's side window. And I could see inside of the window and I could see the driver very clearly. Would that be fair to say that those are your statements?
Yes, sir.
So, could you or could you not see the driver clearly?
Your question is if I could see him clearly. Yes, I could see him clearly.
So why would you state that you couldn't see him clearly when asked the question?
I think you're asking about his hair.
No, I asked about his hair before. This is a different question. I asked about the...
Could you ask your question again, please?
You just stated that you could see the driver clearly, correct?
Correct.
But you also said that you couldn't see the driver clearly, correct?
Objection, that's a mistake.
Grounds.
So, Mr. Brooks,
Oh.
it comes down to a little bit of context. I'm going to sustain the objection, and then if you would please rephrase. I think it comes down to at what point in time.
He's really going hard on the identification bit.
At any time.
Your Honor, reading the question again, that's not, that question is vague.
Right. Put it all together, if you would. I'll sustain the objection.
At any time, could you see the driver clearly? At any time during your attempt to stop the vehicle?
Yes, at any time I could see the person clearly that was driving.
The entire time you attempted to stop it, you can clearly see the driver of the vehicle.
Well, at one time you asked any time, and then you asked the entire time, so
Detective Casey, just answer the question, please, if you can. If not, say you don't understand it.
I don't understand it.
Just a second. Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone when you attempted to stop it?
No, I did not.
Did you see the vehicle strike anybody before it approached you?
No, I did not.
Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds of people present at the time that you attempted to stop the vehicle?
Yes, there were hundreds of people there.
And you saw no one struck by the vehicle?
That is correct.
Did you see if anyone else was, could you see rather, if anyone else was in the vehicle?
I did not see anybody else in the vehicle when it passed my location.
Do you recall there being any tinted windows to the vehicle you attempted to stop?
I do not recall the passenger front or the passenger rear being tinted. I believe that the rear windows in the SUV were tinted.
So it would be fair to say that from your vantage point, you wouldn't be able to see the entire seating of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
Objection, that's a misstatement.
Grounds.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
Could you re-ask the question, please?
Would it be fair to say that because of the tint to the rear windows that you cannot visibly see the seating of the vehicle that you attempted to stop?
I did not see anybody in the vehicle. I don't think that the tint had any reasons for me not to be able to see in.
So it would be fair to say that you could clearly see the seating of the vehicle you attempted to stop, front, passenger, and back seat.
From the limited view that I had, I thought that I could see it.
Even though you just said that the rears were tinted.
I believe that it's the far back windows in the passenger compartment that were tinted, not the passenger windows, from my memory.
So it would be fair to say you can recall every window that was tinted on the vehicle that you attempted to stop.
I think that question's been asked and answered,
Grounds.
Your Honor. His answer should
Grounds.
stand.
Hold on, Mr. Brooks.
Oh, wow. He's getting very
Objection
aggressive
is
today.
sustained. Next question. Asked and answered.
Detective Casey, are you a party to this case in any way?
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
I don't understand the question.
Are you a party to this case?
I don't understand the question.
Have you filed a claim in regards to this case?
I have not.
Have you read the complaint in this case?
I've read the complaint.
Do you recall who the complaint was brought by?
The complaint is brought by the state of Wisconsin, represented by the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office, District Attorney Sue Opper.
So the state of Wisconsin then would be the plaintiff in this matter then, correct?
That is correct, the state of Wisconsin.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the court?
Fucking hell.
Yes, I do.
Objection.
They are represented at the prosecution table by District Attorney Sue Opper, Deputy District Attorney Leslie Basie, and Assistant District Attorney Zach Witchow.
You said represented.
Yes, sir.
Do you see the plaintiff?
The plaintiff is an entity. They are represented by the District Attorney's Office.
Yep.
So the plaintiff is an entity.
Correct.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, is an entity a human being?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
An entity is an entity. It is not a human being.
But the detective is actually answering pretty
To the
well.
best of your knowledge, being in law enforcement for as long as you have,
Although I'm surprised they haven't
say that
objected.
an entity, which is not a human being, living person, can bring a claim against anyone.
Yes.
I believe they,
Object, Your Honor, to the
Grounds.
relevance.
Grounds.
Hold on, let her get her objection out, okay?
I mean, I've tried to be patient, but these questions really have no bearing on this.
The objection is sustained on relevance grounds. Next question.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
How long have you known the plaintiff in this
Objection.
Objection.
matter? Grounds.
Let her get her objection out, Mr. Brooks. It's sustained on relevance grounds.
Well, I do respect, Your Honor. I think that those are valid questions to the matter.
Mr. Brooks, they've been sustained. Next question.
True.
Just so we're clear for the record,
He's tried these line of questioning with every witness so far.
the vehicle
Almost
that you
every
attempted
witness
to stop blow
so far.
numerous times. Blow its horn. Numerous.
yes, I heard the horn blowing as it was approaching my position.
Would it be fair to say that that would indicate that the vehicle was trying to alert people to its presence?
Objection calls for speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained. Speculation.
Thank you, Pronon 1990 for the 499 chat.
Just 1 second. So would it be fair to say that the beeping of the horn was coming from the vehicle that you attempted to stop?
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
It has been asked and answered. One last time. He may answer, though. Go ahead. The objection's overruled.
I believe that it was coming from the vehicle that was coming to my position, the Ford Escape.
I want to refer you again to page 15. It is from your testimony at the preliminary hearing.
With Your Honor, that's improper because Detective Casey does not have the testimony transcript in front of him.
The district
Grounds.
attorney is correct. This witness does not have the transcript in front of him.
The man's discovered a new word, guys.
So would that render him unable to recall what he testified to?
I don't know. You have to ask him that.
That's what I was attempting to do, Your Honor. I apologize. So just so I'm clear, am I allowed to read from this or no?
Just ask your question, Mr. Brooks.
From the best of your knowledge,
Danny told me he needs a new
recall
sign
stating
to replace the
your
objection.
testimony at the
True.
preliminary hearing that it was in fact the vehicle you attempted to stop that was blaring its horn.
Objection, that's not what the
Grounds.
transcript says.
Grounds.
And
Stop.
it's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Were you injured in any way attempting to stop the vehicle?
I was not injured when I was trying to stop the vehicle.
What did you do after attempting to stop the vehicle?
I first got on my radio and advised the other units that were in the parade route that red Ford Escape had went past my position. I requested additional squads be sent 1039, which means red lights and siren. Shortly after that, I began running after the Ford Escape in an attempt to stop it, but the vehicle sped up to a speed that I couldn't keep up with it. until it hit the next position.
Thank you, Taco and Yoshi, for the $2 super chat. 1 cent for every
From the
time he says grounds today.
page
Should get
18.
about $5 out of that then.
Do you recall us making a statement? Initially, I began.
The state can redirect after this.
What you just said. Initially, I began chasing after the vehicle to try to get it to stop. And as I was following behind the vehicle, I could see that it was on the north side of the roadway, at times beeping its horn. Would that be fair to say that you made that statement?
That is a fair statement.
So even after you attempted to stop the vehicle, you still observed the vehicle beeping its horn?
I heard the vehicle beeping its horn after it passed me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, just briefly. I'd like permission to put up Exhibit 120 again, Your Honor. It's already been admitted and published.
Permission granted.
Detective Casey, is Exhibit 120 on the screen now?
Yes, it is.
And you've been asked here today several questions from Mr. Brooks about what you saw as the vehicle passed you. Is that correct?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, and I do not know the person that you refer to.
Mm-hmm.
Objection is noted. It's overruled.
Yes.
Is Exhibit 120, well, strike that. Do you know where on the parade route the vehicle was located when this screenshot was captured?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
Where?
Approximately the 200 block of West Main Street. The building directly opposite the Ford Escape is 234 West Main Street.
You were back at the intersection of White Rock and Main Street, correct?
Yes, I was.
So about how far was it from where you saw the red SUV with Mr. Brooks driving to where this photo was, where this video was taken, and this is a screenshot from that video, correct?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, and I do not know the individual by who you refer to.
This
Your
fucking
objection
guy.
is noted. You may answer the question.
I would say that it's approximately 0.2 of a mile for me, a very short distance.
Okay. Was the appearance virtually the same from when you saw it to when this screenshot was captured?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Overruled.
Yes, it was.
Are you able to see the driver of the vehicle in this screenshot, sir?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I am.
Can you see the hair of the driver in this screenshot, sir?
You cannot see his hair.
As the vehicle went past you, back at your post on White Rock and Main, what were you focused on?
I was focused on the driver's face when it was driving past me.
Okay. You told us on direct examination on Friday you were able to pound on the hood, correct? Were you directly in front of the vehicle at that point?
Objection. It was also, he also said in his testimony on Friday that he can identify the clothing. He specifically said what the color of the clothing
You're attempting
was.
to testify. That's not a proper objection. As to the specific objection, it's overruled, and Attorney Opper may complete her question.
Where were you positioned when you were pounding on the hood of the SUV?
Objection.
Overruled.
And by that, I don't mean the street, I mean where on the car.
I was directly in front of the vehicle by the left front bumper.
Did you have to step out of the way to avoid being struck?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
The vehicle came in contact with me. As it was pushing through me, I shuffled my feet to the side, and then I continued down the side of the vehicle where I came directly in view with the driver's side window.
Okay. So you would have been, what was the driver doing as it passed?
Hey, go Jack. How you doing, man?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
I should say.
Overruled.
Objection. I do not consent to being called he.
Initially, he was staring straight ahead, and as I was pounding on the driver's side window, he turned and looked directly at my face.
Okay. And the reason you were pounding on the hood and pounding on the driver's side window is what?
I was trying to get the vehicle to stop.
Did the vehicle stop?
The vehicle never stopped.
Did the driver make any effort to pull over or pull off the parade route at that spot?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I initially chased after the vehicle, trying to get it to stop. I could see the vehicle driving until it crossed Barstow, where it first made contact with people. The vehicle sped up, and I never saw it slow down or stop until I lost view of it as it crossed Barstow Street.
Okay.
No, he has no idea what the hearsay rule is.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state would call Officer Bryce Buttran.
Make your raise your right hand.
To give shall be
Last is Buttran.
Thank you. Sir, how are you currently employed?
As a police officer with the approximately 5 years.
Were you on duty on the date of November 21, 2021, sir?
Yes, I was.
And what was your duty?
I was assigned to a traffic control post for the annual holiday parade.
And what time did you start that afternoon?
I believe it was approximately 3 p.m.
Okay. And you were given a specific assignment of an
Thanks,
area to
Kojak, for the
control along
23
parade
months,
route?
almost 2 years. I can't believe it either.
Where was that location?
Thanks for your
I was
support, man.
initially
I
assigned
appreciate
to
it.
East Avenue at Arcadian Avenue, and I had repositioned to East Avenue and East Main Street.
Okay, I'm gonna actually ask if we could please put up Exhibit 1.
Go ahead.
So I'm gonna give you a pointer, sir, if I may.
Yeah,
It's on the big screen behind you. I'm gonna have,
expandable. Does he need to
Yes.
open that up?
okay. Street and Arcadian Avenue, is that correct?
Yeah, so I was.
Bandit, thank you for the 15 months.
Which would be right here.
Okay. What was your purpose in working that location originally?
Originally, it was to prevent any northbound traffic from entering the parade route onto Main Street, so to divert any traffic from East Avenue to travel eastbound on Arcadian.
Okay. And then you said you moved up?
Correct.
Where did you go at that point?
I had repositioned my squad, which was a marked police SUV, to the intersection of Northeast Avenue and East Main Street.
When did you make that move?
From what was the parade lineup that we had, when there was approximately 10 spots left that we had thought, which was inaccurate at that time.
Okay. So as the parade was starting?
Thank you,
or-
Kalina's agility partner, for 16 months.
Okay. Okay, you can have a seat again, please, sir.
Thank you, William Grabber, for the 5 months.
When you got up to near the parade route,
Warrant of apply,
did you stay in
conviction
that area,
tonight.
sir, or
Yes, I did.
were there any other officers present in that area?
Yes, there was.
And were you just watching the parade and monitoring the people?
Correct.
At some point, did something unusual occur?
Yes.
What was that?
There was initial radio traffic of squads being dispatched to what was initially coded as a man with a knife call. There was information that there was a fight occurring in Frame Park. And then after that, there was radio traffic that there was a vehicle that was entering the parade route.
Okay. And you were near the beginning of the parade route, as you just showed us, right?
Thank you, Casey Care, for the 199 super
When you
chat.
heard that information about a car entering the parade route, what did you do?
Based on the information that was available at that time and previous situations that had occurred, I unholstered my firearm and stood and began walking out into the road on East Main Street.
What were you doing?
trying to get the attention of the driver to divert them off the parade route.
Okay. And how far into the road did you go?
I was initially positioned right at the intersection on the south side of Main Street. I had made my way to the north side of Main Street, and I would estimate maybe 50 feet or so from the intersection of Northeast Avenue.
Okay. Were you able to visually see the red SUV at that point?
Yes, I was.
What was it doing when you first saw it?
The vehicle was traveling on the north side of Main Street. It was honking its horn, and I estimated the speed to be traveling at approximately 25 miles per hour.
What did you do?
I had raised my left hand and was telling the vehicle to stop.
Thank you, Mandy, for the $2 super chat.
When you say raise your
Probably.
left hand, can you demonstrate that for us, please?
Probably get some overtime
I
pay.
placed my left hand out in front of me, indicating to the vehicle to stop.
Okay. Were you dressed in a full police uniform, sir?
Yes, I was.
Just for the record, when he raised his left hand, I would say about chest high, was with a palm facing out as if in the stop position.
Thank you. Officer Buttran, as you stood in that position with your hand straight out trying to stop the car, would you say the car was off to one of your sides or directly in front of you? Could you tell us the position of the SUV?
The vehicle was directly in front of me. I would estimate my position to be where the front license plate would be on a vehicle, so right in the middle.
And what distance was the SUV away from you when you did this?
No, Coach.
I would estimate the vehicle was approximately 200 feet or so. It had came extremely close to me as it was making its way towards me.
Did you maintain that same position that you just described for us?
Yes, I did, until the vehicle was getting to the point where I believed that it was going to strike me, so I moved out of the way.
Were you saying anything?
I was saying stop to indicate to the driver that stop the vehicle.
Were you saying that in normal conversational tone, or did you raise your voice at all?
I was yelling to get the attention of the driver as it was loud outside and it was cold, so I believe the windows were going to be up on the vehicle.
Okay. And your testimony is that you stayed in the position with your left hand extended in a stop motion for about as long as you could until you felt you had to move away to avoid being struck by the SUV?
That is correct.
If the SUV was coming directly towards you, did you step to the right or the left of the SUV?
I would have stepped to the right of the SUV, which would be the driver's side of the vehicle.
Okay. Were you able to see the driver of the vehicle as it went past you?
I was able to get a general description of the driver.
Oh yeah, he's unclean hand. He's missing a lot of leading
to be a
leading objections,
wearing a gray or white
speculation
shirt,
objections.
appeared to be wearing a hat or have their hood up.
Okay. Would you say you got a good look at the driver's face?
I would say yes, I got a relatively good look at the driver's face.
Okay. Did you observe any facial hair on the driver?
At that time, I did not.
And did the car go right past you, sir?
Yes, it did.
As it went right past you, did anything obstruct your vision to see into the car?
No, it did not.
Were you able to see into the car, the SUV?
Yes, I was.
Did you see any other persons in the SUV?
I did not. There was only one sole occupant, which would be the driver of the vehicle.
As you were yelling at the SUV to stop and holding out the stop sign, did the vehicle stop?
The vehicle did not stop.
Did you see what the driver was doing as he went past you?
The driver appeared to be emotionless and was looking straight ahead, clearly ignoring anything that was to the sides of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you hear the vehicle honking its horn?
Yes, I did.
More than once?
Yes, multiple times.
As the vehicle went past you, what did you do?
I had lowered my firearm again to my side and I attempted to grab the driver's side door with my left hand.
Why'd you do that?
in order to hopefully open the door and gain the attention of the driver to get them to stop.
Are you able to estimate the speed of the vehicle as it went past you?
Objection.
Hearsay.
Overruled. He may answer.
Based on my training experience, I estimated the vehicle to be traveling at approximately 25 miles an hour.
He did the wrong objection.
Were you able to get the door handle open?
You're supposed to say speculation and at least require him to lay some foundation for being able to estimate the speed, but he said fucking hearsay. The wrong grounds for objection.
I was not.
Did you get a hand on it?
I did not. The vehicle was traveling too fast to be able to do that.
Okay, you reached for it but missed, basically.
That's correct.
Okay. This is the area where you tried to stop the SUV. This is before Barstow, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you continue to watch the vehicles that went past you?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
I had watched the vehicle and I began to chase after it westbound on Main Street.
On foot?
Yes, on foot.
Were you walking or running? What were you doing?
I was running after it.
Were you saying anything at that time?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
At that point, after the vehicle had passed me, I was not saying anything, I just began chasing it.
Okay. And you were running after it?
Yes.
Were you able to catch it?
I was not. The vehicle was traveling too fast.
Can you approximate the speed of the vehicle at this location?
After the vehicle had passed me, I appeared to have begun increasing its speed. The vehicle was traveling approximately 30 to 35 miles an hour.
Did you see the red SUV strike anyone?
Not between the intersections of Northeast Avenue and Northwest Barstow Street.
How about once it crossed Barstow?
Yes.
What did you see?
Um,
You can take your time. I'm sorry. I know this is a lot of questions, so.
I observed the vehicle swerving side to side. People flying from the vehicle, items flying in the air, things like that.
Do you know, Officer Buttran, as you have to reflect on this in your testimony, who was being struck? Do you remember a uniform or a description of any type?
There was so many things flying at that point, I don't know what was being struck.
Okay. Now, you were trying to keep up with the vehicle, right, on foot?
Yes, I was.
To be clear, there's no squad cars chasing the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, just officers on foot trying to catch up.
That's correct.
And at any point, did you see the vehicle just pull over to the side of the road and stop?
Objection. Hearsay.
I could. Kojak.
From the time that I could visually observe the vehicle, I did not see it stop.
Thanks, Paul DeGrassi, for the $4.99 super chat.
After you saw the SUV strike other human beings, did you see the driver stop, pull over, and check on those persons?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
No, I did not. The vehicle continued.
Was the driver of the SUV still honking the horn?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
That's not
From the
hearsay.
distance that the vehicle had traveled away from me, I could not, at that time, hear what the vehicle was doing.
Okay. I'm gonna show a couple videos to you, okay, sir? First, I'm gonna ask for exhibit number 16 to be put on preview mode. Go ahead. All right. Do you see exhibit 16 on your screen, Officer Buttran?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
It's on now.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Ms. Gussie to just play a few seconds so that you can make sure you're looking at the same clip that we've seen before. Okay, you can stop. For the record, about 3 seconds of the clip was played. Do you recognize this video clip, sir?
Yes, I do.
In the preview that you just observed, did you see yourself in the clip?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask, excuse me, do you believe this clip is a true and accurate representation of your actions on November 21 of 2021?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection. We haven't seen the entire video yet. How do we know what's in the video?
The proper foundation has been laid, the objections noted, Exhibit 16 is received, permission to publish is granted.
All right, for the record, it's a total clip of 18 seconds. I'm going to play it through once for the jury, and then we can break it down and ask you to describe further if we need to. Officer Buttran, is that with the testimony you just provided about your efforts to approach the SUV and stop it?
Yes, it is.
We were not able to see on the video the part where you stood in the middle of the road with your left hand extended, correct?
That is correct.
But we did see you run from the right side of the video to the left side of the video and appear to be making your way down the north side of the street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And is that the location where you would have been when you tried to stop the vehicle?
Yes.
And then we saw you sprinting after the vehicle, correct, on foot?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you another Exhibit 17, please. And again, we'll preview it, ask you to take a few seconds to look at it and see if you recognize it, okay?
Yeah, Danny makes the point. The reason why we aren't seeing this video is likely because it is depicting people getting hit
3 seconds. Officer Buttran, have you seen this
by the
video
SUV.
before, sir?
Yes, I have.
Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe this video is a true and accurate representation of your actions on November 21 of 2021?
Yes, I do.
Do you happen to know how this video was recorded?
Objection.
Or
It's
from
relevant.
what camera? You're right, it's a vague question. From what camera this video was recorded?
Objection. Relevant.
Overruled.
This was recorded from the City Waukesha Police Department squad camera
For your squad car?
for the squad car that was operating that night, yes.
Okay. Move to admit number 17 and permission to publish.
Objection. Actually, it's 4 seconds that was played, and we still aren't clear of the relevancy of this video.
Your objections are noted, the foundation has been laid, it's relevant. Overruled. Exhibit 17 is received, permission to publish is granted.
All right, we're going to put it up. Before we play it, I'm just going to have you set the scene here. That's a touch screen in front of you, sir. Can you circle yourself in the video? All right, and next to you, it looks like there's a person in a yellow vest that reads police. Is that correct?
Objection. We're referring to the officer giving testimony, not the officer that's present with them.
Overruled.
Yes, that is correct.
Who is that officer?
That'll be Officer Schneider.
Okay. And what's the crossroad here again, if you could just remind us?
Objection.
Relevant. We'll start on the south side of the street.
It's very
Objections
relevant.
noted, it's overruled.
He's starting to get-
Answer.
Oh my God,
South
these
side
are
of the street,
exceptionally
we're
relevant.
part That it's going to be Northeast Avenue.
Okay. And on the north side of the street?
I believe that'll be Buckley Street.
Okay. So can you erase, you can clear the screen, please? Oh, clerk did it, thank you. Just kind of draw a line or point out where Buckley Street is. It's a little hard to see exactly at this moment, correct?
Correct.
You could just show okay. And as this video plays, you can see Buckley Street a little clearer as the people move, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, please clear, thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and play this in its duration. It's 37 seconds in length. There you go.
Correct.
All right, Officer Buttran, again, it's not a 100% clear shot, but you can see you making your way around the front of that white pickup truck, correct?
Correct.
That was one of the entries in the parade?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then you kind of go out of view behind that white pickup truck, correct?
That is correct.
Is that the area where you encountered Mr. Brooks in the SUV?
Objection. I do not identify by that name, nor do I consent to it.
Your objection's noted. It's overruled.
That is where I had initially placed my hand out in front of me and advising the vehicle to stop.
Okay. How far down that parade route did you run, sir?
I made it all the way down to there's a tattoo parlor, I believe the address is in the 400 block of West Main Street, so almost all the way down Main Street till it makes the curve and ends.
Okay. And you were not able to catch up to the SUV, correct?
No.
But again, as you've previously testified, the SUV had not stopped anywhere along that route, correct?
Objection. I already asked this question, and it was answered already.
It's foundational, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Correct. I never observed the vehicle stop at any point that I was making my way down the route.
As you were running down the route, did you encounter people who had been struck and injured?
Objection. Already asked question.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
What do you remember about that, sir?
There were multiple casualties on both sides of the road, varying degrees of injuries to people. The only way to describe it is just pure chaos. There was people pulling at me in multiple directions trying to help people.
Did you attempt to render first aid to some people?
Initially from the area of Barstow
Right, I know.
to
Snipe Decay.
the area of about Clinton Street. There was still an active threat of the vehicle, so I continued to chase after that vehicle to stop the threat. And then when I made my way to Clinton Street and westbound from there, began to render aid.
Okay. Some point much later in the night, are you aware that the vehicle that was suspected to have been involved in this incident was found on Maple Street, sir?
Yes.
Did you go to that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you take a look around the area where the vehicle was located?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to determine, well, strike that. Do you remember where the vehicle was parked?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
I do not recall the address in which it was parked, but I do know the position of where the vehicle was parked, yes.
Could you just briefly describe how the vehicle was parked?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
The vehicle was backed into a driveway at a residence on Maple Street.
Okay. And do you remember looking around the area where the vehicle had traveled near the residence on Maple Street?
Yes.
Do you remember finding a hat at that location?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
I'm going to ask for Exhibit 92 to be previewed for the witness, please. 92 up, sir?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember seeing that item?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe this picture is a true and accurate representation of the hat that you observed in the backyard?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit 92 on permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection, hearsay. How can we know for sure that that hat wasn't by somebody that lives in the building?
Mr. Brooks, you can't testify. You're attempting to do that. I'll instruct you not to. Your objection is overruled, and Exhibit 19 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
I'm sorry, it's 92, Your Honor.
Oh, 92. Thank you. Exhibit 92.
You remember seeing that hat in the backyard area, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact,
That's not
do you
irrelevant.
remember asking the people at the residence if any of them own that hat?
There was one male that came out that had taken a picture and asked the rest of the residents at that location if it was any of theirs.
And did it belong to anyone at the residence?
They indicated that it did not.
Officer Buttran, the videos that we saw, Exhibits 16 and 17, I asked you about that side road on the north side of the street, north side of Main Street, Buckley Street, correct?
That is correct.
Were there any barricades at that location, sir?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, there were, if I remember correctly, I believe there were 3 barricades.
And did they fully block the roadway at that location?
Yes.
If Mr. Brooks had wanted to leave the parade route, would he have been able to get out at that location?
Objection, I do not consent to that name or know the individual by that name.
Your objection's noted. You may answer the question.
Yes, it would have been a reasonable exit point.
Would there have been
He's definitely
anything
not
other
gonna
than
quit
those
that
plastic
gambit.
barricades that would have blocked his exit from the parade at that spot?
Objection, hearsay.
It's not hearsay. It's overruled. You may answer.
No, the only thing that would have been struck was the plastic barricade.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions, sir.
You may ask this witness questions, Mr. Brooks.
Here we go.
Yes. Officer, is it Buttran?
Correct.
Good morning, officer. You stated that you had got, or you heard a radio call about a knife fight in Frame Park.
That is correct.
Did you ever at any time follow up or go to Frame Park to investigate the said knife fight?
No, I did not.
Did you learn any initial information about the said fight?
No, I did not.
Do you know who reported the knife fight?
No, I do not.
So you also stated that that you heard the vehicle that was approaching honking its horn multiple times. Is that correct?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, what would be a reason that someone operating a motor vehicle will honk their horn?
Speculation.
Overruled. You may answer.
There are multiple reasons why a vehicle would do that.
Can you give any specific reason?
To alert people or vehicles in the area that there's a vehicle coming.
And you also stated that you didn't see anyone struck when while the vehicle was approaching you?
I don't understand where he's going with this.
between the area that I
Hey,
observed the vehicle and.
I honk my
Northwest Park
horn.
Street,
If they got run
not
over, that's their fault. I mean, is that what he's trying to imply here?
Would it be fair to say that you also didn't see the vehicle target anyone?
Objection. Speculation.
Calls for speculation on the part of the witness. So it's sustained. You can rephrase your question.
Did
The
you
way it was
see,
asked calls for speculation.
while the vehicle was approaching you, you stated that you saw it maybe 200 feet away, I think is what you said. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you see the vehicle actively targeting anyone to strike them?
Same objection.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
It's a valid objection because he's asking to speculate as to Brooks's intent when he was driving. He could have asked, did he see the SUV strike anybody? And he probably would have said yes. But him asking him, did you see him intend to strike people? That's a speculation.
To make the population was right at what was shown on the video. Was it hundreds of people, dozens of people, right in the general area that you were?
I would estimate there's probably several hundred people in that area.
And you saw no one struck?
Objection vague.
Can you rephrase, please, just to be specific?
Out of the hundreds of people that were in your general area, you didn't
Thank you, Rebecca,
witness
for the
anyone being
$5.
struck by the vehicle?
Not initially.
You also stated that there were barricades in the general area that you were?
Yes.
Were they off to the side? Were they in front of you? Where were the barricades located?
They would have been located on Buckley Street and on Northeast Avenue.
Would it be fair to say that those were the side streets coming into the main street?
It could be that he's trying to see if he can lower the murder charges to manslaughter
A vehicle that was
and try and eliminate the argument of intent. That is very
down
possible.
one of those side streets that was barricaded off,
Or the element of
exit
intent.
parade route?
Thank you, Kochak, for the $20 super chat.
Yes.
Very much.
And from your, I guess from your perspective, would a vehicle that was on a parade route know that they can exit from those areas that were barricaded?
Objection. Speculation.
Sustained.
Were you injured in any way by the vehicle?
No.
And in the video was pretty short video. Would it be fair to say that the vehicle passed you relatively quickly?
Yes.
And you were able to get a look at the operator of the vehicle as quickly as it passed you?
Yes.
Did you notice any tinting to any of the windows on the vehicle?
No.
So you were able to see inside of the vehicle pretty clearly?
Yes.
Did you get a description of what the operator of the vehicle was wearing?
Yes.
You
I
stated
could ask
that
her.
the operator of the vehicle was wearing a hat. Would that be fair to say?
The operator of the vehicle appeared to be wearing a hat or have their hood up.
If you got a clear description of the operator of the vehicle, wouldn't you know if it was a hat or a hood?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
Would it have been, would the vehicle had been moving too fast for you to clearly see if the driver had anything on their head?
No.
About how fast would you estimate that the vehicle was traveling when it passed you?
Approximately 25 miles per hour.
About how fast would you estimate the vehicle was traveling when it was approaching you?
Approximately 25 miles per hour.
Were you able to hear the vehicle honking before it approached you or when it came upon you?
I was able to hear the vehicle honking before it approached me.
Did you hear the vehicle honk after it had passed you or came in contact with you?
No, I did not.
Would it be fair to say that the video shows that you can clearly see let me rephrase that. Would it be fair to say that the video that was shown, you can clearly hear the vehicle honking?
No.
Oh, he didn't get the answer he wanted.
Again for the witness.
You want it, which one? Which video?
Exhibit 17.
The squad video? That's the one you're requesting, the squad show?
Pause it right there. So at the time, we see you running over to where this white, I think that's a pickup truck. Is that you?
Yes.
At that time, had you heard the vehicle honking?
I don't recall.
What prompted you to move so quickly to jog towards the area that you were jogging to?
The radio traffic that I had heard.
So at that time, did you see a vehicle approaching? Wait, I still want to play that. At that time, did you see a vehicle approaching?
From my position here, I don't know exactly when I had observed the vehicle.
Continue playing.
Jeez.
Pause right there. Would it be fair to say that that was not just a horn that was heard honking after the vehicle was past you?
I did not hear a horn, no.
Wind it back.
For the record, Your Honor, the first time Mr. Brooks asked for the video to be paused, it was 22 seconds. The second time, it was about 39 seconds. We're now going back to about the 30-second mark.
Objection, there isn't 39 seconds in the video. It stops at 37, so how could it be 39?
I'm sorry. You're absolutely right, sir. 29. I thought you said 39.
I can hear a horn.
Sir, you can't testify, so you can ask a question of this witness, we'll watch it again,
When,
but at
Let
some
me ask
point
you-
you can't argue with
let
him.
me ask this question. When did you observe or hear the vehicle honking? At which part in this video?
At no point in this video do I hear the horn honking.
But you did in fact hear the vehicle honking.
Yes.
Do you remember what you were generally doing when you heard the vehicle honking?
Making my way to the north side of Main Street to get the vehicle to stop.
So that would be when you were sprinting over to the white pickup truck.
Correct.
That's when you heard the vehicle honking.
Sometime in between there, yes.
And you heard it multiple times.
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, a honking horn from a vehicle would indicate trying to alert people to its presence, correct?
There are several reasons why a vehicle would honk the horn.
Would you honk your vehicle to alert people to your presence?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
It's not relevant, sustained.
You said it would be multiple reasons that a vehicle will honk its horn. Would it be fair to say that one of those reasons would be to alert?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled, he may answer it. You may finish your question, but
Would it be fair to ask that that would be to alert the many people that we can see in this video right now to the presence of the vehicle approaching?
Yes.
Officer Buttran, I see you in a uniform today. Would it be fair to ask that you would be on duty right now, if not called to testify?
hold on, Mr. Brooks, before we move on to a next topic, you had asked it to be paused. I trust you don't want anything further from this video published to the jury at this time.
Not at this time.
All right, Madam Clerk may take it down. My apologies for the interruption.
That's okay.
Go ahead, ask your question again.
Would it be fair to say that if you weren't here to testify this morning, you would be on duty?
No, I would not be.
So this would be an off day?
I'm currently on vacation, yes.
Do you normally wear your uniform on vacation?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
He may answer.
Only if I have something related to police activity or duty.
Do you feel that it was necessary to wear your uniform in court today?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative.
Objection.
Sustained. Next question.
Are you a party to this matter in any way?
Here we go.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
Do you have a claim in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
He's getting very aggressive with these
I read
plaintiff
the
questions
complaint
now.
in this matter.
Objection,
It is.
irrelevant.
See?
Not
Oh, he's,
relevant. Sustained.
I don't understand his angle here being
know who the
extra
plaintiff is
aggressive
in
with
this
with this line of questioning.
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Can you testify on who called you to testify? Who subpoenaed you to testify here this morning?
I believe it was the state of Wisconsin.
So the state of Wisconsin would be the plaintiff in this matter, to your knowledge?
Objection, your honor.
Grounds.
This question is irrelevant.
Sustained. It's not relevant, sir. Sustained. Next
I think it
question.
holds relevant. Who called him to testify?
He already answered.
So, you've had interactions with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant and vague.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Can you testify if the state of Wisconsin is a living human being or an entity?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
So you in fact don't have a claim in this matter, correct?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
He's going to do this with every witness, yes. Especially public officials.
You are aware that all police departments are funded by the state of Wisconsin, are you not?
And now he's going to do...
Grounds.
Sustained.
Grounds.
Sustained.
No, all police departments are not funded.
Objection to
Grounds.
relevance.
Overruled. He may answer. I assume you mean who pays him his salary.
Correct.
He may answer.
Be the city of Waukesha.
Is the city of Waukesha in the state of Wisconsin?
In the state of Wisconsin, yes.
Is the city of Waukesha the plaintiff in this case?
No. Oh my God.
No.
Have you ever, how long have you known the plaintiff? In this
Oh my God.
Objection.
Grounds.
Objection.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Yeah, I
To the
don't
best
think
of
he
your knowledge,
understands.
You never even had any interaction with the plaintiff in this matter.
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, under 906.11, if you need to move on to a new topic of cross-exam, otherwise I will declare the cross-exam opportunity closed.
At any time when the vehicle passed you, did you hear the vehicle honk?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that in the video clip that we were just shown, no one was struck?
Correct.
Would it also be fair to say that in the video we just saw, the vehicle did not attempt to strike anyone?
Objection. Speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained. Calls for speculation on the part of the vehicle operator.
We can clearly see in the video that no one was attempted to be struck. How is that not relevant?
The jury will disregard the last statement made by Mr. Brooks as he may not testify at this point in time. Next question, please.
Just for the record, I don't consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
Your objection is noted.
Please.
Is it fair to say that by the video footage, and to the best of your knowledge, no one was struck before the vehicle approached your presence?
Objection.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Grounds.
Asked and answered. Sustained. Next question.
I didn't answer it. To the best of your knowledge, at that point where you observed the vehicle, to your knowledge, no one had been struck at that point.
Correct.
claim in this matter whatsoever.
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Were you injured in any way?
Oh my
in this
God.
matter?
Well, that's irrelevant. That's actually a more relevant question.
No further questions.
Just very briefly, please, Madam Clerk, put back up number 17. Pause at the 33-second mark. Officer Buttran, can you clearly see north on Buckley Street from this vantage point, sir?
Yes, I can.
You see one plastic barricade obstructing travel to go northbound on Buckley Street at that location, sir?
Objection. You can clearly see officers there too.
Jury will disregard.
I don't know what that means.
Testified by Mr. Brooks. Your objection is noted, it's overruled. He may answer the question.
Yes, there's at least one barricade visible there.
Okay. And I am going to ask the exhibit be replayed in its entirety with no one talking, so we can all listen to hear if the horn is honking. So, Ms. Gussie, please play it again from the beginning.
Permission granted.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can't hear a horn.
Played in full. Officer Buttran, at any point were you able to hear the horn honking in that video, sir?
No, I was not.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down. Stopping point for our mid-morning break. We'll take a 15-minute break. All rise for the jury, please. Recess.
You on break? Yep. All right, we're on break. So, briefly, so before I take a little break for myself, I'm not going anywhere. We're still gonna keep watching this. But obviously, use this time for yourselves to stretch your legs, get yourself, energy drink, coffee, what have you. I don't know. I'm very curious about the fact that he decided to apologize for his behavior. Yeah, obviously not apologetic about what he did, but it wouldn't be a good idea for him to be apologetic about what he did because that would evidence guilt against him. So it wouldn't have been a very good idea for him to do that. But he was apologetic about his antics last week, and he decided to wear civilian clothes this time. I can only imagine that now I think he's starting to take this seriously, I guess. But with that being said, he's still asking the same asinine questions regarding the plaintiff. And it doesn't look like he's going to deviate from that. So, in the meantime, I'm going to go stretch my legs. I think I'll make my own cup of coffee here to add on to it. And yeah, stay tuned, guys. Yeah, have some BRB music. What, You want Country Roads?
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is on there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like the breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste the moonshine, teardrops in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear a voice in the morning now. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. And driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road, take me home, country road, take me home, country road, take me home, country Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is on there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like the breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste the moonshine, teardrops in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, I hear a voice in the morning now. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. And driving almost heaven. West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is on there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like the breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. All my
No.
memories.
I will not sing. I don't think we'll ever know whether or not Wisconsin is real. The old rap intro?
A pimp, not a simp. A pimp, not a simp. A pimp, not a simp. We eat so many shrimp. I got iodine partners.
My bitch a choosing lover, never fuck without a rubber. Never in the sheets like it on top of the cover. Money on the dresser, drive a compressor. Top notch hoes get the most, not the lesser. Trash like the buck for $40 in the club. Fucking up the game, bitch, it gets no love. She be cross country, giving all that she got. 1,000 a pop, I'm pulling business off the lot. I smashed up the gray one, bought me a red. Every time we hit the parking lot, we turn head. Some hoes wanna choose, but them bitches too scary. Your bitch chose me, you ain't a pimp, you a fairy.
A pimp, not a simp. A pimp, not a simp. A pimp, not a simp. We eat so many shrimp. I got iodine partners.
Baby, you been rolling so long, time to get down with the team. The grass is greener on that other side, if you know what I mean. I show you shit you never seen, the 7 wonders of the world. And I can make you the 8 if you wanna be my girl. I say my girl, I don't need my woman, that ain't my style. Need a real street stalker off a Green Mile. Piling up the paper on the dining room table, got you able to realize I'm the truth and not a people. Baby, rock your way, she say, well, keep that chiller on the rack. But I look like it's $1,000 shit up on my back. I'm $1 million man, that need $1 million bitch. Put my pimpin' in your life, watch your daddy get cheesy as ABC. Simple as 1, 2, 3. Get down with UGK, Pimp CBU with B. Cause what's a hoe with no pimp, and what's a pimp with no hoe? Don't be a lame, you know the game and how it goes. We try to get chose.
A pimp, not a simp. A pimp, not a simp. A pimp, not a simp. We eat so many shrimp. I got iodine partners.
My game even playing right now? Where's Bethesda gonna Bethesda me? Why is the game not even showing? What the hell? I don't know why the game isn't being shown. The hell? Should be.
Hand.
Oh, shit, we're back.
Teresa will swear you in.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Okay. My name is Sonia Schneider. Sonia is Sonia. Schneider is Schneider.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Officer Schneider, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
A little over 3 years now.
And were you working on the date of November 20, 2021? I'm sorry, November 21, 2021.
I was.
What were your duties that day?
My duties were to secure the parade route and then provide traffic and pedestrian control.
Were you assigned to a specific location?
Yes, I was to be the intersection of East Main Street and Northeast Avenue.
And was that your post throughout the entire event?
It was.
Do you remember about what time you arrived at that location?
I believe it was around 3 p.m.
Okay. And when you got there, what were your responsibilities? Or what did you do?
We closed down traffic from Buckley to Northeast and put up barricades.
Okay. And were you dressed in a police uniform that day?
I was dressed as I am right now.
And did you also have on a fluorescent vest?
I did.
Okay. And that lettering on that vest read police?
Yes.
Okay. At some point during the parade, was your attention drawn to a vehicle described as a red SUV?
It was.
How was your attention drawn to that vehicle?
Well, initially we heard a call come out in the area of Frame Park about a potential man-knife fight. And then shortly after, I heard radio traffic about a vehicle going through the barricades or past the barricades.
What action, if any, did you take?
I was standing next to Officer Buttran. He began to move forward, and as I observed the red SUV coming towards Officer Buttran and not stopping, I ran forward to also try to intercept the vehicle.
What did you do?
I positioned myself right in front of the SUV for about a moment and tried to direct the vehicle off to Buckley, which would be to the right of the roadway.
Okay. And you said you positioned yourself right in front of the vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
So did you go out into the roadway itself?
I stood directly in the path of the SUV, which
Okay.
was the entire right lane or north side of the streets.
Okay. And did you say anything or gesture in any fashion to the vehicle?
I was just gesturing with my hands to try to get the driver to observe me in the street.
Thanks, man.
All right. Do you remember saying anything?
Sorry, just
Yes.
for the record, the witness has put both of her hands up with the palms facing out about between waist high and chest high in a stop motion. Go ahead.
Do you remember saying anything?
I don't recall saying anything.
Now, you said your intention was to try and direct the vehicle off onto Buckley Street.
It was.
Was that a possibility from where the vehicle was located when you first saw it?
It was. The vehicle had time to slow down and make that turn.
Okay. And you said you were facing the vehicle head on, correct?
I was, I believe, if not exactly head on, at least, to the side where most of the front of my body would be facing it.
Okay. So you could see it coming, in other words.
Very clearly.
And you could see, because you were able to face the vehicle head on, you were able to see that at some point you needed to step out of the way so you yourself were not struck. Is that fair to say?
Objection. Being the witness.
Sustained, please rephrase.
As you
Oh,
stood in
wow,
the
he's
middle of the
learning.
road, facing the vehicle, did you stay in that position, officer?
I did not. I was very concerned the car was going to hit me.
So what did you do?
I jumped out of the way.
Did you make any efforts to interact with the vehicle in any way?
I believe that I had hit out at the car.
Okay. Were you able to see the driver of the car?
I was.
What did you observe about the driver of the car?
It looked to be an African American male with brown eyes and brown hair.
Did the driver of the SUV react to your presence in any way?
When I observed the driver, he had no expression on his face and he was looking straight ahead as if he was looking straight through me.
And that never changed?
No.
Did the driver of the SUV follow your direction and leave the parade route at Buckley?
No, he did not. As a matter of fact, he appeared to speed up.
Are you able to estimate speeds at this location?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
I would estimate the speed to be anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour.
Were you able to see how many people were inside the SUV as it went by you?
I couldn't see the back seat clearly, but I observed only one person in the front of the vehicle.
Okay. And that was the driver, correct?
Correct.
That you just described for us earlier.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you an item that's been marked and received as Exhibit 17. And we'll put it up on the screen in front of you first so you can take a look at it, see if you recognize it. So, for the record, we've played about the first 5 seconds or 6 seconds of the video. Do you recognize this video, Officer Schneider?
I do.
Do you see yourself in this video?
Yes.
And do you believe this is a true and accurate representation of your actions on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to publish 17, Your Honor?
Permission granted, it's previously been received.
So if you could please point out for the jury your location in Exhibit 17. You can circle on the screen if you wanted to touch screen.
This is me.
And next to you?
That's
To your
Officer.
right?
That's Officer Buttran. to my
Okay.
right.
At this point, what are you and Officer Buttran doing?
We were again providing that traffic and pedestrian control for the intersection.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and play this clip. It's 37 seconds long, and we'll just play it through, and then we can stop and ask questions if we need to, okay?
And you'll see
place that's got even more evidence behind it. So let me ask you this: who needs collagen, and what exactly is it good for? Well, first of all, let's take a quick peek at what a coenzyme is. A coenzyme is any substance in the body that's there's a car going westbound, which a chemical reaction. So free goes on respects. My escape last meal, I couldn't stop. It's going westbound. The key word: the energy that supplies your brain, your heart, your liver, your kidney.
Officer Schneider, is that consistent with your recollection of the events?
It is.
I saw in Exhibit 17 at one point you appeared to leave your post on the south side of the road and run into the road. Is that what happened?
Correct.
And the vehicle went past you then?
It did.
Excuse me, at that point, Officer Schneider, did you hear the vehicle honking its horn at all?
I never heard any honking.
Never at any point?
Never at any point.
Okay. I'd also like to show exhibit number 18, so same thing, we're going to preview it for you first before we show it for the jury, okay? So for the record, we've shown about the first 2 or 3 seconds of that clip to Officer Schneider. Officer Schneider, is exhibit 18 a true and accurate representation of your actions involving the red SUV on 11/21 of 21?
It is.
Move to admit and permission to publish 18.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection. What's the relevancy of the video?
The objection is noted, it's overruled, and exhibit 18 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Just 1 second, I want to see the counter in the corner. Can you close that? Noted, thank you. So for the record, this clip is 11 seconds in length. Officer Schneider, can you see yourself in this video at this point?
Yes.
Can you please circle yourself so the jury knows what to watch for?
Oh, right over there.
Okay. And please clear the screen. All right, we're going to play this video in its entirety now.
Oh my God! What the? Melissa! Come here!
Again, is that the moment where you ran up to the SUV and tried to stop it?
It was.
Okay. After the SUV had gone by you, at some point were you aware that individuals further down to your west had been struck by the SUV?
Yeah, there was what I would call screaming on the radio.
Police radio?
Correct.
Okay. And you didn't see the SUV actually strike anybody, correct?
I did not see that.
When you heard the screaming and heard of the report of problems to your west, what did you do?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Initially, I was just trying to, I didn't know if there was going to be another vehicle coming because we didn't know what was going on. So I was trying to get people out of the roadway, and as soon as I heard the screaming on the radio, I began making my way downtown.
Did you encounter any people with injuries?
I did. I was stopped by numerous people who said that their children had potentially been nicked. The worst one was a adolescent female that was laying in the road with her family around her.
Do you know the first name of that adolescent female?
Jessalyn.
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, your answer may have been...
It's very relevant. She's naming one of the victims.
Objection, I do not consent to that name, nor am I that person.
Noted. You may answer.
Jessalyn.
Do you know which group or unit in the parade she was with?
She was in a dance squad.
Okay. Did you attempt to render aid to Jessalyn?
I did.
Were her injuries significant?
They were.
At some point, did you go further westbound on Main Street and try and tend to more individuals?
I walked towards the direction of Mountaintop Coffee, and I was directed to stand guard over one of the deceased.
Do you know the name of that person?
I believed it was Virginia, but I learned later that she was misidentified.
Okay. Who was it that you were standing guard over?
Overruled.
I never inquired the true name of the individual that I ended up being by.
Could you tell which group or unit in the parade that deceased person was associated with?
Overruled.
She was one of the dancing grannies.
And what would be the purpose in having you stand by with a...
I have no idea, Juan, at this point. It's honestly a toss-up.
To preserve the scene.
But he did submit a list of witnesses.
Community service officer.
So presumably he is going to mount his own defense.
Thank you, Officer Schneider. I don't have any questions beyond that.
Thank you. Any cross, Mr. Brooks?
Yes. Officer Schneider. It would be fair to say from the video footage that was shown that you were standing directly next to Officer Buttran. Is that correct?
That is correct.
For any reason, would you have, being that you were so close next to him, not heard the same things that he heard?
Objection, I think that calls for speculation.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation. It's sustained. Next question.
How long before you saw the approaching vehicle?
I heard radio traffic about it going past the barricades, and I would say it was a couple seconds later that we saw it coming down the street.
Did you observe anyone being struck at that time?
I did not.
Did you observe anyone being struck after the vehicle passed you?
I did not.
Would it be fair to say from the video footage that was shown that the vehicle passed you in maybe a second, if that?
A second to 2 seconds, yes.
Do you think that would be enough time to get a clear description of who was driving the vehicle?
Yes, I do.
And why do you believe that?
Because I saw the driver very clearly.
You saw the driver very clearly in 1 second.
Yes, sir.
And do you recall if the driver had hair?
I do.
Do you recall if the driver was wearing a hat?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall anything that the driver may have been wearing?
No, I don't.
Do you recall seeing anyone in the back seat?
I couldn't see the back seat from my position.
Why could you not see the back seat?
Because there's front seats in the way.
Were there any tinting to the vehicle that you saw?
Not that I saw.
So you saw no tinted windows at all on the vehicle?
I do not recall seeing tinted windows.
Would it be fair to say from the video that there was a barricade set up at the cross street of Buckley?
She's giving him a lot of leeway.
Would it be also fair to say that you couldn't turn down Buckley Street because of the barricade?
The street was barricaded.
Could you make a turn down the street that was barricaded?
You could make a turn, but it was barricaded.
How can you make a turn on a barricaded street? How would you be able to do that?
If a vehicle were to slow down, the barricade could be moved.
So a vehicle would actually have to stop and then make the turn.
That's correct.
That's not really a good thing for you.
Law enforcement officers posted at the barricade?
On that side of the street near Buckley, we had a reserve officer, I believe.
Do you recall if any one of those officers or officer attempted to stop the vehicle?
I couldn't tell you about that.
Was there any report of the officer that was standing at that barricade to stop the vehicle?
Again, I couldn't tell you about that.
So to the best of your knowledge, only you and Officer Buttran attempted to stop the vehicle?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And there were other officers present?
The other individual who was present is not a sworn patrol officer.
Were they law enforcement?
No, they're considered a reserve officer.
Were they wearing any gear that may have identified them as an officer?
I don't recall what that officer or that reserve officer was wearing.
Can we show exit 17 again? Or exhibit 17.
You want it published or just shown to the witness?
I want it shown to the witness.
Permission granted.
Actually, can we show it to the whole court?
Permission granted, it's been received.
Well, before you play it, can you pause it? Before you play it, would it be fair to say that at that intersection that has the red light facing towards the camera, that there is, in fact, someone who appears to be law enforcement standing right there?
Objection vague.
Yeah.
Grounds. Can you,
Rephrase.
would it be fair to say that someone standing at that intersection that appears to be wearing the same police vest attire that you are wearing?
Objection vague.
I don't know where he's pointing at. I see two officers here.
Mr. Brooks can use the touch screen on his monitor as well, correct?
Correct. I'm gonna overrule the objection. I think what he was asking is clear enough, so he may answer.
There is an individual on the Buckley side of the intersection wearing a high-res traffic vest.
Is it similar in any way to the vest that you are wearing?
It appears to be so, yes.
Wait, this one?
So would it be fair to say that the appearance of them wearing the same attire as you, that they would be easily identified as law enforcement?
I would go so far as to say that they would be at least highly visible to people, yes.
Would someone who's not in the law enforcement field possibly for any reason mistake them as law enforcement?
Possibly, yes.
Can you play it just for a couple of seconds so we can get a clear look at the individual that I'm referring to?
Exactly how many seconds, Mr. Brooks?
I don't consent to being called that name, but 2, maybe 2 or 3 seconds.
You can pause at the 3-second mark, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Can you go back a second?
Judge, it's not possible to jump back in 1 second increments.
Go back to the beginning, please.
Right there.
Ask your question.
So that one right there is what he's talking about.
Do you know that individual right there?
I don't recall who that was, no.
Did you see them at any time attempt to stop the vehicle or redirect the vehicle?
I did not observe that myself, no.
You can take the exhibit down.
You're done with this exhibit?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can take it down, madam.
Can you put up exhibit 18 for the court?
You just want this presented, not played at this moment? Just confirming with you.
I'm probably gonna play it too.
We'll get it up first.
For the entire court.
For the record, exhibit 18 is on the screens. Do you want it played, Mr. Brooks? Or do you have a question at this point?
Richard,
Play, Your Honor. If I'm
state predicts that they're going to rest their
Yes,
case
All right, permission granted.
by Thursday afternoon or Friday morning.
Pause it right there. Would it be fair to say that that was just a horn that was heard?
No, I don't hear a horn.
You don't hear a horn.
I do not hear a horn.
Can we start that from the beginning?
Sure.
For the record, Mr. Brooks.
When did you have the
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, Your Honor, nor do I identify by that name.
The defendant has asked the video to be stopped. It was stopped at 4 seconds in. He's requested that it be replayed. Are you going to have the whole thing replayed, or do you want it stopped again at 4 seconds?
Maybe around this same point.
I'll wait till you say stop then.
Okay.
We'll make a record of it. Go ahead.
Oh my God!
Pause it.
What the?
Would it be fair to say that that was not just a horn that was heard on this video?
I will stick with my original answer on that.
I could barely tell whether or not that was a horn from a marching band or a horn from a car.
On this video that was being played?
It could be both at best. I couldn't tell.
And for the record, it was stopped at 6 seconds.
So would it be any reason that anyone else would have heard a horn?
That's the speculation.
Objection, speculation.
There you go.
Grounds.
Sustained calls for speculation on the part of this witness.
Did you at any time get a chance to read the report by Officer Buttran, who was standing right next to you during this event?
I did not read his report.
Did you have any conversation with him about what he may have observed or heard that evening?
Can you clarify what you mean?
Did you have any conversation with Officer Buttran about what he may have observed or heard on that evening?
I believe that the evening that later, after everything had calmed down, we had talked for a little bit.
Did he state to you that he had heard a horn beeping at any time during your conversation?
Objection, hearsay, move to strike
Grounds.
question.
Grounds.
It is hearsay.
Oh. Sustained calls for hearsay.
Do you recall what the conversation was about when you talked that evening?
I can't recall specifics, no.
Did you in any way talk about what had happened that evening at the parade?
Yeah, it would be about the parade, but I can't, again, tell you specifics of what we talked about.
You don't recall?
I've already answered that.
But you're sure that you had some talks about what you may have seen?
Objection, repetitive.
Grounds.
Asked and answered.
Oh my fucking God. They're saying the grounds for it when they object.
Just so we're clear for the record, from your recollection, would it be fair to say that Officer Buttran saw the approaching vehicle before you did?
Objection,
Grounds.
speculation.
Grounds.
Sustained calls for speculation on the part of this witness. Next question.
At what point did you see the vehicle? Once it was past Officer Buttran or before it had passed him?
I saw the vehicle coming from the White Rock location, so it was before the vehicle had even approached Officer Buttran's location.
Any reason why you didn't move to attempt to stop the vehicle when Officer Buttran did?
Yes, we oftentimes in our line of work have people, meaning no ill will, just disregard police barricades and other things. So initially I didn't know if the vehicle was being driven by somebody that was just simply distracted or lost or senile. I had no idea.
So it would be fair to say that at the time you had no idea what was going on with the vehicle and why it was there.
Thank you, and Patrol, for the 449 pounds for chat.
At the time, what I knew was that someone had radioed that a car had disregarded our barricades to keep the parade route closed off.
And you heard this on the radio, correct?
On police radio, yes.
So did you hear a car or did you hear an SUV?
I don't recall the exact words that were used. It was a vehicle.
Would it be fair to say that you just said that you heard a car over the radio?
I don't recall the exact words.
Would it be fair to say that it is extremely hard to compare a car with an SUV?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
That's
Sustained.
argumentative, yeah.
Question.
Would you ever mistake a car in an SUV?
Objection, argumentative.
Objection.
Overruled. She may answer.
I think I'm pretty good at knowing the difference.
So when you heard the radio call, were you expecting a car or SUV?
I was expecting a vehicle, red in color, to be coming my direction.
Would it be fair to say that you, before it didn't state the color of the vehicle that you were expecting?
I think the question's vague, Your Honor, as
Objection,
to
grounds.
when she may or may
Grounds.
not.
Mr. Brooks, hold on.
She's giving the grounds, you dick.
Question's vague as to when she may or may not have indicated the color of the car, Your Honor.
Grounds.
My God.
I'll
He's
sustain
an
the
idiot.
objection. Please rephrase. It's sustained.
Thank you, Gia, for the $9.99 super chat.
At any time during the radio report, was there any report of the color of the vehicle?
No, I don't think so. Right up your alley.
In the report that you heard?
They
on the
don't.
radio?
They don't have grounds for that.
The exact color of the vehicle over the radio, I do not recall hearing. I know that I saw a red SUV coming from White Rock.
Would it be fair to say that you heard the radio call before you saw the vehicle?
Absolutely, I heard it before I saw it.
So would it be fair to say that you couldn't have known what the color of the vehicle would be and what vehicle was being referred to?
She saw it with her own eyes.
There was only one vehicle on the parade route, from what I saw.
Were there any radio reports that the vehicle had struck anyone at that time that you heard?
No, I didn't hear anyone say that the vehicle had struck anyone.
Was there any reports at that time over the radio that you heard of a description of who may have been driving the vehicle?
From what I recall from the radio,
No, I don't
they said
recall
they
a
bit distinct.
description coming
I
out
can't
over the
recall
radio
exactly, but they said it was
prior to
red,
seeing
and that it was being driven by a black male. I remember them specifying
fair to say that the radio
the race of
report is pretty
the
vague?
race and gender of the male of the driver.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Were there any reports that you know of, rather by radio or from people who were present in your area that you were, that they may have heard honking from the vehicle that approached?
Objection, speculation.
Grounds.
Overruled. The way it was phrased, he asked if she had any information, so she may answer.
I don't have any information about honking.
Can you recall about what time you saw the approaching vehicle?
I don't know the exact time, no.
Were you injured in any way by the vehicle?
I was not injured.
So it would be fair to say that you haven't filed a claim in this matter, correct?
Oh no.
Relevant.
Fuck.
Grounds.
me.
Overruled. She may answer.
I have not filed a claim for this.
No, she hasn't.
So it would be also fair to state that you are not an injured party in this matter.
No, she's not.
Objection asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Asked and answered. No injured party.
Could you state for the record who subpoenaed you to testify in this matter today?
Here we go. Get ready, guys. The standard
The state.
line of questioning we're used to already.
Exactly.
Who is the plaintiff? Do you know the
The state
plaintiff,
of
etc.,
Wisconsin?
etc., etc., etc.?
To the best of your knowledge, being in law enforcement for some time, have you ever had any interaction with the state whatsoever?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant, vague.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you physically talk to the state about testifying here this morning?
Objection,
Grounds.
vague and irrelevant.
Grounds.
He keep.
You mean to
They
ask
did
her
to the
if
ground,
she
you
spoke
dumb
with the
fuck.
DA's
Okay,
office?
I gotta calm
Did
down.
you speak to the plaintiff?
Sustained.
I gotta calm down because this is getting on my nerves with the way he keeps on saying grounds, even though they just said the grounds for the objection.
Objection, irrelevant.
Ground.
Sustained. Next question.
Have you read the complaint in this matter? To your recollection?
I have, I believe I've skimmed it over. I haven't read it in its entirety.
Would it be any reason why you didn't read the complaint in its entirety?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Did you have any idea that you may be called to testify in this matter?
I did see it as a possibility, yes.
So it'd be fair to say that if you knew that it was a possibility that you may be called to testify, would it be fair to say that it would be best to acquire all the knowledge that you can acquire before testifying?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's gonna say how that she's influenced her testimony to try and perfect it in preparation for the
Are you
trial.
aware that all police departments are funded by the state of Wisconsin?
No, they're not.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant
Sustained.
and also incorrect.
If you weren't testifying here this morning, would you be on duty?
Yes, I would be.
Is that why you came in uniform?
Yes, it is.
So it'd be fair to say that right now you're on the clock,
Yes, I am.
being paid by whom?
I'm probably gonna get my heart rate monitor on lunch
City
break.
of Waukesha.
Is the city of Waukesha in the state of Wisconsin?
God damn it. Yes, it
Yes,
is.
it is.
And who funds the Waukesha Police Department?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Objection relevant.
Sustained.
During your attempt to stop the vehicle, do you recall the vehicle trying to strike anyone?
I did not see the vehicle deviating in any way, no.
Do you recall it trying to strike anyone?
I think it's
That,
asked and
I think that's
answered.
asked and answered.
By you saying that you didn't see the vehicle deviate, can you clarify for the record what that means, in your opinion?
When I saw the vehicle coming towards my direction, it was driving in a straight line.
So would it be fair to say that that does not clarify what you mean by deviate?
Objection.
It's argumentative, sustained.
To the best, as far as you recall, you didn't see or hear that the vehicle has struck anyone. That be fair to say?
That's been asked and answered, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Oh my God, I gotta calm down.
Do you know of any cross streets before you attempted to stop the vehicle that may have been barricaded?
We had barricades up in the area of White Rock Avenue. I wasn't up there at any point in time, so I couldn't give you the exact location of every barricade.
But you do know that there were pretty much barricades throughout the parade route. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, we needed to secure it.
Do you know of any attempts to stop the vehicle before it came to the area that you were in?
Well, I personally observed Officer Buttran attempt to stop the vehicle.
Do you know of any attempts to stop the vehicle before the vehicle approached your area?
Based on the radio traffic I heard, it sounded like officers had attempted at that time, but I didn't see it, so I couldn't say for certain.
So it would be fair to say that you don't recall?
Objection, that's not
Grounds.
fair to say, Your Honor. It's a
Grounds.
misstatement of her testimony.
True it is.
Sustained. It mischaracterizes the testimony.
Yep.
So to the best of your knowledge, Officer Buttran was the first person that you observed attempting to stop the vehicle,
That's correct.
and then yourself,
That is correct.
with no injuries.
Can you clarify, please?
You, Officer Buttran, or you were not injured in your attempt to stop the vehicle.
I believe that's correct.
You believe that was correct?
I don't recall Buttran complaining of any injuries, so I couldn't say for certain.
Were you yourself injured?
I have already answered that.
Skim through the complaint for this matter. Would that be fair to say?
Objection, asked and answered. We need to move on to a new topic, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained.
God.
Asked and answered. Need a new topic,
What?
Mr. Brooks, under 90611. I'm directing you to move on.
I'm just trying to find out what would be the reason not to read the whole complaint. That's all.
Completely irrelevant, Your Honor.
So, grounds.
There's no question.
The grounds t-shirt. Thank you.
Did you hear of any incident at Frame Park?
Objection, asked and answered.
I didn't ask this week.
Overruled. She may answer.
I don't think he asked that
I did
question to
answer
her.
that earlier in my testimony.
Did he? I can't remember.
Okay.
Please.
I heard that there was a man knife call, is how it came out, potentially in Frame Park.
At any point that evening, did you follow up on that report?
I I did not.
Do you, to the best of your knowledge, do you know if, are you aware of any officer following up on that report?
The officers that were dispatched to that call, of which I don't recall who they were, would have been in charge of that.
Did you learn any information about a knife being found?
I did not.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall any domestic dispute coming over the radio?
What point in time?
The evening during the parade, November 21st.
I don't recall specifically the terms domestic being used over the radio in any way, no.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall a vehicle being found on Maple Street?
Yes, I do recall.
Did you respond there directly, or do you know if, well, let me take that back. Did you respond there directly?
No, I did not.
Do you recall what that report was saying over the radio?
Objection vague.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question. It's also beyond the scope of the direct exam. Unless you have information she was involved in that. Mr. Brooks, move on.
And what would you estimate the speed was of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't recall asking the speed.
This witness has answered about speed multiple times, but if you want her to state it again, overruled. You may answer.
I said approximately 30 to 40 miles per hour.
To the best of your knowledge, would there be any reason why an officer standing right next to you would not estimate it at that speed?
Objection. Argumentative.
Grounds.
It's argumentative and it calls for speculation on the part of this witness, so it's sustained.
Do you know of any officers that was in your vicinity that gave a speed estimate of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained.
No more further questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Very briefly, Officer Schneider, on cross-examination, you told Mr. Brooks that you saw the driver of the vehicle quite clearly. Do you remember that?
Objection. I do not consent to being called that name, and I would respectfully ask not to be identified with an unknown individual.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead. Hang on.
Do you see the driver of the red SUV in the courtroom here today, Officer Schneider?
Objection. Hearsay.
Oh, here we go.
Overruled. She may answer.
I'd ask Mr. Brooks be directed to remove his mask so that Officer Schneider can identify him, please.
Objection. I never heard an answer to the question.
It has not been answered. Mr. Brooks, please remove your mask. Thank you.
Officer Schneider, is the driver of the red SUV that you've just described for this jury present in this courtroom today?
Objection.
Yes.
That's not hearsay.
By where he's seated and what he's wearing.
He is seated over here at the table wearing a gray suit.
That's the man you saw driving the red SUV as it sped past you?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
On the issue of identification only, do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes, I do. You did state that you saw the driver of the vehicle and the driver had hair, and you stated brown eyes and brown hair, correct?
That is what I said.
Recross.
You also stated that you can see somewhat what they was wearing by a hat or...
That's incorrect. I did not say that.
So you were able to see the driver of the vehicle's entire head?
I was able to see hair, which is what I have said previously.
Would it be fair to say that the alleged defendant that you just identified on the record for the court does not have hair?
Oh my fucking god. Of
You have
course.
shaved your head. Yeah.
Would it be fair
Oh.
to say that you have
Oh,
not
Lord.
seen the alleged defendant shave his head?
Objection. Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer. I presume you mean the act of.
The act of.
No, she did not
Him actively shaving.
actively see him shave his
Would it be
head.
fair to say that, to the best of your knowledge, you do not know, in fact, if the alleged defendant shaved his head?
I am looking at the individual who was driving the SUV, and he now has a shaved head.
There we
That
go.
doesn't answer the question.
It does.
It does answer the question.
And you stated eye color, correct?
Fucking laughing because he's like, this is bullshit. He really thinks that this is what's going to save him?
I cannot.
I shaved my beard, shaved my head. There's no way I could be the same person. Or they could positively identify me. That's his angle.
May this witness be excused, Your Honor?
She may.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to take our lunch break now. I have information that the lunch for the jurors will be up in about 10 minutes. So rather than start a witness, just to take a break around that time, we'll take our lunch now. It will be at least an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, but I'd ask the parties be back in an hour.
All right.
And also advise the jury and Mike and Pete what time I need them back. All right, thank you, everyone.
Definitely time for lunch for me. It's 12:30. Again, we're not stopping, but when I come back, I mean, Mandy, you don't have to be here the whole freaking time. If you gotta do things, go ahead and do them. Jeez. I'm going to get lunch myself. I'll be back, and I'm gonna see if I can get freaking Fallout working. And we can place a little bit of that until the lunch break is over with. So, all right, people. In the meantime.
All right, thank you. We are in recess. Let's have the parties back at 12:35. We can address any issues outside the presence of the jury if need be. Otherwise, be prepared for your next witness from the state. Thank you, everyone.
All right, I'll be back. Live stream is still going.
Delete law.
Damn it. I don't know why it's not showing up on screen. Not having anything feet related. Hold on. Why would you ask? I guess it does really, I have to capture the, well, I need to eat. Let's actually do that. I'll put something on for us to watch in the meantime, though. Fight it, Chuck E. Cheese. Uh-oh.
Still active.
The fight's still active? Oh no.
What's going on? Who's involved? Who?
I just walked out. It's the guy in the orange. He ain't do nothing. He ain't do that's all.
Come here. Come here. Just talk to me. What happened?
Our family got into a fight. What you mean?
What fight?
Family got into a fight.
Who? Who got into a fight?
Yo, people got into a fight. People got pushed on the table.
You got pushed?
Screaming.
Okay.
He gets to trying to come running out. And he hit him first.
Okay, okay. Come here, come here, come here.
Cause I seen it.
Why don't you come over here for me? We'll talk to you. All right? All right, they're still going at it. All right, what's your first name?
Tyron K. Butler.
Okay, can you tell me what happened?
Our family got into it.
Over what? Do you know?
We don't know. We was sitting down. We got
Okay.
pushed on the day table. They told us
You were sitting down over there.
we got pushed to their table. They told us they got kids. He get to get me in my son's face.
Okay.
And that's how I went. And he said, we didn't even mean to, though. You know?
Okay, so who pushed who?
They pushed me. And then
Which one? Which one?
with the hat.
The dude with the hat pushed you. Did you
swing on him?
When they got to pushing each other back.
Okay, okay, who was all involved in the pushing?
It was a group of people.
It was just a group? All right. Okay. Okay. Do you have your ID on you? No. Okay, you're the one that can give the most information to me. What two females started fighting first?
They're gone.
Both of them are...
Yo, I just told y'all, the rest of the party that started all this shit then got up out of here.
Was the one chick wearing white with pink cornrows or braids? White shirt, pink braid, like pink...
Oh, he's talking about Talisa. No, Talisa had nothing
involved. Okay.
She came out of happened.
Got it. Okay. But the two that actually started it are gone. And now, was that both one from your side, one from their side? Or...
No, it was our family.
It was my family fighting against my family.
Got
at the table.
Okay.
They didn't have
And now,
nothing to
you
do
have to understand, I'm getting like 3 or 4 different stories.
They didn't have nothing to do with this.
Okay.
We sitting at the table. Family got in an argument about the numbers on the food.
Yeah.
They gave the food to the wrong person. My cousin get mad, get to calling us broke. But we're family. Why are you arguing with your family?
I got you.
And the patient ended up turning into a fight
And then how did Ferrante and
the table failed from them fighting, and me and my son and all of us were sitting at the table. They knocked over to their shit. They came and said we ruined their baby's party and stopped and pushed my son, and that's how it started.
Got it. That's how the punches started.
Yeah, it was nothing with them. We never had a problem with them from get-go.
Okay. I got you.
But I understand them, but it wasn't our fault. Look at us.
I get it.
We got pushed over to their shit.
We're just hearing...
We didn't mean to ruin your shit.
No,
real life.
we just hear like 3 or 4 different stories, and now we're trying to combine them all. You get what I'm saying? All right. Did we start telling them that they can go?
That was supposed to find out from Chuck E. Cheese what they wanted to do.
Got it. I got you. All right. Well, there's story number 5.
Okay.
Yeah, that one chick? Yeah. I think she actually walked away. I think.
Are you guys all in one party here? Is that what's going on? You guys are all one group? Okay. This dude behind me is the issue?
No, I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Because he started talking shit.
Are you?
Don't show me no badge. I'm not scared of that.
Are you with them?
I'll
You gotta understand we're trying to get everybody's side of the story, okay? Do me a favor and listen to me. Don't flaunt her badge. Because, listen to me. Listen to me. Nobody gives a shit about our badges nowadays. I'm not saying you, I'm talking about everybody else. All that's gonna do is ass people up. Makes sense? I'm just saying.
Did I say anybody other than you?
I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm just saying too. I just showed it to you. That's all I said.
Right, but that has no bearing on anything that's happened here at all. Zero.
And every other witness.
Zero.
Hey, sir, whatever you got.
Robert Zero 59625. Robert Zero 59625. Tom Davis 763-291. Tom Davis.
I have no idea what's happening.
All I'm hearing is that the other group pushed them first, and then they all got into it.
Can somebody calmly talk to me and tell me what's going on? Because I'm in charge right now, and I would like to figure it out. I'm just getting yelled at by everybody. I just want to figure out what's going on. The family being, you guys are in this.
They gone.
Okay.
They just started shit and now they're gone. Yeah, they left.
Who did they start stuff with? You guys or each other?
Family against family.
Okay.
This is how it got started. We got all these numbers. We got about 7 of these on our table. I guess my cousin and this girl came yesterday and they gave somebody their food. So today they ordered it. She said they waited for an hour for their food. You feel what I'm saying? So they got an attitude, get to talking shit about the rest of our family, calling us broke. So you know what I'm saying? So then push came, argument against the family, type shit. Then it started the fighting. Now we all sitting at the table, my son, and I'm sitting over there, all of us at the table. We get pushed until they say we doing their baby's party, and then that one man came up and pushed my son. Well, of course.
Okay. But that incident wasn't related to your family. That second gentleman.
They came over there. They came over to my rebound and I mean, y'all feel some type of way of shit going on with your family, man. And he pushed my son, grabbed my son. I said, we didn't mean to ruin y'all stuff, but somebody pushed us.
So your family starts bickering. Yeah. This other group gets involved out of nowhere. Okay.
This is such a nightmare. I can't imagine how you can figure all this shit out.
Swung on who? I know, but who did he swing at? This man, okay.
The white guy swung.
This dude over here. Okay.
He swung first.
You said people were gone, so I just wanted to make sure that. Okay.
The other side of the family is gone.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. I'm sorry.
Now the family that started is gone. The rest of our family members is gone.
Okay, so these two are the ones that are involved from the two separate parties. And you guys aren't concerned about your own family. That's over and done. Okay.
They know they started shit. They up out of here.
Okay.
They just started this whole thing and got up out of here.
Okay.
So they.
What's that?
The dude who started it, this family, took off right at arrival.
What's that dude say?
He didn't want pressure. This guy in the face, he didn't want pressure charges.
So they won't do anything now. We're kicking everybody out.
As far as I know.
Perfect.
The only one that wants something to be done, and she's a prosecutor, and she's a mandated.
Well, then she can call her own office and follow up later on because we have conflicting stories. So find out with Chuck E. Cheese what they want to do with everybody. If they want everybody out, we'll start working them out. Fair enough? Okay, yeah, I'm hearing 3 different stories. And that's where we're at. So he's seeing if they want everybody out, we're gonna get everybody out. Okay. And then they can follow up with the prosecutor's office later on. Because I've yet to get an accurate story as far as what's going on. So
I'll go get him. No, the one's getting checked out now, and the male is still out there. Yeah.
Oh, man. No, they don't, Kojak.
Sheriff's Office.
Yep, how you doing?
Doing all right. You were doing 60 down to 35.
Okay.
You got your
Damn.
insurance?
I'm looking it up for you.
Okay,
You
thank
can go run my license while I get it. I have to go online and get it.
You're fine, ma'am. You don't have to be snotty.
I'm not. I take medication and I have ADHD and
What is having ADHD means you should be excused for going 25 over? Damn.
you see my medical records. Do you want me to pull those up too?
No, ma'am. 12 months on that services.
Allegedly, 25 over.
Status 15, check by OL.
But guys, if you want to leave, I will ping everybody in Discord when the trial resumes or comes back after lunch.
Here's your license back. You still live on
which is, again, another excuse for you to join my Discord.
Okay, phone number for you. Due to the speed, you are getting a ticket for this. The court date will be on the 26th.
How much does it cost? I can waive it.
And you do not have to appear. Signature right here. It's not an admittance of guilt. It's just a being advised there with this ticket. $1,200. I'm good here, Summit. As far as the cost, I am unaware of what that will be.
What city is this?
This is considered Chamberlain, where I got you Twinsburg.
It's a
The township.
a networking platform.
Stockport, circled on the back.
It basically has chat rooms, forums, but it's dedicated to my channel. So on my channel, you can talk about anything. We have various topics on the Discord, various about the stream, sovereign citizens.
Oh, not bad.
Sports ball.
See how fast you're going?
No, but I know you got me for speeding.
Okay, why don't you take a guess about how fast?
Maybe 50, 60 miles an hour.
50, 60?
Maybe, I have no idea.
Let's try 91.
Holy shit!
91 miles an hour. Are you the owner of the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
That is my driver's license
Okay.
because they still haven't sent it to me in the mail.
Okay.
And I've been trying to get a hold of Columbus and I've been getting the runaround for it.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I have I have a PA license in my pocket, but that's what they issued me.
I mean, you don't have to sit in Discord all day. The point of Discord is because
Obviously, you're getting some citations.
I'm still live.
All right. Any reason why
I can ping people on Discord to let them know, and it sent them a notification that the trial is resumed. That's all I'm saying here.
Do you have proof of insurance with you?
Not on.
There you go. You have insurance. Okay. Okay, you're going to need to take that to court with you. $1,200 services.
That sucks, Doug.
Time of stop, please. 621. If you would, fax the owner's OO information along with the 7 information to the 12 office, please.
Oh, my bad. I had the volume down.
Okay, you have a court date on the 19th of this month, okay? That'll be a week from this coming Friday. You're being charged with obviously the speed, reckless op, and no seatbelt.
Okay.
All right? I need to get make sure you take insurance with you too, because if not, they're automatically going to suspend it. I need a phone number for you, please. Cleveland, Cuyahoga County. Okay, at the X, I need a signature that's not admittance of guilt. That's stating that you're receiving a copy of citation and you've been explained to court date. Were you heading to work?
Yeah.
Where you work at? You got any questions for me, partner?
No, sir.
All right, on the back of here, I'm putting a check next to Stowe Court. There's the address. Court date is on the very top.
All right.
All right?
Thank you.
Slow it down, man. I mean, I could be towing the car for that.
I know. Thank you.
All right?
All right.
Drive safe. I make this turn and I get about 500 feet and I see this thing coming. It looked like a chopper coming.
We can rewatch this highlight.
Do you remember what you can recall?
Do I remember if I can recall?
Do you remember the disturbance you recall?
Yes, I do.
Would you state what that is? What that was, rather?
I heard a horn beeping, and then a Ford Escape came through the parade route, and you drove past me and wouldn't stop, and you continued driving into the parade route.
Who is you?
Daryl Brooks, the defendant, seated at the table.
Let the record reflect that I do not identify by that name, nor do I know anybody by that name.
Your objection is noted.
So, you heard a horn beeping?
Yes.
Was it coming from the vehicle that you tried to stop?
I believe that it was.
You stated that you've been in law enforcement for 25 years. That's a long time. So it would be fair to say that you operate a motor vehicle pretty much every day. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, I operate a motor vehicle almost every day.
And would it be also fair to say that you would only beep your horn in a motor vehicle if you were trying to alert someone to your presence?
I think that could be a fair statement.
Would it be also fair that you would beep your horn to avoid any danger?
There could be many reasons why a person is beeping their horn.
Would one of those reasons be to avoid danger?
It could be, yes.
I think Court TV had restarting the stream at 1:30, so in about it's less than 10 minutes.
Recall if you were able to see who was operating the vehicle you attempted to stop?
Yes, I was.
And can you recall a description of the operator of the vehicle you attempted to stop?
He was light-skinned, black male. He had some light facial hair.
Is that all you recall?
That is what I recall.
Do you recall what they were wearing?
No, I do not.
So you were able to get a description of how the operator of the vehicle looked, but not what they were wearing?
That is correct.
Do you recall how fast the vehicle was going at the time you attempted to stop it?
I believe the vehicle was going about 3 to 5 miles an hour when I tried to stop the vehicle, and it continued on past me.
Would it be fair to say that 3 to 5 miles an hour is not very fast?
I think it's very fast when you're in a parade route, when there's hundreds of people marching in the road and a police officer is standing in front of your car, pounding on the hood, trying to get the vehicle to stop. I'd say that that's too fast. Any speed is too fast on a parade route when you have all those people in the roadway. Cars should not have been there.
Wow.
That was
damn.
But thanks for the commentary.
Detective Casey, please just answer his questions.
Thank
Attorney
you,
Hawkinson will
Uncle
proceed
Stafford,
to redirect
for the membership.
Would it be fair to say that that's not a very fast speed?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
All right, what is this? Oh, wait, wrong button. I have 5 minutes left. Let me try and find
So, you've probably heard about Japanese men marrying digital girls from anime, right? If not, go look at an article I linked in the description, it's interesting. Anyway, this is all happening across the world, but with an animal you wouldn't really expect. This animal is everyone's
Thank you,
favorite,
some
the
old dude, for the 5
These
gifted
creatures are
memberships.
slowly taking the hearts of women, and by 2050, it is estimated that 69% of all women will be married or in a romantic relationship with a bearded dragon. Welcome to Knowledge Base. You know the saying, a dog's the best man's friend? Yeah, so a bearded dragon is a woman's best friend. The whole history of why this is something I'll explain in another video, the history of bearded dragons, so for now we're just gonna stay focused on bearded dragons' love life with women. There are many, many reasons why women like bearded dragons. Number 1, women like their chalk. Look at this fine bearded dragon. Girls like that. These lizards' fatness leads us right into the next reason.
I'm feeling slightly uncomfortable.
They all like to cuddle. According to an eyewitness account by Waukesha Jalamanama, her bearded dragon would cuddle up to her, and she eventually fell in love because of this. Women like cuddles, and some guys just aren't into that, but bearded dragons are.
Okay, I think I've seen enough here. I'm not. Okay. All right, hold on. Oh my God, no. Australia does not exist. We've already confirmed that. I don't think it would change much. I mean, an attorney probably might be able to go with the angle of eliminating intent to try and get those charges, pushed down, but that's still not going to help him get out of prison anytime soon.
With all of the drama that was going on,
How would I grade this pro se defendant?
TwitchCon to be a war
A jackass,
battlefield of blood,
but
guts, tears,
like
mangled,
slightly better than other sovereign citizens I've seen, but that's honestly not really saying much at all.
In fact, a lot of the bridges that were burnt and all of that drama have been repaired. Now, who knows if they've been repaired with bubblegum and duct tape, or if they're genuinely okay with each other now and friends going forward.
So Twitch is continuing to self-destruct.
Something that's developed at TwitchCon that nobody expected. A fucking death trap. A goddamn booby trap, like something wily.
If you didn't know before, Twitch is currently on its way out, or they seem to make decisions that seem to think it's going to happen.
I'm blanking on the name of it, so I'm going to sound like a fucking idiot trying to describe it. But it's those raised platforms above a foam pit where you have like pushing utensils to push your friend off into the foam pit. And
Griggsy, even with an attorney in Wisconsin doesn't like plea deals, he'll do jury trial on the harshest charges. Yes, Twitch, the whole platform is ridiculous.
I'm sure all of you have seen these before. I remember playing on these bad boys back in elementary school during field days, so they've been around for a long time, they're tried and true, and they've always just been good, safe fun. But unfortunately at TwitchCon, it seems the organizers really skimped on the amount of foam necessary to cushion a real fall, because a streamer named Adriana Chechik broke her back in 2 places jumping into the foam pit.
And no! Oh!
Great victory there.
Oh. No, she's not okay.
She's held down by the pitfall. Medic! No, she's fine.
Alright, we'll make sure she's okay. Get her out of the pit.
Landed on her tailbone.
Yeah.
Now she lives in the pit now, kind of thing.
It's supposed to have the backing of Amazon, and they keep on making some really dumb decisions.
Like that episode in iCarly where Gibby jumps off the ceiling, hits the concrete, and bounces a little bit, which was a real stunt performed by a real stuntman who shattered all of his ribs doing that. So this is a pretty brutal injury here, and she had to go to the ER, and she's now getting surgery in order to put a rod in her back in order to help support it. So an absolute life-changing injury experienced here. And she wasn't the only one. Another streamer dislocated her knee in the pit, and then the person she went there with, EddieBot, the person who fell before her, also experienced back pain, but no like permanent injury from that. I'm sure everyone knows this, but I want to vocalize it again. Back injuries last pretty much forever, or at least they can. Even like minor ones will always kind of rear their ugly head from time to time. I remember a few years back now, I had like some kind of like little bruise or something on my L4. I couldn't sit right without it hurting. I couldn't like climb upstairs without my ass just hurting. And that was just like a little baby boo-boo on my back, and that lasted for months. Had to get PT for it. Had to get physical therapy for like a tiny little back injury. And of course, you can always read about the people that have lifelong chronic back pain just from like really simple stuff like sitting in a chair the wrong way for too long, or like the classic prank of pulling a chair out from under someone and the person falls and then has like some kind of disc contusion or like slips a disc or something. And those injuries, they don't ever fully go away. So this, I have no doubt, will have a long-lasting effect on the rest of her life. So it really is like a pretty serious thing. Just a really unfortunate situation, and I don't think this was a Twitch booth. As I understand, this was a completely separate booth from another organization that was just at TwitchCon. And it seems like they really just didn't know how to do this properly, because this just doesn't seem up to code at all. This cannot be the regulation amount of foam required in these pits. because it looks like there's only like 2 layers of foam cubes there. They just like sprinkled them in like breadcrumbs, and then at the bottom of it just seems like it's a fucking slab of concrete. Pure, unapologetic, unforgiving concrete at the bottom. It doesn't seem like there's any kind of cushioned pad there, which is just wild to me. But what's even goofier is the 0 IQ takes I've seen on Twitter about this, blaming Adriana Chechik, saying it's her fault that she got injured. She did it to herself. She should have known better than jumping into the foam pit. Like, you absolute brain-dead troglodyte. It's a foam pit. The entire purpose is to cushion a fall. They're common at, like, trampoline parks, carnivals, like I mentioned in school for field days and shit like that. I have done exactly what she's done, cannonballing into foam pits with no injuries to show for it. I've flipped into foam pits with no injuries to show for it. Even McDonald's, like, their ball pits are probably lighter to land on than this foam pit at TwitchCon. Like, the whole purpose is it is supposed to be there to cushion your fall.
Oh, really?
Something like this, a catastrophic injury, doesn't happen. You are supposed to be able to jump into them.
Grixie, I didn't know that.
It's not a foam pit. It's a foam puddle.
What?
And
Fix
I
my
don't think
mic
that
volume.
information was relayed to the competitors here that took part in this activity. It's not an actual, like, 3 feet, 4 feet deep foam pit at all. You can tell by looking at other videos from the event, when people are walking around in the foam pit, the foam cubes barely make it to the...
All right, how about now?
So it's not very deep to begin with. So it's not
better?
even a deep foam pit, thus you shouldn't be jumping in it, yes, but no one's going to know that just by looking at it, because we're all trained to see a foam pit and expect it to be like an actual real foam pit where it is up to code.
Getting the volume, I'm sorry.
It. But this one is not. This is like some bootleg shit that was just shoddily thrown together and is genuinely unsafe because there are multiple injuries that have occurred here, and yet for some reason they kept it open even after the injuries. It's not her fault this happened. She expected it to be like an actual deep foam pit, which it was not. And a lot of people have asked me why I didn't go to TwitchCon. Well, it's because they're trying to kill you out there, it seems. It's unsafe to be there. That's not the real reason. I just don't go to conventions or anything, and I'm certainly not fucking flying to San Diego or wherever this is to go to it. I'm afraid of flying in the first place. I'm not flying out there. And especially to be around like a ton of people, which I don't even like doing in the first place, I'm not going. But now the cherry on top is these dangerous, life-threatening booths out here. Like, what's next door, I wonder? The catch an arrow out of midair booth or something? Like, good lord. You know, it's just... I'm sure TwitchCon is a lot of fun, and this is just a really unfortunate circumstance here, but come the fuck on. This is so easily preventable if you just had more foam. Just be safer with it. And especially at TwitchCon.
I agree. All right, let's see if we're back in action.
Supposed to fill out that box. If I wasn't supposed to fill out that box, it was the same thing with the date. That's why I kind of left that blank, because I was unsure of what I was supposed to do. I was just kind of filling out what made sense to me to fill out as the person that would be wanting the subpoena served. So I'm not understanding what I did wrong.
Well, first of all, you do need to include the case caption. Whether you agree with it or not, sir, that is the case caption in this case, so
What
it
is
should...
the case caption? I'm not sure what the case caption is. I was basically writing the Waukesha parade case because, I mean, the only time I've ever been referred to anything with caption is sort of like when you take a picture on social media or something and it has caption, and you kind of just refer to whatever the picture is
Sir,
about.
do you know some of the legal documents that I've given you from this case? For example, the motion for other acts evidence, and then your then attorney's response to that. At the very top, there's a case caption. It's where it reads, State of Wisconsin versus Darrell E. Brooks. Okay, so that's it has the plaintiff, it has the V or VS for versus, and then it has who the defendant is. Frankly, it doesn't matter if you write in plaintiff or defendant. I'm more concerned about the other indicators that I've just said. And so that will need to be added to your subpoenas. And then in terms of the issue raised by the state, it is true that individuals who would have provided police statements, meaning a statement to the police, whether written or verbal, all of that information and those documents that go along with that information would be in the custody of the Waukesha Police Department or any other police agency that may have made a report that's referenced in it. So most of them I would presume were done by officers with the City of Waukesha Police Department or detectives. And so the individuals were, at least as far as I can tell, that are citizens, where it says sworn statement and police reports. If what you are looking for are copies of their statements to police, I presume you have that in discovery. If you're looking for any other sworn statement, I think you would need to be more specific. I don't want to confuse the witnesses, but the fact remains, sir, you're the one filling out these subpoenas, and if there's something specific that you want, then you should include that. Whether the individual who comes to court either understands what they're looking for, what you're looking for, or whether they have that in their possession is probably a different topic entirely.
Hey Pam, thank you for the $5.
I was just filling it.
I maxed out the volume on the live stream.
I mean, like I said, I don't.
But I can turn myself down.
Do this before, so I was just kind of filling it out by what made sense to fill it out. I didn't want to leave too much blank, and so I just filled it out by as best that I could. Would it please the court if I could fill them out properly and resubmit them?
Absolutely. I'm going to just print off a basic pleading that's in the file already. It happens to be the one I pulled up, defendant's witness list, not yours, but was filed by your prior counsel. I'm going to print that off so that you can see where it says State of Wisconsin, Circuit Court, Waukesha County, and then Branch 2, and then that just indicates that we're in the state of Wisconsin. It's the Circuit Court as opposed to an appellate court. It's Waukesha County as opposed to one of the other 71 other counties. And then Branch 2 is a specific branch in Waukesha County. And then again, the caption underneath is State of Wisconsin versus Darrell E. Brooks. That should be included on your subpoenas. Does have the case number, so that's good. Your penmanship is very meticulous. You have the date and time and the judge. There is a spot for on behalf of. You can put, since they're on behalf, since you're issuing them, you can put either defendant or the name that you want to indicate on that.
Can I put the name that I identify under since I'm in third party?
You can, if you put that name, that's fine.
Oh, forgot to.
It's pretty clear.
Put an email blast or blast on that.
These are not being issued by the state of Wisconsin, for example, or on behalf of like the district attorney's office. So that's fine. And then again, if you want to redo, we'll give you. Do you have new forms, Madam Clerk? So we can. Do you have extras?
Sitting right here.
What was that?
Not sitting right here.
Okay. Do you have any extras? I know we've given you a bunch, or do you need new forms?
I really only brought the ones that I was required to turn in today.
That's okay.
So.
What we'll do is we'll make sure on the next available break, I'll have my clerk count off how many there are. We'll get them reprinted. I think they keep forms in the clerk's office, and then put the date on, and then you can fill them out again, and then we'll hand them back over to the state. Do you intend these subpoenas to be the equivalent of your witness list, or were you going to file something separately?
I was intending for this to be my witness list. I think that would probably be easier.
Any objection from the state?
No, we understand. I think we've been given fair notice, Your Honor.
Okay.
I do have some other challenges on some of these subpoenas, not, again, that we need to necessarily address right now, but I would like to advise the court and the defendant that he's requested a subpoena for a person identified as Sammy Fleischman. We have learned that Ms. Fleischman has relocated to the state of Texas. Therefore, we will not be able to secure her appearance here at the trial on behalf of Mr. Brooks. If he wishes to make arrangements for transportation for Ms. Fleischman, he may do so himself. Ms. Fleischman, it is my understanding, was the woman who organized the parade or was one of the people that organized the parade, but that's how she's identified in the reports, and therefore her relevance may or may not be an issue as well.
All right, did you hear the state advise you of that?
Yeah, I wouldn't even begin to try to know how I can do something like that from a jail cell. I'm pretty much broke.
Well, you're advised, though, if she's out of state, there's other procedures would have to be followed, and the state is not obligated to make those arrangements since it's an out-of-state witness at this point, okay? Did you hear me say that?
I follow.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the subpoena list?
I mean, there's others that we have objections to, but I don't know if you want to address that right now, Your Honor.
Well, I'd like to have you put them on the record so that Mr. Brooks knows, and if he wants to respond now, that's fine. Otherwise, we can take it up a little bit later.
The other two would be Erica Patterson and Detective Steve Guth, seeing as they have already testified and were subject to cross-examination. We would request an offer of proof as to what relevant testimony, if any, they may offer. And then there was one of the parents of the victims, Kathleen Urell. She was not present at the parade, and it's really unknown what type of testimony he would want to elicit from her. So we would be requesting an offer of proof to establish the relevancy of those witnesses, Your Honor.
Do you want to address that now or have an opportunity to think about that and address it perhaps at the end of the day?
It's really nothing to think about. I think it's pretty clear. They are, besides Miss Patterson and Detective Guth, I mean, as far as with them, I think it would be relevant because we have paperwork that was filed by the district attorney about there being no factual basis nor no domestic violence incident on November 20th, which they testified to. I think that that's perjury. So that should be...
Well, you're giving me an argument, I guess, on the relevance of their testimony, sir, but as I recall the testimony, you are the one asking the questions about the 20th. The state dismissed that charge. I granted that request to dismiss it. There's nothing that you are bringing to my attention that I can tell would be perjury, but I don't know if what you're trying to tell me is you'd like to question them about their credibility because that charge, explain to me a little bit further.
It would be a lot to do with credibility and also a few questions that I believe would still be relevant to even the events of the 21st.
In what way?
There's still some relevant things that I feel should be answered, that I feel the jury deserves to know.
Well, I'm going to give him some leeway. He's a pro se defendant. He has a right to call witnesses. These are two witnesses that testified. He did have the opportunity to cross-examine them, but I think it's reasonable for him to want to question them further, and I'll keep them on your witness list and instruct the state to assist as they have already offered. What about this Kathleen Urell? I know she's on their potential witness list that was filed.
I apologize for interrupting, but I did misspeak. She was at the parade, but she did not see, she cannot testify to anyone being struck or injured by the SUV other than her own children that she learned after the fact. And she cannot identify the driver.
All right, Mr. Brooks?
It's still relevancy there. She was at the parade, and as we just heard right now for the record, that she would be directly affected by it, by her family being victims in the matter. Also, she gave statements and she filed a report. I feel like her testimony would be relevant to the matter.
All right, I'll keep her on the list as well.
I don't know why.
Anyone else on the list of subpoenas?
No, Your Honor, we'll just await to receive the corrected subpoenas, and then we will endeavor to have them served.
All right, thank you.
Just
Thank you.
one thing real quick, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And if I'm misspeaking right here, feel free to correct me. You said something to the effect about getting more paperwork in during the lunch hour. What was that referring to?
I
Was that referring to
believe
the
it was
subpoenas?
referring to a witness list.
I believe
If you had one, but what you're indicating is you'd like the grouping of.
hang on, Law and Crime Network are doing live
more paperwork in
captions
during
there.
the lunch hour. What was that referring to?
I
Was that referring to
believe
the
it was
subpoenas?
referring to a witness list. If you had one, but what you're indicating is you'd like the
They're not very good though.
grouping of subpoenas and the witnesses who are identified to be reflective of your witness list without filing an independent witness list.
Well, I missed this subpoena. It's only one, but I would have to change it because it was filled out in the same way as the other ones. My mistake for missing it. I got a lot of paper.
What's
here.
the name on it?
Catrice Babayis. I don't know. It's spelled.
All right,
I don't want to butcher it.
That's okay. Hand it to the bailiff, and then I'll take a look at it.
It's filled out in the correct. The incorrect, just like the other one. So I would have to essentially change it. But I just wanted that for the record that was lurking in my paperwork.
That's okay. Thank you for providing that. The last name is Babiasz.
Yes, we're familiar with that witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
I don't think so either, Juan.
All right, we'll add that to the list. State still have the originals that I handed over to you?
I do.
All right, why don't we give those back to Mr. Brooks so that he has those, including the one in my hand. We'll make sure he gets new forms. And then if you could just make sure you provide those at the end of the day today, or by the end of the day.
Well, I don't know if I'll be able to fill all those out on a break.
If need be, I'll let you sit here at the end of the day until you get them filled out, so to make sure the state gets them right away. Okay?
I can try to knock out as many as I can during the breaks to make it easier.
We'll
But
give
I'm
you
not,
time.
I'm not sure that,
We'll give you time. Don't worry about it. All right, anything else from the state?
No, thank you.
Mr. Brooks, anything else from you?
Yes. At this point, I'm probably beating the dead horse, but I just have to state for the record anyway. I would like to direct your honor to, I believe it's Milo versus United States, 505 F2D 1026. Are you familiar with that, your honor?
Not off the top of my head, but I can pull it up.
And also Higgins versus Levine, 415 US 533. And those cases are being brought up because of the continuing asking of me about the jurisdiction that I've been challenging. I believe they're very, very relevant to this matter.
Could I ask Mr. Brooks to repeat those numbers again?
For both,
Yes, please.
for Milo, I believe it is, or it might be Milo, but Milo.
M-I-L-O?
Milo?
Is it M-I-L-O, the spelling?
Melo.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay.
505 F2D 1026. And Hawkins versus Levine.
What is
415 US 533.
Yeah, and he says if you guys are getting skipped
Anything
audio,
specific you want to draw my attention to?
refresh.
Well, it's cases that challenge the jurisdiction, which I've been doing, challenging the jurisdiction. Melo versus United States states once jurisdiction is challenged, the court cannot proceed when it is clearly appears that the court lacks jurisdiction.
This
The
is
court
a
has
civil
no
suit.
authority to reach merits, but rather should dismiss the action.
This is a civil suit.
For the record, Mr. Brooks, the Hawkins versus Levine is 415 US 528. Perhaps
Whoa.
you're drawing my attention to page 533, but the site for the case is 415 US 528.
That could be so. I apologize if I'm stating it wrong.
What about the other
I
case?
believe it's, well, the information I have is 533. That states the law requires proof of jurisdiction to appear on the record of the administrative agency in all administrative proceedings. We have yet to prove the jurisdiction. It has yet to be proven. I've filed a motion. I've stated on the record numerous times. I have yet to get an answer.
Oh my God.
And you're specifically referring to the documents you filed on October 3rd.
I've been challenging jurisdiction since the beginning of trial, probably as far back as when I became a pro per defendant myself. Also, you can look at U.S. versus Lopez.
Oh my God. All right. Sure.
You can look at, I think that's from, it may be from 1995.
Do you have a citation?
Just really quick.
Hawkins versus Levine, a Supreme Court case.
I may have to find it in my paperwork for
This
the
is,
vote.
again, another civil suit.
All right, well, you locate that. When you find it, let me know outside the presence of the jury. I'll take your request under advisement. I'll take a look at these cases. I don't believe they're going to change my previous ruling that the issues that you have raised are without merit as previously ruled on. But I'll take a look, and if I feel I need to address it further, I'll give you an opportunity to argue.
I think this is desperation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But I don't think he's a true believer. I think he's getting the advice of a jailhouse lawyer or somebody is coaching him from behind the scenes.
I presume the state has the next witness available.
Yes. You worked on U.S. versus Lopez, Juan? Wow. Y'all keep saying you pulled out a Bible. I don't see a Bible. I just see a copy of Wisconsin statutes. That's what the red book is. And that's the only book I can see what it is. to a children's card game. Duel.
Has like a paperback Bible. He pulls out all the time.
Oh, really?
Did you say you thought Lopez was from 1995?
I believe that's the one that it's referring to.
If it's the same case, it's 514 US 549 for the state.
514-549.
514 US 549
Thank
from
you.
1995.
Thank you.
Wait, he's talking about that U.S. versus Lopez, the gun possession, interstate commerce one? How is that even relevant? I mean, I knew a U.S. versus Lopez, but it had to do with interstate commerce. And it was the gun possession law that was struck down. Probably. Yeah, it had to do with the Commerce Clause.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you. And the state calls Battalion Chief Jim Hawkinson.
Sir, please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing and raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. When you are seated, please state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Jim Hawkinson, Jim Haakenson.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. How are you employed?
I'm employed as a battalion chief shift commander for the city of Waukesha Fire Department.
How long have you held that position?
I've been a battalion chief for 6 years.
How long in total have you worked for the Waukesha Fire Department?
22 years.
Did you have any other type of fire or emergency work before you worked for WFD?
I did. I worked for the city of Pewaukee. I believe I started in 1996.
What kind of things are you responsible for as a battalion chief?
As a battalion chief, I manage the day-to-day operations of an entire shift of firefighters, lieutenants, company officers, those kinds of things.
Could you describe for us in general terms how the Waukesha Fire Department is organized?
Yes, the fire department is organized into 3 separate shifts. These shifts are divided into 5 stations. The stations are strategically located throughout the city to provide response to any area of the city in a very timely fashion. The minimum staffing, meaning the minimum number of people on duty every day, is 26 personnel.
Which of the 5 stations is closest to the downtown Waukesha area?
That would be Station 1.
Okay. Can you describe for us the resources that are available at each of the 5 stations?
There are 5 ambulances and either 3 engines and 2 ladder trucks. So at each station there is a heavy piece of apparatus, an engine or a truck, and an ambulance.
Were you on duty working as a battalion chief on Sunday, November 21st of 2021?
I was.
Were you aware that the Waukesha Christmas Parade was going to be taking place that day?
I was.
In your capacity as a battalion chief for the fire department, were you aware of any preparations that had been underway with your department, knowing that that event was going on?
Yes, we had a unit that participated in the parade. We also received an incident action plan from the police department relative to the parade operations.
Your Honor, Exhibit 1 is a map that's previously been admitted and published. I'd ask to publish that again for everybody.
Permission granted.
Mr. Hawkinson, if you direct your attention to the screen in front of you, this is Exhibit 1. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
Are you able to point out for us on this map where Station 1 would be, or is it not on the map?
It is not marked on the map. However, it is at the intersection of Fuller Street and St. Paul Avenue.
Could you, it's a touch screen in front of you, could you just draw a little X where the map, where Station 1 would be if the map were a little bigger?
It would be right there.
Oh, I see. Okay. And you've used a yellow arrow to designate that?
Nah, so it appears.
Gotcha. Were you at Station 1 that day?
I was.
Okay. At what point did your department first respond to a parade-related call for service on the afternoon of November 21st?
We received an alert at approximately 16:39. That's 4:39 p.m.
What was the nature of that alert?
Initially, it was an unknown problem, but given radio traffic that we had heard, we assumed it to be a vehicle versus pedestrian.
Okay. And what did your department resources do in response to getting that alert?
Everyone immediately assembled and began the response that was dispatched.
Everyone from?
Station 1 at that time.
Okay. And what happened next?
En route, we began to hear additional radio traffic to numerous reports of other people being struck. At that point, the dispatcher asked if I would like to upgrade the alarm, which I did, bringing all 5 stations immediately to the area.
Okay. And let me back up for a minute. Before getting a call about pedestrian vehicle, did your department respond to any other calls for service within the minutes before that call?
Not that I recall. We prepared to respond based on radio traffic we had heard referencing a call in Frame Park.
Okay, and what was the nature of that call in Frame Park?
On the police dispatch, it sounded as though there was some sort of incident with a man and a knife.
Okay, and what did your department do in response to receiving that dispatch?
We began to move towards the apparatus because we knew that Station 1 would be responding to that.
And did anybody from your department get to that call in time?
No, we were never dispatched to it. By the time we got out to the apparatus bay and to the rigs, we could start hearing the radio traffic regarding the vehicles and the pedestrians, and that was occurring on Main Street downtown.
Okay. Now we'll fast forward again to the point where we left off, where you said you had upgraded the call to all 5 stations, right?
That's correct.
What happened next?
We began our response. Getting to the scene was a bit difficult due to the large crowd of personnel fleeing downtown. Our response route took us right up Barstow to Main Street, and we turned right on the main, and that's when we arrived.
At some point, did you or your department become aware that it was going to require more than just your department's resources to respond to this?
Absolutely. As we began to hear more and more reports coming in from officers on scene, we began to realize the scope of this was exceeding our response capabilities. And at that time, I upgraded the alarm to a Mabus box alarm for life safety.
Can you explain for the jury what a Mabus box alarm is?
Right. Mabus is a system called the Mutual Aid Box Alarm System. And in this system, it is structured so that a pre-designated type and amount of resources come at each level. So for example, this box alarm brought an additional 4 ambulances, an engine, a squad, and 3 chiefs, in addition to all the other resources that were coming.
And is that where the scope of the response stopped?
Absolutely not. As we got on scene and began to triage patients, determining their level of acuity, and certainly over the almost half mile of the parade route where we found them, we realized quickly that this was going to require additional resources, and we upgraded to the second alarm level. I believe it was 4:52 in the afternoon.
Okay, and what resources came with that second box level?
That would be another 4 ambulances, another 3 chiefs, and another fire engine.
Do you recall what municipalities or other partners that you work with were part of that response?
I would do them a disservice and leave them out for sure. There was a total of 15 municipalities that responded, I believe 23 units in totality.
The Waukesha Christmas Parade, that's an annual event, is that right?
That's correct.
And have you been the shift commander or battalion chief on duty for that event before 2021?
Yes.
Overruled. He may answer. I believe he answered yes. His answer may stand. Just as a reminder, if there's an objection, wait till I rule. Thank you.
Based on your experience in that position, in terms of public attendance, so the number of people attending the event, where does the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade rank on the large public events that are held downtown each year?
It certainly is one of the largest attended, if not the largest. 4th of July is also very well attended as far as parades go.
Your department and the partners that responded in response to your box alarm procedure, you didn't transport every single victim or person who was struck in the parade incident, is that right?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled.
That is correct. We did not transport every person. We transported a total of 24 patients.
Do you know how any other people were transported away from the scene?
I believe
Overruled. He may answer.
I believe there were approximately 49 additional patients transported.
What time did your last ambulance leave the downtown area?
The last patient was transported by ambulance from the scene at approximately 17:35, 5:35 p.m.
I believe that's all the questions I have for this witness.
All right, do you have any cross-exam?
I do. Did you ever receive, well, first of all, good afternoon, Chief. Did you ever receive any additional information about the man with a knife in Frame Park?
Other than the radio report or the traffic on the radio?
Yeah, other than that.
I did not.
To the best of your knowledge, do you recall that ever being taken care of?
I have no. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As far as, do you know if there were any law enforcement that responded to that radio report?
I am unaware of that. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Do you recall, make sure I get the language of this correct. Do you recall making a report with Officer Wagner?
I do not.
I could be looking at the wrong thing prepared by my. To the best of your knowledge, does is Dan Rulo a firefighter on Ambulance 51?
Dan Rulo is a member of the department. I do not recall if he was working that day or if he was assigned to Ambulance 51 that day.
Do you recall being notified? And I know it's kind of the same question, but it's phrased different in what I'm reading, so I just want to clarify it. Were you notified of a possible stabbing?
Again, the radio traffic I received was an incident possibly involving a knife.
Could you clarify what a hot wash is?
A hot wash is a term used to discuss events immediately after they happen. It's typically done after incidents of significance to gather as much information as possible immediately after and to see how everybody's doing.
Did you respond to the parade route yourself?
I responded to the incident on the parade route. That is correct.
When you arrived to the scene, was there still any immediate danger that you recall?
It was difficult to gauge if there was any immediate danger. Radio traffic on the police side indicated that there had been shots fired, and certainly we had a large number of people fleeing. So that would be a tough question to answer.
Did you receive any information about the shots fired, who they may have been fired by?
I did not.
Did you receive any information that someone may have been injured by the shots that were fired?
I did not receive any information regarding that.
Do you recall who were the first arriving units to the scene?
The first arriving units to the scene were myself, Engine 1, and Ambulance 51.
So would it be fair to say that you would be B10?
That is correct.
And do you recall where you were positioned at when you arrived?
Yes, we turned right onto Main Street from Barstow, and we ended up probably 50 to 100 feet from that intersection, and I would say southwest of that intersection on Main Street.
Do you recall of any law enforcement attempting to clear the transportation routes?
At one point, I spoke with Sergeant Tokarski and asked him if he could assist me in opening up a route to get to the casualty collection point that we established.
Do you recall any loss of power in the downtown area?
Yes, I believe 1740, so 5:40 p.m., sometime around then. The entire, all the lights went out downtown. The downtown area lost power.
Do you recall receiving any information about what may have been the problem with the power?
Not at the time. However, later that evening, it was determined that a power line had gone down due to the high winds that evening.
So to the best of your knowledge, it wasn't due to the incident that you were responding to?
I'm not sure what that has anything
That is
to do
correct.
with
I do not
anything,
believe it
but
was related.
sure.
Do you recall about what time you finally left the area?
I believe we cleared the scene about 6:40, 6:45 p.m.
Do you recall if it was already nightfall by that time that you responded?
Just to clarify, are you asking when we responded or when we left?
Roughly around the time you responded. Do you recall it being nighttime, dusk?
It was not dark outside yet. It was probably close to dusk. there was still light in the sky.
Definitely nighttime when you left the scene.
That is correct.
Did you receive any information about why you needed to respond so quickly to the scene?
I'm going to have to ask you to clarify that. We were dispatched by our dispatcher to respond to an incident, and in my line of work, that usually means you respond very quickly.
No information was given why you needed to respond so quickly?
Our system is set up so that our calls are triaged and our response levels are triaged accordingly. And in this case, this would have been a priority 1 response or intermediate response with lights and siren.
So it's really just get the call and go?
That is correct.
So to your knowledge, you didn't yet have information about why you needed to respond, but you know it was something that needed to be responded to quickly?
That is correct. We were initially dispatched to an unknown incident, and then it was clarified en route, as I mentioned, when the alarm was upgraded, that it was a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident.
Motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident. Have you ever responded to any calls like that before?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned something about a accident plan, or if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but was that what I heard? An accident plan?
Incident action plan.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
What does that entail?
It's a plan that's put together usually prior to or during an event that describes how resources are going to be deployed to manage or handle the event.
So it's sort of like just having something in place in case of.
It goes a step further than that. It's a plan that's in place or implemented, for example, in this case, to control access to the downtown area, to identify who is responsible for what tasks, such as clearing vehicles or establishing parade route integrity, those kinds of things.
Outside of the parade incident, to your knowledge, was there any more needed responses to any other incidents that may have been in the area?
While we were on scene at the parade, I believe that we received 2 other calls for service in the city.
To your knowledge, do you recall if they were directly related?
I do not.
No further questions.
Wow, you didn't even do the whole plaintiff thing.
Very briefly. On cross-examination, there was reference made to a casualty collection point. Can you describe what that is?
So a casualty collection point is something that's established when there's a mass casualty incident or a large number of casualties or people injured. The goal of it is to get people to a centralized point where they can receive treatment and triage or determining the severity of their injuries so that they can be transported directly from that area. It is the most efficient way to handle a mass casualty.
That's not something that you would set up in a routine pedestrian versus motor vehicle incident. Is that correct?
Objection, you're saying.
Overruled, he may answer.
That is not something that we would normally set up in a pedestrian versus motor vehicle accident.
Can we put Exhibit 1 back up on the screen, please?
Go ahead.
Could you circle for us on the screen in front of you where the casualty collection point was set up here?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. He may answer.
That is supposed to be the intersection of Clinton and Maine.
So far, Julius, the underlying motive we have is he got pissed off with his ex-girlfriend during a domestic issue
From that point, they were
and
taken to
elected to take his anger out on everybody around him. That's basically the prevailing motivation we have.
Memorial is just up the hill off the side of this map. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. What other hospitals, if you recall?
Aurora Summit, Frederick Menominee Falls, Children's Hospital, and Frederick Hospital.
And aside from ambulances involved with your department and the other responding agencies, do you know how else victims were transported from the scene?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled. He may answer. It's not hearsay.
Numerous patients were transported up by law enforcement, bystanders in the parade, and family members.
On cross-examination, in reference to this being a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident, you were asked whether you'd ever responded to a call like that before, and you said, yes, sir. Do you remember that testimony?
Hey, Mitch.
Yes.
So I'd ask a clarifying question. Have you ever been involved in or directed a response to a motor vehicle versus pedestrian incident of this magnitude before in your career?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Your Honor, may I clarify? I don't believe this witness is on the defendant's witness list. I'd ask that he be excused from his subpoena.
He may.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
Say we call Nicole White.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. White. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is on my right, all the way to the back or front of the courtroom, as the case may be. And if you would, when you get there, come up a riser, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Nicole White, Nicolewhite.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm going to direct your attention to November 21st of last year. Were you at the City of Waukesha Parade?
I was.
And were you a participant or were you a spectator?
I was walking with the Remax group.
Okay. So did Remax have a float in the parade?
Yeah, there was a van.
Okay. Is there anything unusual about the van?
It had like a fire projector off the back of the top of the van with like a basket.
How did it come about that you were walking with the Remax group?
My friend's mom was with the Remax group and had asked us to join and walk with them.
Approximately how many people were walking with you that day?
I would have to guess and say maybe like 12.
Were a lot of those people you had known from your friends, your relationship with your friend?
Yeah, probably about half of them.
And what was the general, do you remember the weather that day? It was in November, I'm assuming cold?
Yeah, it was gray, sweatshirt and jeans weather.
Had you walked in the parade before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Had you ever been a spectator of the City of Waukesha Parade?
No.
Okay. So I'm going to show you a clip, and it's kind of at the beginning of the parade. It's Exhibit 142. I'm going to have it displayed on the screen in front of you. And I'm just going to ask you, we'll play a couple seconds of that if it's okay, and just let me know when it's displayed on your screen. Is it before you now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just going to play it for a couple seconds. Okay? Okay. Do you recognize that video clip?
I've never seen this before, no.
Does that show, though, however, the van that was in front of you that you were marching with on the parade on November 21st of last year?
Yes.
Let me play a couple more seconds and you can tell me if you see yourself behind the van, all right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does this accurately reflect what you recall of this section of the parade, which it looks like it's at the beginning of the parade in terms of who you were with and what the float looked like?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that the court admit this into evidence and display it, publish it to the jury.
Objection. Witness just stated she doesn't recall the clip.
The witness has answered questions that establish the foundation for this. And based on that, the court is going to receive Exhibit 142 and permission to publish is granted.
So wait one moment. I'm just going to have it play through so the jury can see it, okay?
Mm.
Okay, if you can play. Can you pause it for a moment? Do you see yourself in this this section that's been paused?
Yes.
There's a touch screen. The screen in front of you actually will react to your finger. Can you circle where you are in this frame? Okay. And if we can clear that off, I just wanted to let the jury know kind of who they were looking at. If we can play it the rest of the way, it was paused at 21 seconds. It's a total clip of 33 seconds. Thank you. Did you have a formation, or exactly what was the purpose of the people walking behind the van?
There were other people that were passing out candy along the way at certain points. I was mainly just taking pictures as we went.
Okay. And was that part of your duty, is to kind of take pictures of the whole environment, what was around you, and kind of your perspective from walking in the parade?
Yeah, part of one of my friends from the group, her younger son was in the basket of the Remax van, so I was taking pictures of him and the other younger boy.
Did there come a time when you, in the parade route, that you started hearing something unusual going on behind you?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear anything that caused you to look back?
No.
So what do you remember about, at some point, were you struck?
Yeah, that's the first point that I knew that anything was happening, was when I was hit. There wasn't any
no warning,
commotion or noise until right at that moment.
Okay. So can you tell the jury what you recall of that moment, if you will?
I just remember being struck by the vehicle from behind, on my back, and then I fell to my knees and kind of rolled under the vehicle, and when after it happened, I guess I didn't really know, I thought that somebody would have stopped after that point, and when I looked up, I just remember the vehicle continued.
Do you recall anything about the vehicle, like a vehicle description, what color it was?
It was like a red SUV.
And when you said that the vehicle, you thought it would have stopped, did you see the vehicle stop?
No.
Did you see any brake lights on the vehicle?
Not that I can recall.
That's not a hearsay
The
objection.
objection is noted, it's overruled. Will you restate your answer, please?
No.
And I should have maybe clarified, did you see any brake lights activated after, when you looked up from being hit?
No.
Now, where were you in relationship to the float when the car struck you? Were you immediately behind the float? Do you recall?
I was probably like a couple of yards back from the float, but I was behind the Remax van, yes.
So would it be fair to say that you were more in the middle of the road versus on the left or the right side of the road?
Yes.
And when you looked up after being struck, did you see the path that the car took, or the SUV?
It veered to the left side of the van that was in front of me.
And then did you see where it went after that?
It just continued, but I couldn't, like the van, well, I couldn't see anything beyond that, no.
As you saw the car after it struck you, so what you're saying, I just want to make sure I've got this right, is prior to the vehicle striking you, you never looked back before it struck you?
Correct.
So you didn't know what hit you at the time that you were struck?
Correct.
And when it went past you, how fast was it going? And I'm not really talking about how many miles per hour, but was it at a slow speed, a medium speed? How would you describe it for the jury?
Hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
I mean, I would guess probably maybe 20 miles an hour.
And I'm assuming that you drive a car daily?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've been driving for 10 years, more than 10 years?
More than 10 years,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. Did you ever hear a horn coming from the car prior to you being struck?
No.
Did you hear a horn coming from the car, or horn noise coming from the car after you were struck?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15. It'll again be on the screen. And would you generally characterize this, and it can be displayed, it's already been admitted into evidence.
Yes, permission to publish once again is granted.
Generally speaking, do you recognize this as the parade route? If you look in the upper right part of the screen, there's like a purple line that kind of goes down White Rock Avenue, takes a right, and it goes down Main Street. Does that look familiar?
Yes.
And that would be the route of the parade that day?
Yes.
And direct your attention to approximately...
Thank you, Mitch, for becoming a member.
Shortly after Main
Voluntary.
and Barstow, there's a star, a yellow star, and then if you connect that line to the yellow star, it says your name and Remax Services. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would it help if we zoomed in, or you can see it from there?
I can see it.
Okay. Why don't we zoom in a little bit so maybe the jury can see it? I don't know how familiar you are with Waukesha, but the roads are kind of a little crazy.
There.
And would that accurately reflect where you were struck?
So we're only here at the very beginning of the.
After
we're
you
only
were
at the
struck,
start of it.
What did you observe of the parade route?
I mean, it was very chaotic. There was people at that point that began running and screaming to either help others or flee from the area. There was a group that came to me and helped me over to the side of the road.
Were you able to walk?
No, my knee was injured, so.
What did you do once, or
Thank
what
you,
happened
Kim.
after you
Thank
got
you,
to the side
Poeta,
of
for
the
being
road?
members. 7th and 3 months,
Initially,
respectively.
the people that came to me helped me sit in a chair on the side of the road, and then eventually moments later, they moved us into the building that was right there, which was the Smart Asset Realty.
And that's also in the area, I think it's reflected on Exhibit 15, that would be in the area of where you were struck?
That's correct, yes.
What did you do once you got into the Smart Asset Realty building?
I mean, there was several other people that were in there as well. And we, like I sat there and waited. There was a nurse or someone that had like some medical experience that kind of like looked at me, and then I waited until later on when I was, there was a police officer that came back and escorted me to the
Thank you,
hospital.
Aaron Healy, for the $5.
So the police officer transported you to the hospital?
Correct.
Was that Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 20. And I'm going to ask you, it'll just be in front of you initially. I'm going to show you a couple seconds of that and ask you if that's, if you recognize what's contained in that video. It is a 3-second video, so I'll actually show the whole thing to you before we ask that it be admitted and published. So why don't you take a moment to view that? Is it on the screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you recognize that video?
No, I had not seen that before.
Do you recognize, though, what took place in that video?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you just saw?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Brown.
Not hearsay.
It was a video of the events that took place that day where I was struck by the vehicle.
I would ask the court to admit this exhibit into evidence and also to allow the state to publish it. It'd be Exhibit 20.
Mr. Brooks, anything?
Objection.
The objection is noted, it's overruled. Exhibit 20 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Now, before we start the video, do you recognize the white van that's depicted, I'd say, in the upper third of the screen?
Yeah, that is the Remax van.
And you see approximately where you are on this frame?
Yes.
And can you, I don't know if you can do it with the video, but if you can just circle it, or circle you. Okay.
Well, the top of.
Yeah. Can we clear that? I think you circled a couple people. There's one, and I think before you circled yourself, you were wearing a red sweatshirt right there. Okay, thank you. If you can clear the screen. And let's take a look at the video. Thank you.
Objection, we just looked at the video.
Overruled.
And did that accurately depict the car hitting you from behind and then rolling over your legs?
Yes.
What injuries did you suffer as a result of this?
I'm not surprised. They're obviously not going to show that.
Generally speaking.
2 torn ligaments in my right knee, and then to my spine, like my lower spine. 2 vertebrae were like compressed, and then my tailbone.
And those were all the results of being struck?
Oh, correct.
Thank you. Nothing further. Thank you.
Any cross, Mr. Brooks?
Yes, Your Honor. You stated that when you were struck from behind, you didn't hear or see the vehicle approach. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you estimated this. Did you estimate the speed, or do you recall how fast the vehicle may have been going?
When it hit me, no, I was not able to see that.
When it passed you?
They had asked me when it passed me afterwards what I would estimate it to have been. And I said, if I had to guess, it was probably around 20 miles an hour afterwards.
Would it be fair to say from the videos that we just saw that the vehicle wasn't traveling fast?
Your Honor, I'm just going to, for the record,
Grounds.
just clarify that the video is showing at 50% speed.
Grounds. Wow.
I didn't know that initially, I guess.
Nobody knew that.
Can you play it at full speed then, please? And then he can ask the question.
Certainly.
Go ahead, your question, sir.
And you said that you would estimate the vehicle was going around 20 miles per hour?
Correct.
And how would you come to that estimation?
I guess I'm not sure how you want me to answer that question.
What's the basis for you saying 20 miles per hour?
Based on previous experience with vehicles.
He shouldn't even be bothering to ask the question. She's not in a position to be able to tell the speed. I mean, he should have objected to that in the first place.
Traffic.
So would it be fair to say you don't know for sure how fast the vehicle was traveling?
There's no way for me to say for sure how fast the vehicle was going. I was not driving it.
You stated that you fell to the ground. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Did you at any point get a description of the driver of the vehicle?
No.
Were you able to make out if anyone was in the vehicle besides the driver?
No.
Did you get a license plate number?
No.
Did you file a claim in this matter?
Oh, fuck's sake. He's really going to do that?
There was a police report filed, yes.
Do you remember the name of the officer that you filed the report with?
No, I do not. It was an FBI agent.
Do you recall the date that you were interviewed or that you made the report?
November 21st.
Would that be with the FBI agent as you just stated or with local law enforcement?
The FBI.
I know it's kind of far, but can you see this paper that I'm holding?
Yeah.
Is that your handwriting?
If you can't see it that close, just say you can't.
I can't read it from here.
We have the document camera we can put up.
See if we can get this up and just project it on the
Thank
screen.
you.
It's not surprising that she said the FBI. I mean, they for all they knew, it could have been a terrorist attack. But I think that was actually the initial speculation, given that domestic terrorists and foreign terrorists have used vehicles to run people over.
Apparently it takes about 2 minutes to project it.
They probably should have initially played the video back first at full speed, but slowing down the video in and of itself, I wouldn't say that's manipulation. But they should have disclosed initially that the video was not being shown at full speed.
Yeah, just to verify, this will just be previewed for the witness. It doesn't have personal identifying information on it.
Okay.
I was somewhat object to that, Your Honor. This is a public trial. We have to remember that.
Your objection's noted.
Oh, it's upside down. Okay.
I had to hit
Can you move it up a little bit? Well. Can you see that?
It's not in front of her yet.
Oh,
So
I'm
we
sorry.
did that. We just wanted to make sure we could get it working.
I'm sorry.
It should be there momentarily.
I apologize.
You wouldn't have known. There you go. It's up.
Is that your handwriting on this document?
Yes.
Frank, you do not
And
want
you stated that you gave
that to happen. That
report to the FBI.
That's the easiest way of getting a mistrial.
That is correct.
Is it correct that this date here says 12/29 of 21?
That's not what this form is.
What would this form be?
That was a form that was filled out as a follow-up based on my experience at the parade. I spoke with someone in person on the 21st.
Do you know who provided you with this form that we're looking at?
I believe it was through the Victims Witness program. I don't recall correct. No. It was emailed to me, I believe.
So would it be fair to say then that the report you filed was with Officer Wagner?
You talking about this report or previously?
The report of being struck
On the 21st of November?
on the 21st of November.
Do you know the name of the individual you spoke with on the 21st?
Not offhand, no.
I'm not sure what his angle is here.
Do you recall stating in the report that you filed on November 21st that you saw a red SUV go to the left of the float and then to the right in front?
I don't believe that's what I recall is what I had stated earlier was that I saw it veer to the left of the float. From there, I wouldn't have been able to see.
Would it be fair to say that, reading from the report that you gave on November the 21st, that it says that you saw a red SUV go to the left of the float and then to the right in front.
I don't have the report, so.
Would you like to see it? I have it right here.
I don't know what he's like. I'm trying to. I always in his entire thing. He's trying to
Then you need to put it on the document.
impeach her testimony, but I'm not sure how he's trying to do it in this case. Or at least with this witness.
Your Honor, that is not the report. I believe that may have been notes that were with the report that went to Mr. Brooks. That is not the report.
Looks to be a summary of what she may have provided to another officer, FBI agent, but not the report itself. So in light of that, she's not going to be questioned on that unless that helps refresh her recollection.
Does it?
Look at it, it's in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Does that in any way help refresh your recollection about what you may have told an investigator in this case? On the 21st, sorry.
Yeah, I believe this was a year ago, but I believe what I said was that I witnessed it continue to drive, veer to the left to avoid the van that was in front of me, and then continue driving without stopping.
And just so the record is clear, because it was being used, I think, to refresh her recollection. After she reviewed it, I turned off the camera.
Yes, it was.
So it's not in front of her at the moment.
What do you?
It's being given back to you. Go ahead, ask your next question.
I have the actual report too, if that may help. Would it be fair to say that you testified that you don't recall hearing anything or seeing anything before you were struck, correct?
Correct.
And now this is reading from the report, page 1.
I guess the proper foundation for Mr. Brooks to use would be if reviewing a report would refresh her recollection, and then based upon her answer, he would go from there.
Well, you could also just directly ask the question, since it's on cross-exam. Isn't it true that you said X to the investigator? But you need to quote directly then from the report. Go ahead, ask your question.
Quote right from here. Is it true that you said when you were walking, well, it says White explained when she was walking, she heard screaming, and as she looked around, she was hit by the red SUV. Does that refresh or help you recall anything that happened on November 21st?
No,
Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall those exact words, no.
Do you recall saying that when this is all, it's explaining like in the third person, I'm assuming, it says White, as she lay on the ground, White stated she observed the red SUV go to the left of the float and then to the right in front of the float.
Again.
That's an answer.
Go ahead.
As I previously stated, I observed the van go towards the left, the vehicle go towards the left of the van, at which point there was no indication that it was stopping or anything, and that it continued from there. I could not see what happened beyond it going to the left of the van because the van was in front of me blocking my view.
It also says White stated the vehicle appeared to be traveling extremely fast and it did not slow down or even brake.
Right.
But you just said that you couldn't see the vehicle once it veered around the van. Is that fair to say?
She could say it didn't break.
Van, it did appear to be moving fast, yes.
It did not break.
Would it be fair to say that the video footage doesn't show that?
Objection, that mischaracterizes the video footage as the
Grounds.
video was cut off shortly after striking Miss White.
You're making an argument, which is something you can do later, so I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question.
It goes on to say, White did not observe the driver of the SUV and could only describe the SUV as red, and it appeared to be a lower rise, in quotation marks, SUV and maybe a Traverse. Do you recall saying that?
I said it was a similar size to a Traverse.
What is a Traverse?
Objections are relevant.
Relevant.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer and explain why she said what she did.
Because, in my opinion, it's a lower sitting SUV or vehicle versus like some of the higher. Some of them sit up higher and are bigger in size. It was more of a mid-size, lower to the ground SUV, in my opinion. Similar to a Traverse.
Do you recall saying that, and I'm reading from the report again, White stated that she was treated and released at Waukesha Memorial Hospital and sustained bruising, scars, and road rash on her body and a knee injury to her right leg. White stated that she did not have a broken leg, but may have a torn MCL. Do you recall reporting that?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say, and I'm asking this because you said may have a torn MCL, would it be fair to say that at that time you were not sure of the full extent of your injury?
Yes.
Yes.
About how long were you treated at Waukesha Memorial Hospital?
A few hours.
Just 1 second. And did you file a claim in this matter? Any type of claim?
Yes.
What was that claim?
Oh, for God's sake.
There were claims that were filed with the state of Wisconsin that were to cover like the cost of the medical treatment that was received.
So the state of Wisconsin offered to pay your medical expenses?
It was through the Victim Witness Protection Program.
So would you consider yourself a party to this matter then?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained, not relevant. Excuse me.
And in the claim that you filed, did you file a claim under an injured party?
Objection.
Oh my God.
I guess I'm not
Grounds.
understanding the question. It's vague.
Grounds.
She indicated she filed a claim because she was injured.
So,
All right, Mandy.
Mr. Brooks, I'm sustaining the objection as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
do you consider yourself an injured party?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Oh, she's a witness. Sustained.
Have you read or seen the complaint in this matter at any time?
Objection is to relevance.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. She may answer.
I still say it's irrelevant whether or not she read the fucking criminal complaint.
No, I don't know what complaint is being referred to. No.
And were you aware that you may be called to testify in this matter?
Yes.
Yeah.
And who were you informed by?
The victim witness program and the prosecutors.
So are you saying the state of Wisconsin?
Objection is to relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained. Mr. Brooks, under 90611, please move on to another line of questioning.
At the moment that you were struck, did you observe anyone else struck at that time?
No.
So it'd be fair to say that you were, to your knowledge, at that time, you were the only one that you knew that was struck.
Yes, to my knowledge. At
Would
that
it be,
time.
would it be fair to say that there were numerous people in the general area that you were at that time?
Yes.
At that time, did you learn about anybody that was struck at the point in time that you were struck?
At the time that I was hit, no.
And you stated that you didn't see any brake lights?
Correct.
You were able to see that from the ground position?
Correct.
From your opinion, did it appear to you that the vehicle was attempting to strike anyone?
Objection calls for speculation.
Grounds.
The way he asked, did it appear? If you know, you may answer.
It appeared it was traveling in the direction where it could have struck other people, yes.
But to the best of your knowledge, you didn't know for sure?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Oh, thank God.
Ma'am, after receiving medical attention at Waukesha Memorial Hospital, did you receive any other medical attention following November 21st, 2021?
Objection, irrelevant.
It is relevant.
You may answer.
And directing
That is very
attention
relevant.
back to the video, it was Exhibit 20, the one that was the overhead video. Do you recall seeing that video today?
Objection. She never answered the first question.
She said yes.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't hear it.
It was a little quiet, but I heard it.
Do you recall seeing Exhibit 20, which was an overhead video of you being struck?
Today, yes.
Yes. And was that the same red SUV depicted in that video as what you saw after you were struck?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. She may. You may call your next witness.
The state calls Sarah Waymeyer Aparicio. Madam Clerk, could we also work on getting the rear table switched as the input?
Alright.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was her name again?
Sarah Waymeyer.
Thank you. That's fine. Good afternoon, Ms. Waymeyer Aparicio. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up a riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in. What I'll ask you to do is to state your first and last names and spell each for the record.
All right, my first name is Sarah, S-A-R-A-H.
Usually it's to just
Waymeyer.
balance the workload, I imagine, between the three prosecutors.
And Aparicio, A-P-A-R-I-C-I-O.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you tell us where you work?
I work for the school district of Waukesha.
What was your job title during the 2021-2022 academic year?
I was the director of bands at Waukesha South High School.
Oh, fuck.
What kind of things do you do as the band director at South?
Organize all sorts of events, whether it's concerts or marching band performing in the parades.
This is the band director.
How long did you hold that position?
So she's probably going to identify
over the years.
which students were struck.
As the band director at Waukesha South, how frequently did you interact with the kids who were...
A long time ago.
On a daily basis.
I did for both Archer and Winston, but
the name of all the kids
that was like
in
9 years ago.
During that school year?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Did the band march in the 2021 Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, we did.
Were you there with them?
Yes, I was.
Had you done that in the past?
Yes, I had.
About how many times?
Every year that I was there, we did that parade as well as Memorial Day.
Would you describe it as an event that the kids look forward to?
Absolutely.
When the band marches, are they in formation?
They are.
What about uniforms? Do they have any?
We do have uniforms, yes.
Okay. When you march in formation, is this something that you practice with the band?
We do. We practice with the students that are in the marching band portion of the parade. We had also done another parade in the Dells that year, so we had practiced with that. For the students that are not in marching band, we had practiced during class time for several weeks leading up to it.
How does the formation of the marching band get set up?
So we practice during class, and then we kind of have the general structure of what it will look like, and then student leaders within the section place the students in their places the day of the parade.
So they have a little leeway, but you don't want bass drums marching next to clarinets?
Correct, exactly. So we say these 2 rows will be flutes, so senior leaders help decide which flutes are in those located, or those specified places.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we project Exhibit 21 onto the screen for the witness and the defendant.
Permission granted.
Just let me know when you see a picture in front of you.
Okay. It is here, yep.
Okay, what are we looking at with Exhibit 21? Can you tell us what this is?
So this is an aerial view of our marching band. You can see the names of the students that are identified. Those were all students that were physically impacted by the car that day.
November 21st of 2021?
Correct.
The Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Correct.
Have you reviewed this photograph and the information contained in it before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Does it accurately represent the formation of the kids in your band on that day?
It does, yes.
I move Exhibit 21 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any position?
The object.
On what grounds?
Exhibit
Grounds.
21 has received permission to publish as granted.
And can we zoom in on that a little bit? There we go. Can you walk us through from left to right, just identifying, I know that we can all read, but just for the record, can you read those names for us and then also tell us what instrument each of those kids is playing?
All right, so first we have Aiden Lofgren on bass drum, Connor Tank on crash cymbals.
Note that
Justin Golickson on sousaphone, Eric T.
all of those being identified by name are those who were injured by the vehicle.
Still on the exterior.
That's why she's identifying them.
On trumpet.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 students were injured.
Mara Gilchrist on alto sax, and Sasha Catalan on clarinet.
What's a mellophone?
A mellophone is a marching version of a French horn.
What about a sousaphone?
A marching version
of a tuba.
Have you ever seen the Ohio State Marching Band perform?
I have, yes.
I'll withdraw the question.
Could
So-
be the Badgers.
There are 10 members of your band identified in this photograph, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Well, you can see the line, right?
Project for the witness only, exhibit 15.
For the witness only, which means potential aftermath of the vehicle.
Do you see something on your screen in front of you?
There's a map on the screen.
Oh, it's a map.
Are you
Sorry.
familiar with downtown Waukesha?
I am, yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what we're looking at in this map?
I do, yes.
Okay. Exhibit 15 was previously received.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was something worse.
Can we zoom in, Ms. Gussie, on the intersection? There we go. Yep. All right. Do you see a yellow star between Barstow and Gasper Streets on Main Street?
Yes.
And do you see the line connecting that yellow star to a box with some
Right here.
green background and some names?
I do.
These are all the names of the injured.
Waukesha South Band.
Correct, yes.
Take a moment, take as much time as you need, read through those names in that list.
I would object to it too, Jessa.
Okay.
Are the names on that list
Thanks,
identical to the names that you previously told us about in Exhibit 21, that photograph of the aerial view?
Yes.
Overruled. She may answer. I believe she did answer, and her answer may stand. The jury will hear that. All right, thank you.
Can you tell us what happened while your band was marching between Barstow and approaching Gasper Street on Main Street on November 21st of 2021?
So I was towards the front of the band. That tends to be where I typically am because if you can imagine a typical parade, there's a lot of stopping.
The names in green chalkboard are those who survived. The names in red are those who were deceased.
In connection with our drum majors, those are the student leaders who have the whistles that give the students the command when they should be forward marching and when we should be marching in place. So I'm helping look ahead to see what's coming down the road while the students are busy playing their instruments. The streets had just narrowed as we got into that point, and there was a lot of enthusiasm in the crowd, and I could feel the energy from the students. And all of a sudden I heard something going on, so I turned around, and at first I thought there was an emergency vehicle or something. I could tell there was some sort of a vehicle trying to get through. And then I started just seeing things flying in the air, and I realized this was not a vehicle waiting for people to move out of the way. I realized this vehicle was running over people. The students around me, we all kind of dispersed at the same time. I thought in the initial moments that it was an accident, but then as I turned and the car went immediately past me, and I could see that the driver was staring straight ahead and knew that, could have clearly seen that they were running over people.
What happened next?
My first impact was to run after the car for a moment, and then I realized, because I watched them run over the people in front of me as well, and then I turned around and I saw my students all laying on the street and screaming. A police officer immediately, what felt like at the time, immediately came running, shots fired, And so my students who weren't injured were all dispersed, and I was trying to at the same time watch.
Yeah, I was going to say I would have objected to that, going to his intent.
Who were going, so that
that last part she said.
They were all safe as well. But I stayed in the streets so that we didn't know where the shots fired were coming from, so I wanted to make sure that those students in the street were safe as well.
And just to clarify, you mentioned that you heard from a police officer that shots had been fired?
Correct.
You yourself, with the trained ear of a band director, didn't hear any gunshots?
I did not hear gunshots, no.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we project on the screen for the witness only, exhibit number 24, please.
Permission granted.
And can we make sure we're playing this at normal speed? And we're going to turn the volume off while we identify, so we'll leave it off there. I'm just going to play a few seconds without any volume, and then I'll stop and I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
Okay, we've stopped at about 5 seconds into the video. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, that is our band performing.
And I'm not sure how familiar you are with downtown, but do you know the businesses that your band is in front of right now?
We're by Davino Gelato and Martha Merrill's.
Okay.
And then the Aloe Chocolate.
The defendant would be able to see what she's seeing.
An apartment building.
Okay. Have you reviewed this video before your testimony today?
Yes, I have.
Does it accurately depict what happened to your band the afternoon of the parade? Move exhibit 24 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection. If the witness has seen this video before, how would that corroborate with the testimony?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit
What? I don't even know what the hell he's trying to say there.
Receive permission to publish is granted.
We are going to play this
week
entirely through.
Yeah,
It's
this week.
30 seconds long. We're going to play it once with the audio at normal speed. Go ahead. All right, let's pull it up again and set the speed to 50%. And turn the audio off. And we're going to play to a certain point, and then I'll say pause, and then I'll ask you some questions when we pause, okay?
Objection. What is the relevancy of playing it at slower speed?
Your objection's noted. It's overruled.
I heard about it, Josh. I don't know the details, though.
Go ahead and play. Pause. We've paused at 11 seconds. From viewing the video up to this 11-second point, can you tell us who in your band was struck by that SUV so far?
So far, that would have been Aiden, Connor, Justin, Eric, and Tyler. I believe at that point, perhaps also Harry.
And let's resume at the 11-second mark, please.
They're not going, obviously not going to show this. Honestly, the audio was bad enough.
We've paused at 16 seconds. Would it be fair to say that the remaining students we've been talking about today were struck after that point?
Correct.
And now we've reached a point where the SUV is completely past all of your band members?
Correct.
I'm going to ask that we project for the witness only exhibit number 23.
ahead.
We're just going to play a few seconds at normal speed here without any audio. Pause. We're 5 seconds in. Do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
Did you see yourself in the video?
I did.
Does this video depict the same marching band in the same area of Main Street on November 21st?
It does.
I move Exhibit 23 into evidence and ask to publish.
Any position, Mr. Brooks?
Objection.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 23 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We'll play this once through at normal speed with audio, please.
All right, guys, get ready if you don't want to listen to this.
At the tail end of that video, we saw a red SUV. Is that the SUV you've been talking about during your testimony?
That is, yes.
Okay. And can we go back to the beginning of that video? We'll turn the audio off. And we'll just play a few seconds here from the beginning. Pause. We are 2 seconds in. Do you see yourself on the screen?
I do.
So that's a touch screen in front of you. Would you mind drawing a circle around yourself?
Okay.
All right. So you are directly above the black shirt band banner.
Correct.
All right. And then we can clear that. All right. We did it already. Thank you. I'd ask that we put up for the witness only exhibit number 22, please.
Go ahead.
Just going to play a few seconds without any audio for the witness only. Pause. And we've stopped at 7 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
I do.
What does this video show?
This video also shows the car coming through as well, and different angle in terms of some of the students dispersing as well, some of them getting struck by the car.
And is this video also an accurate representation of what happened that day?
Yes, it is.
Move exhibit 22 into evidence and ask to publish.
The jury does see the video. It's just not being broadcast to everybody else.
Overruled. Exhibit 22 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
We're going to play this in its entirety. It's 32 seconds long with the audio.
All right, everybody, again, audio, guys.
Did you see yourself in that video?
I did.
Let's go back to the beginning, please, and set it to play at 50% speed. And we'll turn the audio off this time. And we'll play from the beginning. Let's pause. We've paused at 9 seconds. Can you use the screen in front of you and circle yourself if you see yourself? Can we clear that, please? And we'll resume at the 9-second mark. Pause. We've paused at 21 seconds. You testified earlier that you initially ran towards the vehicle as it was driving away, is that right?
Correct.
Do we see you do that in this portion of the video?
Yes.
If you see yourself, can you circle yourself on the screen? So you're in the bottom right-hand corner. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Thank you. We can take that down. Did you see that red SUV stop at any point?
No.
As you were in real time remembering the events of that day, do you recall seeing any of your students getting hit?
I did not see any of my students get hit, only of the group in front of me.
Thank you, Josh, for the $5.
I just saw, like I said, things flying because they were in the formation. It came through the middle.
In the immediate aftermath, after the vehicle had gone through and after you had run after it briefly, did you have any personal interaction with any of your students who had been hit?
I did. There were several on the ground, and they were surrounded by other bystanders who stepped in. So I just basically was circulating on the ground between the students who were injured, and then the students had run away to several shops in the area. And so I was just, it probably was an hour, it felt like. I don't really know how much time it was exactly, but rotating between the students who were injured as we were waiting for first responders, as well as checking on the students and trying to at least keep the kids who were not injured in a space where we knew where they were, so we could safely get them home once all of our injured students had been picked up by first responders.
Do you know whether any of those students that you had personal interaction with had to be transported to the hospital?
There were several students that had to be taken to the hospital.
Do you know in general the nature of some of those injuries?
There was many broken bones, a lot of, there was internal bleeding, dental work that needed to be done, lots of stitches, cuts, abrasions, sprains, torn ligaments.
Did you remain in your capacity as the Waukesha South marching band director for the remainder of that academic year?
I did.
You eventually went back to school after that Sunday, the 21st, is that right?
That is correct. So we went back to school once we were assured that we had as many students that were still left in the area back to get them on the bus back to school.
You're talking about that night, Sunday
That
the
evening,
21st?
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And in the days that followed, kids
Yes.
came back to school?
They did, yes.
And you had personal interaction with the members of your marching band?
Yes, I did.
Your objections noted, it's overruled.
Can we please put Exhibit 21 back up on the screen? And this has previously been admitted. It's the diagram. I'd ask that we put it up for the jury as well.
Go ahead.
Based on your own observations that day, your interaction with the students in the immediate aftermath, and your review of the video evidence here today in court,
obviously you guys
how
see
many
he
of those
was
10 members of your marching band
this
were
was his
struck
route
or run over by the red SUV?
They all were.
Can you tell us whether or not you got a good look at the driver that day?
I did from the profile.
Approximately how many feet would you estimate you were from the driver at its closest?
Probably 2 feet.
You were still in the street at that point?
Correct.
And the SUV was too?
Yes.
We saw in the video what the lighting conditions were, but could you describe from your own memory what the lighting was like that day?
Overruled. You may answer.
The lights were beginning, the sun was beginning to set. However, we were in an area where we were by lots of stores, so the sun was still out, as well as the light coming from all the storefronts.
Could we project on the screen for the witness only, exhibit number 120? Do you see an image on the screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Is that image an accurate representation of what the driver of the SUV looked like that day when you saw him?
Completely, yes.
I'd move Exhibit 120 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection.
120 is received.
No
Permission to
objection.
publish is granted. May have been received earlier.
Yeah, it's already been received.
The photo. That one.
I believe you testified a little bit earlier about the driver's demeanor as you observed him. Could you go into more detail about that?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. She may answer.
So originally my perception just had been that I assumed there was an accident because I could not imagine anything else. But when the car went past me, my perception changed of what was happening completely, because the driver was looking straight ahead, looked very attentive at that point. So the driver clearly was aware that he had hit.
Objection, speculation.
It was not something that could have happened without the driver.
Objection, speculation.
We were also coming up on an intersection.
Object. He could object right now, but no, he's not.
Again, this is just my perception, but if the driver had been trying to escape the parade route so they were no longer hitting people, I felt like an instinct would have caused the head to turn.
Objection!
To see
Oh
if
my
there was a
God,
way
he's
out
in.
on that
Yeah.
side street. But the driver's head never turned looking for a way out of the parade route at that moment. And that's what caused my
Exactly, Griggsy.
on that day to change.
Holy shit.
When you say side street, you're referring to the street that runs in front
He's
of...
letting her go. I can't believe. Yeah, he's an idiot.
Jasper Street.
And again, just to clarify, when we look at exhibit number 120 here, the person in white, is that a member of your band?
Yes, that is. That is one of the student conductors.
And then the person in the foreground on the right with a blurry face, is that another... I don't know if you know who it is, but can you tell us if that's a member of your band?
That is a member of our band, yes.
That's all the questions I have for this.
He loses his ability to raise it on appeal. News Now, Wyoming.
Take our afternoon break for about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, we're on break. Yeah, that was. Oh, God damn it! He could have objected to a shit ton of that answer, but he's obviously doesn't know what he's doing. We're gonna take I'm gonna obviously take a bit of a break. I'll be right back myself. We're gonna keep going, probably until for another hour and a half, I assume. Until 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, and also gotta take care of the boys. Think they need some food, so I'll be back.
Hey, Mandy. You muted.
Yeah, I know, because they can hear you over the live stream.
Oh.
You have to jump off, sorry. Love you, though.
You too.
Kind of cats do I have? Orange, gingers. Blue Bacon, the band director for the marching band is on the stand, testifying to when he barreled through the band during the parade. They showed her and the jury several video clips of the event as it happened. They didn't show us, the public, but they did show the audio. Ah, God damn it. What's this? OCP sovereign citizen constantly tries to kidnap his own children. Oh boy. I mean, there needs to be a lot more foundation for it, at least to prove all the elements of the crimes. Though they can't just simply say that he was behind the wheel of the car. They still have to have the witness testimony of what happened, the injuries caused, and the circumstances surrounding it. They can't just simply show, one video and one picture and call it a day. Joker. Thanks, Pound, for the $5. I have no idea, though. Oh, there we go. My bad. I have 744 mods. Sorry, I was muted. 744 mods on Fallout 4. I couldn't possibly tell you how many, what they are specifically, but lots of new weapons, lots of DLC type content, side quests, crafting, visuals, all that jazz.
break this time, so I don't know where I'm at. It's about, I think it was 2:30.
And we're back.
Yeah. Am I right? Sweet. Yeah.
I texted you and I figured you wouldn't see it, but I was just like, oh, chance that she does see
Like,
it.
I have to take my phone about 15 feet outside that door, and then all of a sudden my phone blows up.
Apparently I have a collection of pens up here.
That is indeed a camera. I do have a cat cam. Well, I use my cell phone as a cat cam every once in a blue moon. I don't have one that's like dedicated to them. They usually use my bed or their tree as their nesting spots. So
Peter Jerd, Rainbow, just super chatted with 100. They said big thanks to Artie for hosting this, and here's a little something towards permanent cat cameras.
thank you, Peter Jared, for the $100 super chat. Well, that woke me up. Ready to go for the rest of this thing.
Teresa, you want to update
God damn.
my witness, my exhibit? Can you have that?
I've been keeping them going, so I just print you to.
Whatever's easiest to do. Otherwise, you can just make some notations. You can come on back up.
Thank you, Peter.
All right, we are back on the record. Appearances are as they were before. We'll bring the jury out for cross. Go ahead.
For that, Your Honor, can we address the subject matter jurisdiction, please?
No, not right now.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
you, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions for this witness? Go ahead.
Here we go.
On the night of evening of November 21st, 2021, do you recall what officer conducted your interview?
I do not recall.
Can you recall if it was a detective or just a regular officer?
I do not recall.
You mentioned earlier in testimony that that there was a side street where there could have been an exit out of the parade route provided. Is that fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
Do you recall if that side street was barricaded in any way?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if there was another side street on the opposite side of the street?
The other side of the street has a plaza, so there's an open space, but it's not a traffic, for car traffic street.
Do you recall what that street would be used for if not for traffic?
It's an open space where people who have been on the shops on Main Street can go down to the Riverwalk.
Do you know if cars can park there?
They may not.
So it's basically like just a walkway.
Correct.
From what you recall, can you estimate the speed of the vehicle that you saw that day?
I'm not good at estimating speeds, but it felt fast as it went past me. It felt like it was accelerating.
And you stated you was relatively close to the vehicle when it passed you?
Yes, I was.
Were you injured in any way?
I was not. Fortunately, I'd moved just in time.
Do you recall if anybody that may have been directly next to you was injured in any way?
They were not.
So would it be fair to say that everyone in your immediate area was not struck?
Depends on how you want to define immediate, but the first 4 rows of the band, no one was struck because at that point everyone had run away.
I was referring to, I guess I wasn't clear enough on immediate. I was referring to directly next to you.
Directly next to me, no.
Were you able to get a license plate number of the vehicle?
I was not.
Did you notice any tinted windows to the vehicle?
It's 11 months ago, but I believe there were in the back, but I don't want to say yes or no for sure on that.
Did you see anyone else in the vehicle?
I did not.
Could you see the back seats of the vehicle?
I did not look at the back seats.
Could you see the passenger seat of the vehicle?
I could.
Do you recall anyone being in the passenger seat?
I did not see anyone in the passenger seat.
Did you initially hear any sounds before you realized that something was wrong?
The band had just started playing, and so I was concentrating on listening to the sounds of the band, and then all of a sudden it was just the sound of chaos as the car came through the band.
So it would be fair to say that it was pretty loud.
Where I was at that moment, yes, because I was directly in the middle of the band.
Would you say extremely loud or moderately loud?
I would say moderately loud, and as the band director, my job was listening to the sound of the band, and so I could give the students feedback when we got back to school. So that's where my focus was.
From your estimation, do you think it would have, the sounds from the band and the people and just the parade itself, would that at any time impaired you from hearing everything that was going on?
Everything, likely, but for example, like it would have still been, it wasn't so loud I would have heard a car horn. That I would have been able to hear.
She knew exactly where he was
I
going.
was just asking because you were asking volumes, and so I couldn't have heard everything.
She knew exactly where he was going with it.
Something that loud as an example.
So, just to be clear, from your opinion, you think you would have been able to hear a horn?
I believe I would have.
Even at the same time listening for the band notes, as you say, you have to give them feedback when you got back to school?
Because that would have been an unexpected sound, so that would have been something that would have stood out in my memory.
It would have been something that draws your attention.
Exactly.
So in your opinion, do you estimate it would have been hard to hear any screaming or anything of that nature?
We started, as soon as the screaming started, we did hear that immediately. Because as soon as the screaming started, the students stopped playing, and so that loudness.
1 second.
I'm sorry.
Do you recall how long you had been actively participating in the parade at the time of the incident?
That had been my first year back as the director of band for a while, but I marched in that parade in high school myself. And I've attended on the years that I was not teaching, so it's probably my 40th time plus at that parade.
I think you probably misunderstood.
Okay.
Well, that was still, I don't have to ask that question. I was referring to how long you had been marching at
that time.
At that point in.
Probably, blocks all changed size pretty quickly in Waukesha, but we had been going for about 4 blocks. We were about at the halfway point of the parade route.
Did you notice anything amiss up until that point?
Up until that point, no.
Did you hear any law enforcement radios that may have alerted you to something being wrong?
No. I doubt it.
So it'd be fair to say, as far as you know, everything was pretty much standard?
Up until the moment, yes.
Yeah.
You stated in your report that you were walking backwards facing the students?
No, I was walking forward because the students near me were walking backwards. So I was the eyes in front for the students who were marching backwards.
So is it possible the report could have misquoted what you said?
I have not seen the report.
The report that I have would be page 2.
I don't have that in front of me.
Would you like to see it?
Sure.
I don't know. Again, I could see what he's trying to do. It's just a really shitty job of trying to do it.
So I see it's not in, there we go. So I was facing forward, and then as soon as I heard sounds, I turned around and started facing backwards at that time to see what was happening. So my direction of movement until the incident started was forward, and then once I heard unexpected sounds coming from the back of the van, then I turned around.
Do you recall the statement that's in the report, though? She stated that she was walking backwards, facing the students. Do you recall that?
I do not. I guess I recall, yes, I must have. I don't recall this exact moment. I've spoken to lots of officers.
I mean, again, I don't.
Do you recall thinking that the SUV was driving right at you?
It felt like it for a moment, yes.
And you stated that you initially started to chase after the vehicle, was briefly, but then stopped.
That was my instinct at the moment, because I don't know why. That was my instinct at the moment.
Mr. Brooks, are you done with the statement?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, no problem. I'll take it down.
Would it be fair to say that the unexpectedness of the event may have clouded everything that you recall about the event?
What?
I think there's certain aspects of the event that I have great clarity for, because it was such a life-changing thing. There are certain moments that are very clear in my memory.
Yeah.
And there's other aspects that maybe other people noticed that maybe 11 months later that are less clear, because some of the other more graphic details are so strong in my memory.
It would be fair to say, though, that, or would it be, rather, I'm sorry about that, would it be fair to say that you don't recall everything from that November 21st evening?
That would be accurate.
Nobody has a photographic memory.
To your recollection, would you have left out any details in your report?
No.
Most people don't have a photographic memory.
Were you able to see any license plate number on the vehicle?
I was not.
Do you recall about how far you initially had the reaction to chase after the vehicle, but then turn back to your students?
It was just a few steps.
Do you recall exactly where you were at in the parade?
In terms of the order of the parade?
In terms of what intersections you may have been at?
We were right, I was personally right outside of Martha Merrill's bookstore.
From the video footage, there were clearly a lot of spectators or people that weren't actively involved in the parade.
Yes.
Did you at any time see any of the spectators struck?
I did not.
After the incident, did you see any news reports about the incident?
I did.
Did any news reports that you saw jog anything to your memory?
Not especially. Maybe just showed different things that happened that evening in different parts of Main Street where I wasn't, but nothing changed my recollections of the South Band experience.
So it would be fair to say that what was reported on the news, you kind of pretty much already knew?
Correct.
No, the news reports did not influence her testimony.
Did you recall the news reporting how many people may have been hurt?
Yes.
From what you recall and observed, do you think that those said news reports were accurate? Grounds.
Sustained. It's not relevant.
Not relevant. Doesn't matter whether or not the news reports were accurate, but obviously they can be wrong and corrected.
About how long did you stay at the parade after the incident?
I did not have my watch with me that evening, but we were there for quite a while because the students had scattered, and so it took us a while, as well as waiting to make sure all the students that were injured were taken by first responders. And they were overwhelmed, so it took a while for first responders to get to everyone.
So it would be fair to say that by the time you actually left, it was nightfall.
That is correct.
Do you recall the power going out?
That did not happen till we were back at the high school.
So you had already left
Correct.
the parade route by the time there was no power?
Correct.
Do you recall what time you left?
I don't recall. It would be in the bus company records, but.
Jason, thank you for joining the membership.
No further questions.
Finally.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Just some brief clarification, and then I'd like to show one video, Your Honor, if that's all right. There were a few mentions during cross-examination about your report, in quotation marks.
Yes.
You didn't actually sit down and type up a police report after the parade, did you?
No, I did not.
Irrelevant.
It is relevant.
She may answer.
It's absolutely relevant to your cross.
I did not.
If there is an objection, let me rule
Oh, I'm
first.
sorry.
That's okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. You met with police officers after the fact and provided interviews, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, do you know whether they wrote police reports summarizing those statements?
If they did, I did not see those.
Okay. I would like to play for you exhibit number 22 one more time. And I'd like to play it for the jury as well, Your Honor, if that's all right.
Objection. You saw this video numerous times at this point.
Are you going to play the whole thing or parts of it?
The witness was asked about whether she heard a horn honking, and so I'm simply going to play.
She was not asked if she heard a horn honking. She was asked, did the sound of the parade.
I recall what was asked. I'm sorry, tell me again why you want the jury to see this and the question? Because she was not asked specifically about a horn. She offered something.
She didn't ask. True.
A question about what she heard. I simply want to play this video to see if the witness can hear the sound of a horn honking.
Objection. What's the relevancy at this point? She never was asked the question, Your Honor.
Good.
I'll
Actually,
sustain the objection.
Okay. I don't have anything else for this witness. Thank you.
I would agree.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Hearing it again would probably be a little bit more prejudicial against him. And also, he didn't explicitly ask her if she heard the sound of a horn.
Your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the state calls Kyle Jewell.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right upper riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear.
No. That's the whole point of having the band director on the stand, Gary, is so that she can identify who was injured by the vehicle, so that they don't have to testify to themselves.
About the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First
They're
thing I
basically
will have
having
you do is to state your first
one
and
witness
last
for
name
each
for the
parade
record.
group
Spell
that
each.
was injured in the chaos.
KYLE-JEWELL.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Jewell.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Jewell, on the day of November 21, 2021, did you attend the Waukesha Christmas parade in downtown Waukesha?
Yes.
Did you come with friends and family members?
Yes, with family.
About how many people were in your group, sir?
Probably 7 or 9. I would have to count them
That's
to really
okay.
get the accurate number.
Okay. And where did you set up along the parade route to watch the festivities?
Yeah, so we were right in between those new apartments and Olo Chocolate. I don't know what road it was next to.
Okay. And so you were right on Main Street, correct?
Yeah.
And new apartments are like 4 or 5 stories high, is that right?
Yep, right next to Olo Chocolate.
Okay, and on the north side of the road, that would be?
Correct.
Okay. As you were sitting there, what do you recall happening, sir?
Yeah, so we were watching the parade.
So if you didn't listen to hear or watch the very beginning of the trial, I believe the charges for those who were not killed
we had
was effectively like a hit and run.
Hot air balloon truck coming to the left of us. And then we start hearing just some people yelling, "Stop that car!" And the next thing you know, from my left, going down the road,
they only need one witness to say that I saw that person hit them.
The parade, and where we were sitting at that time was the Waukesha
at that time,
band.
and didn't and kept on going.
Band.
However, they are charging the 6 counts of first-degree homicide for those who did actually pass away.
Yes.
Did you see any objects flying in the air?
I didn't see any objects flying in the air. I saw the red SUV going over people.
Okay, can you describe that for us, please?
Yeah, so the band had just passed us, red SUV going, again, this is just an estimate, maybe 30, 40 miles an hour.
Yes, Peter,
just
right.
went straight over the Waukesha South Band, and it's not like it stopped. I mean, it went over. I saw the red SUV. It looked like it went in the air, like over a pretty big object, and it just was like a big old speed bump and kept going.
Okay. You saw that from your position on the side of the road?
Yes.
At some point, did you get up and leave your position?
I did. So when the red SUV had pretty much gone through the band, my reaction was to run after the car and honestly was trying to get into it to stop it. That was just my perspective on it.
Okay.
I did not get into the SUV.
Were you able to catch it?
No. It drove off at a pretty quick speed after it went through the band.
And you were running on foot?
Correct.
Okay. Prior to the SUV hitting the students in the band, did you hear the horn on the vehicle honking at all?
I did not.
As the vehicle struck students in the band, did you ever see the vehicle stop?
I did not. It would have slowed down a little bit as it hit people, but it did not slow down when it hit the band and then when it drove off.
Okay. I'd like to put up exhibit number 25, please, for the witness. Go ahead. And is there anything on your screen in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is this 25? Okay. you see the video that's showing on your screen in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Is this a video that you've seen before?
Yes, it is.
And do you believe this is a true and accurate representation of the events as you saw them on November 21 of 2021?
Yes.
Like to admit number 25 and permission to play it for the jury?
Anything, Mr. Brooks?
Objection is hearsay. How is everybody seeing the videos before seeing them now?
You can ask that on cross-exam, sir. But the foundation has been laid and Exhibit 25 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
All right, we're going to put it up, and then before we play anything, I'd ask if you could point out for the jury the approximate area where you and your family were stationed.
How do you want me to do that?
That's a touch screen in front of you. That's a good question.
Oh.
You can either circle or mark with an X, or there's a dot you can put there, whatever.
Yeah.
Just the general area where you were standing.
Somewhere over here.
Okay. And you remember seeing the parade approaching then from your left?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the band, excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and play this with volume, please. Pause. Okay, we paused at the 41-second mark. When do you first recall seeing that red SUV? Was it about this point or was it back further?
Pretty much right when it rounded the Remax van.
Okay. And then do you remember seeing it come around the left side of the Remax van and then veer to the right in front of the Remax van?
Yes.
And now it's headed in the direction of where you and your family are?
Correct.
Do you remember that, sir?
Yes.
What were you thinking during this?
Really what's going on. Normally you don't see a vehicle going that quick down a parade route.
Okay. Go ahead and continue playing, please. Okay, I'm gonna we're gonna play it again a little bit slower, and I want you to point out the point where you yourself get up and run after the red SUV, okay?
Okay.
Before you have him do that, for the record, how long is this video?
Thank you, Judge. The video is exactly 1 minute in duration.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So play it at half speed, please. No sound, because with half speed the sound is annoying.
There's the Remax float. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, thank God. All right, they stopped.
You can pause it right there.
Okay, we're paused at the 48-second mark. You see yourself, sir?
I do.
Where are you?
You want me to circle it?
Circle it. You've just run out into the middle of the street, is that right? Or towards the middle of the street?
Yes.
Where were you going?
Chasing after the car.
What were you going to do if you caught it?
Wanted to stop it.
Try and stop it.
Yep.
You described on your direct testimony the seeing the car look like it was going over speed bumps, is that right?
Yes.
Is that what's shown in this exhibit number 25?
Yes.
In fact, it was going over people, not speed bumps.
Correct. Yes.
Keep playing, I want to see where you go. And we played it to the end just for the record. You never were able to catch up,
No.
but towards the end of that video, you're off screen. We can't see you anymore.
Yes.
About how far down did you chase that SUV, sir?
It had to have been pretty far down the road. I don't have an exact that I can remember, but I ran for a pretty good amount of time. It wasn't quite to the 5 corners.
Okay.
But it was a pretty good distance.
And any point along the way, did you notice the SUV stop?
I did not, no.
Did you see the driver of the SUV get out and check on any of the people that he had just run over?
No.
Did you get a good look at the driver?
I didn't get a good look at the driver, no.
Okay.
That I can remember.
Sure. After you chased the SUV but were not able to catch it, did you make your way back towards your family?
I did.
Did you encounter injured people along the way?
Yes, many of them.
And were they mostly from the school band or others?
Mainly from the South's band.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any other questions, sir.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Carpenter on November 24th of 2021?
I do remember being interviewed by a detective, yes.
Any idea why it took a few days for you to be interviewed?
Just the nature of the incident. I'm sure they had a lot to get through. So I just wanted to wait a little bit, and it wasn't something that I was going to do. Yeah.
When you say it wasn't something that you was going to do, what are you referring to?
Just seek some counsel from some mentors. After talking with them, they had advised that I should make a statement.
So it would be fair to say that you didn't intend on making a report?
That is correct.
Can you explain why?
Just didn't feel comfortable with it.
Would it be fair to say that the events that you witnessed would make anyone want to make a report? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the parade?
I do not.
Do you recall what time you left?
I do not.
You stated earlier that you were with family, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you or any of your family members injured in the incident?
No.
I'm looking at the police report here. You did state that you didn't get a description of the driver, correct?
Yes.
Did you get a license plate number?
I did not.
Do you recall if there was any tint on the vehicle that you saw?
Not in the front, no.
What do you mean by not in the front?
I did not see any tint on the front windows or the passenger side window. From what I could remember, there was tint on the back windows.
So it would be fair to say that you couldn't see into the back of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall how many occupants were in the vehicle?
Yes.
Even though you couldn't see the entire inside of the vehicle?
Yes.
Do you recall saying in your report that, or saying in the report that was reported by Detective Carpenter, that, well, I'm going to read it what it says. He indicated that after the vehicle struck the south band, he chased it and got to within approximately an arm's reach of the vehicle. Do you recall that?
I do not.
Any reason why that would be reported?
A lot happening at that moment during that whole incident. It very well just could have been what I had thought, and it does go out of frame, so I can't exactly remember what happens once the video and myself goes out of frame.
Do you recall being an arm's length from the vehicle?
I cannot remember right now, no.
At what point did you see the vehicle slow down?
As it went over Waukesha South Band.
Yeah, that caused it to slow down a bit.
And what did the vehicle do after that?
It sped up.
Do you recall describing the acceleration as rapid?
Yes.
Would you say that the video that we just saw depicts a rapid acceleration?
Yes.
Do you recall stating that it seems as if the driver of the vehicle was hitting the gas as hard as he could?
Yes.
And how would you be able to tell that?
The nature of a vehicle going over people, you would think that the gas pedal would not be pushed as you're going over people. And as the car continued, the red SUV continued over, went over the Waukesha South Band and continued to accelerate, I could only imagine that the gas pedal was being pushed very hard after just going over people.
So you were making an assumption. Would that be fair to say?
I wouldn't say it was an assumption. Just from driving a vehicle, knowing what happens when you go over a large object, it typically slows the car down. In order to speed it back up, the only thing that you can do is hit the gas pedal.
You can hit the gas pedal, or would you hit the gas pedal as hard as you could?
From what I remembered, it looked like the gas pedal was being hit hard. The vehicle accelerated very quickly.
Would it be fair to say that you would have to be present in the vehicle to tell if the gas pedal was pushed hard, extremely hard, as you say? Or as hard as you could?
He's asking him to speculate.
You would be able to tell that from an outside observation?
Yes.
Did you observe the route of the vehicle after, well, the video shows you kind of go off the screen, and did you observe where the vehicle went at that point?
Yes.
Did it continue straight, or Did it turn?
Continue down the parade route.
Do you recall about how far?
No.
Do you recall seeing any brake lights?
No.
Even when it briefly slowed down?
That would be correct.
So would it be fair to say that in order to slow a vehicle down, you have to brake?
Not necessarily.
Hitting people
And what is the...
and obstacles will slow it down.
Hitting something or going over something naturally will slow a vehicle down.
So how far would you estimate that the vehicle was traveling before it slowed down?
I can't remember that.
Can you pull up Exhibit 25 again? For the witness.
Go ahead. Do you want it to the jury or just to the witness?
To everybody.
Okay. There you go.
Is the sound up?
Do you want to play it all the way through?
Can you play it from about 30 seconds?
Is that about right?
Yeah, that's about right.
The counter reads 29 seconds at this point, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Well, roughly around that area. Pause right there. From your perspective, is the sound that you just heard, could that have been a horn?
Could we replay it?
Are you able to answer just based on what you heard?
No.
You did state that you didn't hear any horn, correct?
Correct.
It would be fair to say that it was pretty loud at that point in the parade, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think the noise would have impaired your hearing in any way at that point in time?
No.
So it would be fair to say that you would have been able to hear anything coming towards your area where you were sitting, or anything that was coming towards your area from the band, from the parade, rather.
I don't understand your question.
Would you have heard, if there was anything unusually loud or just loud enough, would you have heard it from where you were seated at?
I don't know how to answer that.
Is it possible that a horn could have been beat that you didn't hear?
No, horns are pretty loud. It would have been heard.
Even over all the noise of the parade and the band and the people and you would have been able to clearly hear?
Yes.
Do you recall what you saw the driver doing at the time that it passed the area that you were seated at?
Driving the car.
Did you observe any other actions by the driver?
No. Just focused on the road that was ahead of him.
And there's nothing about the description that stood out to you or caught your eye that maybe you could recall?
In regards to what?
The description of the driver.
I could tell there was one person in the car. I mean, I could see that they were wearing some sort of hat or sweatshirt. That was about it.
And after the vehicle passed where you were seated at, and about how long did you stay at the parade after what you saw?
I wouldn't be able to remember that.
Did you attempt to help anyone injured or check for your family?
At that point, when I started running back, there were a lot of bodies on the ground. And from the looks of it, there was already people helping them. So my next reaction was get back to my family.
So with all the people that appeared to be injured, you didn't stop to render any aid to any one of them?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Was there anything else about the vehicle that stuck out to you?
No.
Did you see any news reports about the incident once you got your family home?
I did not.
Did you hear about it in the days after? Did you hear about anything related to the event in the days after? Leading up to your November 24th interview with Detective Carpenter?
I'm sure I had saw general things. We really did not watch the TV too much. There was just a lot of emotional stuff that we were just working through.
So it'd be fair to say you purposely didn't watch news reports
Yes.
that were related to the incident?
We don't really watch news to begin with, but this just kind of made that a little bit more, that we didn't turn the TV on, so we did not watch much news.
So at any time, did you see any mug shot or any type of pictures related to this suspected driver?
I did not know.
At any time, do you recall hearing the name of the alleged defendant or suspect?
Oh, God damn it. Oh, wait.
At some point in time,
I thought he was going to say plaintiff.
Was that really quickly after the incident, or had it been some time that passed before you heard that?
There was a little bit of time that had passed before I heard it.
And you yourself didn't file a claim in this matter, did you?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
If you can be a little more specific, if you mean a claim related to any, related to the parade.
Did you make a claim of being an injured party, or did anybody in
God
your
damn it.
family make a claim of being an injured party?
No.
You made reference to seeing the Exhibit 25 video before your testimony today, correct?
Could you say that again?
You made reference earlier that you had saw the video that was shown before you testified today, correct?
Yes.
About how many times have you saw the video before today?
Once.
So today was your second time seeing the same video?
Correct.
Is there anything that brought back or help you recall anything that you may have missed when you did your initial report? Seeing the video for a second time?
Could you ask that once more?
Seeing the video just now for the second time, did it bring back any memory that you may have not reported before, or did it bring back something that you may have missed, overlooked?
Not that I know of or remember, no.
Were you aware that you might be called to testify in this matter?
Yes.
So it'd be fair to say that you were anticipating being a witness?
No.
Whom were you contacted by about being a witness in this matter?
He's not a private individual. He's not a member. Oh my God. All right.
Waukesha District Attorney.
Let the record reflect that the witness made a hand gesture towards the prosecution table.
Yes.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you.
So it would be fair to say that you were contacted about testifying in this matter directly from the Waukesha District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this matter?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Not relevant, sustained. Next question.
Have you met the plaintiff?
Are you aware of any injured party or plaintiff in this matter?
God damn it.
I am not.
I am now. Yeah.
You are not?
Oh, he said not. Oh, never mind.
Have you read or seen any complaint besides your own in this matter?
You mean a statement, or do you mean a criminal complaint?
A complaint, any complaint.
Object to vagueness and relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. You can try to rephrase it if you would like. I'm sustaining it as to the form of the question, sir.
Have you seen any other statements by any parties other than yourself in relation to this incident?
No.
Are you the only person present from your family that made a statement or a report?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance is the grounds.
His family was there.
Overrule, he may answer if anyone else in his family provided a statement.
No, they did not.
You stated earlier that it was difficult. Well, you stated that you don't really watch the news to begin with, but the incident made it more difficult to do that, correct?
A little bit, yes.
Would that be said of your family as well?
Yes.
So there was some type of impact.
In regards to what?
In regards to being present at the parade.
Yes, there was a huge emotional impact on our family.
Yeah, no shit.
Do you know of any reason why no one besides yourself made a report?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
It's argumentative and irrelevant.
So as far as you know, you've never seen or interacted with the plaintiff in this matter?
Fucking hell.
Grounds.
Objection.
Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. Under 90611, new topic, please. One not already covered.
Do you recall the motion of the vehicle as it passed where you were seated?
Withdraw the objection. He clarified at what location he was referring to.
Thank you.
In regards to what motion?
How the vehicle was moving, driving?
Where I was sitting, it would have been my left side, and the car was approaching from my left side, driving. I don't know north, south, east, all that stuff, but red SUV on my left, proceeded to go through on my right down Main Street.
From where you were you seated to where there were people standing in front of where you were seated?
Yes, my family.
Anybody else besides your family?
Nope, just my family.
Knock it off, Mike.
It would be fair to say from the video that there were quite a few people standing in the general area where you were seated at. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, most of the people in front of me were kids, so they were littler than me.
Did you observe any one of those kids being struck?
No.
So it'd be fair to say that the vehicle did not strike anybody that was seated on the curb right there where you were at?
Specifically right where I was at, no.
Okay, he didn't hit some of the parade goers.
In your opinion, after observing people struck, in your opinion, how did the vehicle miss the people that were seated directly in front of you?
Objection beyond
Grounds.
scope of
Grounds.
knowledge and irrelevant.
Stop interrupting the prosecution.
Without interruption. The
Fucking
objection
hell.
is sustained. Next question.
So would it be fair to say that the only people you observed being struck was the Waukesha South Band?
Yes.
Approximately how many people would you say, by estimate?
Thank you, Thea, for the
right now I can't
super
remember.
sticker.
It would be a handful.
Would it be fair to say that there were hundreds, even thousands of people present for the parade?
Yes.
And you have only observed a handful of people struck?
Waukesha South band is a pretty large band, and the red SUV went right through it. If I had to estimate 10, maybe 15, I wouldn't know the exact number that were struck by the SUV.
Would it be fair to say that that number is fairly low to all the people that was in the area at the time?
Objection. Argumentative,
Really?
Your Honor.
Grounds.
Really?
Sustained as to the form of the question. Mr. Brooks. Next question.
So because he only hit a fraction of the people at the parade, what is he trying to say? What is he trying to say
You
there?
can ask your next question.
That he didn't intend to hit the people that he did hit?
Would you identify yourself as an injured party in this matter?
Objection asked and
Objection
answered.
answered.
Sustained.
Would you identify as an injured party in this matter?
Objection.
Objection.
Sustained. Asked and answered. Mr. Brooks, under 90611. That was also not a question I would allow to be asked. Please move on.
I can only glean that he's trying to say that because I didn't hit so many people, it means that I didn't intend to hit the ones that I did hit.
Monitors back on Exhibit 25.
That's the only
Mr.
like
Brooks had previously asked
possible
this to be
thought
paused.
process I can figure out from this guy.
37-second mark.
And I do not recognize that name, nor do I consent to being called by it.
Your objection is noted. Go ahead, Attorney Opper.
I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to please continue playing it starting at the 37-second mark. And then I'm going to ask you to pause.
Objection, what is the relevancy of it being played from the 37-second mark?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Was that with or without sound?
With sound is fine. Yes, please, sound.
Go ahead.
stopped at the 42-second mark. Mr. Jewell, at this point, would you say the SUV is very close to you and your family?
Yes.
At this point, did you hear the SUV honking its horn in any manner?
No.
Would you say the SUV is very close to the vehicle in the middle of the road containing the Waukesha South mascot?
Yes.
Would you also say it's very close to the two people standing in the street, one wearing a Santa hat and the other, I think, is dressed like a lion or some type of character?
Yes.
Did you hear the horn honking at this location, sir?
No.
The band has already passed you to your right down the street, correct?
Yes.
Was there any music being played from the Remax vehicle that you recall?
Not that I remember, no.
Just the hot air balloon?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions, and I'm stopping it at the 42-second mark, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, you may step down.
Could Mr. Jewell please be excused, Your Honor?
He may.
We do need a brief discussion outside the presence of the jury before our next witness, Your Honor.
Okay, very well. I'll excuse the jury. I'll rise for the jury.
That's it for this witness. I'm wondering who they're going to bring in next. But it's my understanding is that there could be the state did have a minor, at least one minor who is going to testify that they will not be showing their face.
All right, go ahead, Attorney Opper.
Actually, I'll cover this, Judge.
Very well, go ahead.
The next witness is Thomas Greene. This is the witness that we previously raised the issue about having one prior criminal conviction. It's from 2005. A CCAP printout was provided to the defendant.
No, not this
for the misdemeanor offense of criminal trespass. The offense date is from 17 years ago. The witness was 21 years old at that time. He's now 38. Has no other intervening criminal convictions. Was not originally a crime of deception. I believe that it's not relevant for purposes of impeachment. I'd ask the court to exclude that conviction from this witness's testimony.
Mr. Brooks, do you have a legal argument on that?
Yes, I do. The main thing is this issue wasn't really discussed to this length until it was time for this witness to be called to the stand.
Well, that's when I said I would take it up, is prior to that witness's testimony. I even gave you the statute that is at issue, and it's 906.09, impeachment by evidence of conviction of crime or adjudication of delinquency.
Here's
pull
why.
the statute book out, and it's in there. If you want to review it quickly, I'll give you an opportunity, but I do need to address this, and now is the proper time.
906.09.
There's a general rule in sub 1 and the exclusions under sub 2, and the factors for the court to consider in evaluating whether to admit evidence of a prior conviction for the purpose of attacking a witness's truthful character. Before I have you address it, let me ask the state this. How long do you anticipate your direct examination to be?
10 minutes.
All right. So someone we could and should be able to get through fairly quickly,
Yes.
both for direct and cross. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brooks. What's your argument?
I'm still. I wanted to make sure I heard what you said, so I stopped reading briefly.
He only has a couple minutes to read it, understand it, and figure out a case to make. So I don't know how he's going to be able to pull that one off.
I guess I would, from what I've read so far, I would go to 906.09 sub 2. It would be kind of problematic, and I'll say that because if I was going to take the stand, my record would be brought up. And some things on my record was done 20-something years ago, but it would still have bearing. So I believe that it should be fair. It should be the same. I believe that if the witness knew that there was a possibility that they would give testimony and agreed to give testimony, then they also agreed that their credibility can be questioned.
Yeah.
I think that's really a fundamental thing to be able to cross-examine on my part would be to see if they're credible, to see that they would honor their oath that they give in the court to be truthful. And part of being able to ask them questions like this pertaining to a criminal conviction would be relevant.
You do understand the inquiry is limited to the following. Have you been convicted of a crime?
Yep.
The answer I allow is yes. They would say yes. The follow-up would be, if so, how many times? And in this case, my understanding is there's just one. Don't get into the specifics of it. That's not proper questioning for impeachment. Do you understand that?
I follow.
All right, let me hear from the state in response.
So again, looking at the factors under 90609 sub 2, just about every factor weighs in favor of not informing the jury of this conviction. We've got a conviction date of April 4th of 2006. So we've got, again, well over a decade before the conviction. We've got whether this witness was rehabilitated or pardoned. According to the CCAP records, there was a probation sentence and probation was discharged, so there's no indication that this witness was ever revoked from probation, and there's no re-offending evidence or any new cases or any new convictions. So that, again, that factor weighs in favor of not including this. Gravity of the crime, this is an entry into a locked building or construction site, contrary to 943.15 sub 1. So it's a misdemeanor offense. So that weighs in favor of not including it. It does not, on its face, involve any dishonesty or false statements by the witness.
Which is what I would argue there.
Conviction, again, it's just the one.
Usually when you're allowed to bring in prior bad acts for the purposes of impeachment, it involves crimes of deception or dishonesty, like fraud.
Bookstore.
This was simply, this is a trespass, which doesn't involve like an incident of dishonesty. So it's weighed in favor of the prosecution, in my opinion, to not permit the jury to know that the witness had committed a crime or was convicted of a crime before.
Of the driving conduct in question, they are not, they're not as clear as some of the videos we showed with the band. In fact, one of them is the video we showed with the band, and you can see spectators sitting on the side of the road. But in terms of impeaching the witness, I think Mr. Brooks should be fine just relying on the videos in asking the witness about that.
I object still. Entering into anything with is deceptive in nature. Just right off the bat, that's deceptive in nature. Why would you enter into something that you're obviously not supposed to be into? You entered into something because you were not supposed to be in there.
But that's
deceptive in nature.
No, that's not deceptive in nature.
Also
That's
not enough information.
Filing a false police report is deceptive.
Probation
Check fraud, deceptive. You're trying to conceal your act. Trespassing, you're being open in the fact that you're in a place that you're not supposed to be.
The prosecution just stated on record that they will only need about 10 minutes of testimony from this witness, but now they're talking about videos. That it seems like it's going to be a little bit more than 10 minutes. I feel that I should be able to at least question the credibility of this witness at the very minimum.
Well, you would be able to question the credibility just through cross-examination, but let me get to the heart of this issue. And the general rule is as follows. For the purpose of attacking character for truthfulness, a witness may be asked whether the witness has ever been convicted of a crime or adjudicated delinquent, and the number of such convictions or adjudications. If the witness's answers are consistent with the previous determination of the court under sub 3, then no further inquiry may be made unless it is for the purpose of rehabilitating the witness's character for truthfulness. The sub 2 then of this statute talks about exclusion. It says evidence of a conviction of a crime or an adjudication of delinquency may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. Factors for a court to consider in evaluating whether to admit evidence of prior convictions for the purpose of attacking a witness's truthful character include the lapse of time since the conviction, the rehabilitation or pardon of the person convicted, the gravity of the crime, the involvement of dishonesty or false statement in the crime, the frequency of the convictions, and any other relevant
There's
factors.
only one conviction.
So as I consider all of that, I would include in the any other relevant factors that this is a witness that has been brought to testify by the state against the accused. This conviction is for a misdemeanor offense of criminal. Can I have the exact? I wrote down criminal trespass, but I just want to make sure I have it accurate.
Yes, the statute in question is 943.15 sub 1, and it's listed on CCAP as an entry into / onto building / construction site / room.
All right, so a version of criminal trespass. All right. Apparently, the particular witness, this was 17 plus years ago. The witness was 21 years of age, was sentenced to probation. Nothing on the record before this court suggests that probation was revoked. I'm not aware of any reoffending, meaning that's the only conviction for this witness. This is a witness in this case who will apparently testify about where he was seated with his family in relation to the driving of the red SUV through the parade in front of Martha Merrill Bookstore. So clearly relevant to the case and the charges at hand. When looking at whether evidence of a conviction of a crime may be excluded, and specifically in this case, if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I think sometimes we skip over that part of the statute, which is the standard this court must look at, not just the factors, but whether in light of those factors, is the probative value substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. As I commented on earlier, the nature of the inquiry is very limited. It's, have you been convicted of a crime? Yes or no? And then how many times? And in that case, it would be, in this case, it would be 1. In light of that, and the other factor that I noted, even though there's some factors that I could say would warrant exclusion, I think it's best to err on the side of caution, as we sometimes say, and allow the witness to be questioned about this prior conviction under the statute, and that is the very limited inquiry of have you been convicted of a crime? The answer should be yes, and then how many times? 1, and that's it. Mr. Brooks, you may ask a single follow-up on that is it true you've been convicted of 1 crime? But we're not going to spend a lot of time on that. That's going to be my caveat to all
right,
of this.
I have to actually
You
disagree with the
cannot
judge
ask
here. I really don't agree with this
questions
at
of
all.
This witness about that. The jury will further get instructed later on about the purpose of a prior conviction, that it bears solely on credibility, and then ultimately it's up to the jury to determine whether or what to believe. So that's my ruling on this. Now with that, it's now 4:15. Would you like the witness
I don't
to
agree with it
testify
at all.
today?
It's so.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Brooks?
No, I was just gonna say, what if I just wanted to? What if I didn't really want to go into it? What if I just wanted one question, just to say, have you ever been convicted of a crime, and just left it at that?
That's fine. I'm sure the state's going to ask the questions first, though. That's typically how this goes.
It was 17 years ago. It was misdemeanor trespass.
Understood.
No evidence of further activity. It's not even a crime of deception. I'm sorry. I have to seriously disagree with the judge in allowing him to ask the question about his criminal history. And I agree with Danny says that if he's going to be asked about it, then I imagine the prosecution is going to ask if he just simply asks, have you ever been convicted of a crime before? And he doesn't go into it, and he says yes, but he doesn't go into it. I think it would be a fair. So, all right. So what was the witness that's about to enter, that's about to be on the stand, had a prior conviction of trespass. And when you're bringing, and in situations like that, to attack the truthfulness of a character of a witness, you can question whether or not they were convicted of a crime and what the crime was. In Wisconsin statutes, it depends on, but there's factors weighed in on whether or not the mere questioning of whether or not the witness had a crime is overly prejudicial against their character, despite the relevancy and probative value of their testimony. And so some of the factors that go into it, whether or not to exclude testimony as to the witness's criminal past, they go into factors like the crime itself, how long it was, whether it was a crime of deception, such as a fraud or filing a false report or something like that, and so on. And so the judge elected to permit the defendant to ask the witness whether or not they have been convicted of a crime and how many crimes they've committed. They're not allowed to go any further than that, though. In certain circumstances, they may go further, but that's it, according to the statute. I disagree because I feel like the prejudicial value of bringing up his criminal history outweighs the testimony he may be giving, which, in my opinion, is probably going to be testimony as to the next group of people he hit when along the parade route. So I absolutely disagree with the judge. The judge is, again, acting out of an abundance of caution and allowing him to ask the question. I disagree with it. But Danny makes the argument that if he's going to be questioned on it, he should be allowed to say, like, yeah, I was convicted of simple trespass 17 years ago. and I have not committed any crime ever since.
All right, good afternoon. Clerk Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in. First thing I will have you do.
Thomas Greene, ThomasGreene.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Greene, what city or village do you live in?
The town of Merton.
Were you at the Waukesha Christmas Parade on November 21st of 2021?
Yes.
Who were you with at the parade?
I was with my wife and 3 children.
Okay. Do you remember where you were along the parade route? Okay. I'm going to ask that we project Exhibit 15 for everybody, please.
15, go ahead.
And could we zoom in on the middle of the screen there? Down a little bit. Right there. Okay. Do you see your kids' names anywhere on that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Could you, that's a touch screen in front of you. Could you circle them for me? Okay. Do you see the line connecting those names to an orange star?
He's testifying to the injury of his own kids.
One click, please.
Great.
Do you recognize the neighborhood depicted in this map?
Kind of, yes.
Do you know what it is?
Downtown Waukesha.
Okay. Does that orange star with the line to your kids' names, does that accurately reflect where you were positioned along the parade route?
Yes.
Could we next pull up exhibit number 29, just for the witness?
Go ahead.
Do you see an image in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe for us what we're looking at?
We're looking at a intersection where me, my wife, and my kids were sitting during the parade.
Does this accurately depict the intersection, minus all the people, as it was set up on the afternoon of November 21st, 2021?
Yes.
Move exhibit 29 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Objection.
Overruled. Exhibit 29 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Can we get rid of that side stuff? Could you use the touchscreen in front of you to draw a circle or an oval around the area where you and your family were standing? And can we please save this annotation as Exhibit 29A? And I would move that into the record, please.
29A will be saved and ultimately printed, and then it's received as well.
We could take that down then. Can you describe for us what happened, what you observed that afternoon as you were watching the Christmas parade?
Yes, we were just watching the Christmas parade as we normally do, go to lots of parades as a family. And I heard a loud crash noise to my right, and I looked that way, and then I seen a car running over the marching band. And as soon as the car had ran over the marching band, it swerved towards me and my family, and then just proceeded on down the parade route.
Down Main Street?
Yep.
Okay. Can you describe for us how you, your wife, and your children were positioned?
We were facing the parade, straight on.
Where was your wife in relation to you?
To my left.
Were you standing or sitting?
Standing.
Facing the parade route, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. Where were your kids in relation to you?
In front of me.
You're welcome.
How many kids do you have?
3.
And which of the 3 kids were in front of you?
Charlie and Lily were in front of me sitting on a bench.
Okay, what kind of bench?
Fold out bench.
How far away from you were they?
Maybe 3 feet.
If you wanted to reach out and touch them, could you have?
Yes.
How old was Charlie back in November of 2021?
Objection, irrelevant.
Overruled.
9.
And what about Lily? How old was she back then?
Objection, relevant.
Overruled.
11.
What happened as the vehicle that you described approached your family?
It swerved towards us.
Can you describe the direction of travel when you say swerve?
It, like cardinal direction.
Or even left and right, however you can describe it.
I mean, we were.
Witness.
Overruled. He may answer the question.
We were facing the parade route, and it swerved towards us.
Okay.
And just for the record, he used his right hand in a gesture towards him, almost like a cupping motion towards him. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 22 for the witness only.
Go ahead.
And we'll, can we start around the 12-second mark, please? I'm just going to play a few seconds for you to see if you can identify what's happening in the video, okay? So we'll, let's turn this, make sure the sound's off. It is. All right, let's play from 11 seconds. And pause at 19 seconds. Do you recognize that portion of the video you just watched?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows where the SUV had ran over the band where I had first heard it coming, and then it's swerving towards my family.
So I would ask that we publish that portion of the video from 12 seconds to 19 seconds.
Go ahead.
And let's play that at a reduced speed of about 50%, please. No sound. Pause. We've paused at 21 seconds. Can you circle for us the area where you and your family were at this moment in time?
Objection, I thought it was being played till 19 seconds.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead, circle, sir.
And could we please have a saved screen grab of that and mark it as Exhibit 22A and move it into evidence?
22A is received. It will be marked and printed later.
Could we show for the witness only Exhibit 27, please? Do you see a video on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna play a few seconds and let you recognize it. Paused at 5 seconds. Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
Looks like the SUV right after it ran into my kids.
Move exhibit, excuse me, is that video an accurate depiction of how you saw the events unfold that afternoon?
Yes.
Move exhibit 27 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection, hearsay.
Exhibit 27 is received, permission to publish is granted.
We'll play this once all the way through. It's 16 seconds. There's no audio. Okay, we can take that down. The area of that video that's relevant to you and your family would be the top left portion, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether your two kids were struck by the vehicle?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And that's consistent with where they were sitting along the curb?
Yes.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
You stated that all the videos you just saw were accurate depictions of what you observed that day, correct?
Yes.
Have you seen any of these videos before today?
No.
So today is your first time seeing any of this footage?
Yes.
Mr. Greene, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Yes.
Do you remember what you did when the vehicle passed you?
Yes.
You state for the record what you did immediately following the vehicle passing you?
I ran to see if my kids were okay.
You stated that your wife was standing to your left. Do you recall what she did?
No, I don't.
Do you recall checking to see if your wife was okay?
No, I don't.
Do you recall getting a look at the driver of the vehicle?
Yes, I do.
And what did you see?
I seen somebody in a hoodie with dark skin.
Did you observe anyone else in the vehicle?
No, I did not.
Could you see the entire vehicle? Passenger seat and back seats?
I don't recall seeing anybody in the back seats. The windows were tinted.
So it would be fair to say if there was somebody seated in the back, you wouldn't have seen them?
I couldn't say.
Did you get a license plate number of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
He's getting mad. Not that I blame him.
From your opinion, about how fast would you say the vehicle was traveling?
Hard to say.
After the vehicle passed you, did you observe it strike anyone else?
No, I did not.
Were you injured during the incident in any way?
No, I was not.
Was your wife injured in any way during the incident?
No, she was not.
Do you recall about how long you were at the parade before the incident happened?
I do not.
Do you recall about how long you stayed after the incident?
No longer than 3 minutes?
So you got right out of there immediately after?
Yes.
Do you recall making a report of what happened at the incident?
No.
You don't recall talking to Officer Sepacan?
I did not talk to anybody at the incident.
You don't recall making any police report to what happened?
Not at the incident, no.
In the days following the incident, did you make any report?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall who the officer was that you reported the incident to?
No, I do not.
So earlier you said that you heard a crash to your right, which alerted you to the vehicle approaching. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you know what that crash was?
His arms are crossed now.
The vehicle hitting the band.
So before you heard that crash, you wasn't alerted to the presence of a vehicle approaching?
No, I was not.
Would it be fair to say that it was really loud during the parade at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall in the report that you made that you initially thought the vehicle was part of the parade and it was an accident?
Yes.
So it's fair to say from when you first saw the vehicle approaching that that's what you thought?
Yes.
It's possible. I'm not sure though.
Do you recall the vehicle swerving?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember what direction the vehicle swerved in?
To the left, towards me and my family.
And did it swerve away from your family at that point?
After it hit my family, yes.
Fucking hell.
Do you remember stating that you were not sure if the people being run over were part of the parade or guests watching the parade?
I do not recall making that statement, no.
Do you recall the make or model of the SUV?
No, I do not.
Do you recall the license plate number of the SUV?
No, I do not.
Do you remember stating that when you saw the SUV coming, you froze?
Yes.
And do you remember saying that you stared directly at it as it was driving towards you?
Yes.
And you didn't get an accurate description of the driver?
I had already stated that I seen
You already stated this.
tan-skinned person with a hood on.
Dark
You said
skin.
dark skin.
He said dark skin.
Not a question and argumentative.
And argumentative, yeah.
Is there a question, Mr. Brooks?
With a hoodie.
You can't testify, but you can question him. So your last statement I'll strike. Ask your question.
Did you not state earlier that you saw a dark skinned driver?
Yes.
And did you now just state that you saw a tan skinned driver?
They both seem the same to me.
Would that be yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
So from your perspective, dark skin and tan skin is the same?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative. Next question.
Argumentative.
You can rephrase.
What what would you consider to be dark skin?
Objection.
Overruled. You may answer.
Hard to say.
What would you consider to be tan skin?
Darker than Caucasian, I guess.
Would it be fair to say that there is different types of shades of color to people? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
He answered the question. His answer may stand.
Do you recall if the driver was doing anything, gesturing or doing anything?
No.
Do you recall hearing gunshots?
No.
Any idea why that would be in the report?
Objection. Lacks
Grounds.
foundation.
Sustained as to the form of the question. It lacks foundation.
Do you recall stating that, well, let me read from the report. Thomas stated they heard gunshots and he picked up Charles and they ran back to their vehicle. Do you recall making that statement?
I recall an officer coming down the street yelling gunshots fired.
Any idea why you would be mistaken in your report that you heard the gunshots?
Objection. Mischaracterizes.
Grounds.
Sustained. A lack of foundation as to the form of the question.
I'm reading directly from the report, Your Honor. Directly from the report.
That's not the issue, Mr. Brooks. The issue is it his statement or a summary of his statement? Because that makes a difference to the foundation you have to lay.
So he's trying
to say summary.
He's trying to impeach their testimony by.
If that was a question for the witness, if it was an argument with the court, I'll withdraw that objection.
I believe it was a statement to the court. I don't know what you're looking at, but if it's a witness statement, typically there's something either signed. Sometimes police officers summarize what
That looks like
say
a.
to them. So that's what I'm referring to.
They're all going to look different state to state, but that looks like a police report.
And if it's
Not
a summary, typically, if it's
necessarily a
direct
transcription of a
witness, it's in
statement
quotes.
made by a witness.
So with that, ask your question.
This is not in quotes, so I'm gonna assume this is summary. Do you remember stating in your summary report that you heard gunshots?
No.
Do you recall if the injuries suffered by your family were broken bones?
They were not.
So were they bruises?
Yes.
About how long would you say that your family was treated at the hospital before being released?
Hard to say.
Was this a significant amount of time, a few hours?
A few hours, yes.
But to your recollection, they were treated and then released?
Yes.
And who is Nicole?
My wife.
Do you recall Nicole making any statements to law enforcement?
She made one, yes.
Do you recall Nicole stating that she heard gunshots?
No, I do not.
There's been an objection, it calls for hearsay, it's sustained. Any answer that he gave is struck. Jury shall disregard it.
Your Honor, I'm also reading this from the summary.
Question him about what he knows, not what other people said to him.
No, the question was, did he know? Do you recall her saying that she heard gunshots?
You're asking him to confirm hearsay, so it's
hearsay.
Next question or rephrase. Like, are you aware?
Oh my God.
Are you aware if she heard gunshots or not?
I'm not aware.
Is it fair to say that right after that you ran straight to your vehicle?
Right after what?
Right after the incident.
There was a slight delay.
And what was that delay?
Seeing if our kids were okay.
And then from that, straight to the vehicle.
After the officer came running down the street saying shots fired, we picked up our kids and ran.
So you decided to leave after you heard the officer saying shots fired, or because of the incident at the parade?
After the officer said shots fired.
So would it be fair to say that you weren't initially inclined to leave because of the incident, but because
Oh
of the shots
my
fired?
fucking God!
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer. And then move on.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Would it be fair to say that you were prompted to leave because of the shots fired and not the incident that happened at the parade?
I don't really understand what you're asking.
What prompted you to leave?
When the officer said shots fired.
So the incident that happened didn't prompt you to leave?
No.
Grounds.
Overruled.
He didn't actually
He
answer
may
the
answer if he
question at this
understands the
point,
question.
but
We did not want to leave right away.
This line of questioning is fucking
his legs. And there
absurd.
was a woman there helping us that said he might have a back injury, that we should not move him.
Yeah. And then, if all they knew was that it was this one guy, they're not going to move him. But when there's shots fired, that means there's likely more than one person involved that could be involved, and so it wouldn't be safe to stay in that same area.
Do you recall the woman's name?
No, I don't.
Do you recall if she was a spectator or someone marching or?
I don't know.
Do you recall the description of the woman that told you not to move your child?
I'll object. Relevance.
Grounds.
Overruled. He may answer.
Caucasian, blonde hair.
So it'd be fair to say she seemed pretty concerned.
Very concerned.
So why would you not immediately leave at that point?
Because I didn't know if he had a back injury or what the extent of his injuries were. And if it was a spinal injury, I didn't want to pick him up.
Did you try to make a call for medical attention at that point?
I did not.
And what prompted you not to seek medical attention if you had a assumption that the injuries could be severe?
This all happened within about a 2-second time frame. I mean, it was so fast. Everything was chaotic, and I mean, there wasn't really time to do anything besides try to see if my kids were okay and try to compose myself to take care of them.
So it would be fair to say that you were pretty much like just frozen. You didn't know what to do and how to go about doing it.
Yes.
Do you recall your wife trying to call for medical attention?
No.
Do you recall anyone that you were standing next to or in front of attempting to call medical attention?
No.
I'm honestly not sure of the relevance of this at all. I don't know why he's harping on his reaction or his response to the incident. The relevance would be what he saw at the time and the potential and the injuries that his kid suffered. I don't know why he
Do you recall saying in the summarized report this statement? Thomas stated Charles was laying on his back and had blacked out.
I think I see that Blue Bacon that he wants to argue that the injuries weren't severe.
To the officer.
And that would potentially lessen the charge or wouldn't fit the element of the charge.
No, I do not.
Would it be fair to say that that is in the report because you may have said that to the officer?
Yes.
But you don't recall?
I do not.
Did you see any other children struck by the vehicle?
The band.
Any other children?
Small children?
Small children.
Yeah, no, I do not.
Fuck.
But you do recall small children being present, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Can you redirect?
Thank you. You testified on cross-examination that you initially thought the vehicle was part of the parade and that it was an accident. Do you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Did you continue to think that it was an accident?
Objection. You're saying.
No, I did.
Hold on. Overruled. He may answer.
Once the vehicle kept going after hitting the band, I realized that it was not a part of the parade.
There's a wrong objection.
What about the vehicle's path of travel led you to that realization?
The speed that it had accelerated.
You recall testifying on cross-examination that you don't recall the make and model or license plate number of the SUV? Remember saying that? How many SUVs or vehicles in general did you see striking people during the parade route?
Objection, irrelevant.
No, it's very relevant.
Just the one.
You testified that you'd been convicted of a crime in the past. How many times?
Once.
You testified a little bit about the injuries that your two kids sustained. You had a third child with you at the parade, is that right?
Yes.
And was that third child injured in any way?
She was not.
Okay. Speaking about the two kids who were, do you recall in general what their injuries were?
My son had nerve damage to his knees, and my daughter just had severe bruising.
Do you know what part of their bodies, respectively, were struck?
My son was struck in the knees, and my daughter was struck in her hand.
Do you remember if it was the right knee or both knees, or the left knee?
It was both knees.
Oh, hold on. Objection is overruled. He may answer. Can you repeat your answer?
Both knees.
And what about your daughter? Which hand?
Right hand.
And they were sitting facing the parade route?
Yes.
So what direction would the SUV have traveled from their perspective? Right to left or left to right or something different?
Right to left.
Okay. I think we're all set. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, may we please excuse this witness?
You may. This will be our last witness today. I will have the instruction for the jury before I excuse you. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene
Thank you,
in
Jennifer,
person
for the
or by
$10
any
super chat.
electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or
based on where we are in the timeline of the event,
have the opportunity
it looks like we're probably going to have witnesses
communicate with anyone about this
who are going to
trial or your
testify to
experience as a juror
those
while you are
who
serving
died
on
from their
this
injuries.
Do not use a computer, cell phone,
tomorrow
or other
afternoon.
electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or
Prosecution said that they predict that they'll rest their case Thursday afternoon or Friday morning.
I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home
who knows
to discuss
how
this
long
case with another member of your household.
Brooks's
but you
defense
may
is going to
not
last.
Do so. This
So
case
I couldn't
must
tell
be
you.
decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in this courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that.
This is the last witness of the day. It's 6 o'clock here, which means it's 5 o'clock over there.
Involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case
I would say
on the evidence offered. And
his
received.
attempts at trying to impeach witnesses' testimony are falling flat on his face,
Evening, we'll see you
and they're not making him look good at all. I mean, trying to impeach the witness's testimony is all he can really do right now, but he's failing miserably.
All right, thank you. Be seated.
Probably one of my longest
Anything else we need to address
continuous
today
streams I've
in
done
the
in a in a while.
Prior, the defendant did raise
Might actually keep my record.
Cited 3 cases regarding jurisdiction of this court to hear this matter. I have had the opportunity to review those 3 cases. I am able to address those now if the court wishes.
I'd like to address them tomorrow morning. I frankly need to read them, so. All right, anything else from the state?
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Brooks?
Just so I'm clear, on these subpoenas where it says you are further required to bring with you the following, do I leave that blank or what should I put there, just so I'm clear?
I can't give you advice on that. I only wanted you to understand that witnesses would not generally have their police reports or statements made. Those are usually kept by the police department. And so you would need to subpoena the custodian of the police records in order to get copies of that. If you think there's something else that they have that would be in their possession and that's relevant to this case, that would be different. So I hope that adequately answers your question.
I don't understand, but
if there's something specific, you can ask the state if there's some follow-up based upon the discovery that you have. But you should have everyone's statements.
I guess the only thing so should I bring your statement? I mean, I don't
know that they would have it. What I'm
Thank you, Linda, for the $10 super
every
chat.
statement in that box, or you should subpoena the custodian of the police records, or ask the state if you think you're missing something.
I'm clearly missing something. I don't know what to put right there.
That's the best I can do for you, sir. I can only review them for completeness. The state referenced an objection based upon their review of them. So whether you put that information in or not, that's up to you.
Would it be?
No.
Would it be sufficient to just put?
No. Don't tell them.
You can leave it blank also, correct, Your Honor?
Yeah, you don't have to fill it in. It can be left blank. If I'm not answering that correct, I don't want you to think you have to put something there.
Yeah, that was my impression. Usually when you're
Got it.
It's the same thing with a job application. You're not supposed to leave nothing blank.
Okay, let me answer it this way, because I was not tracking with that one. You only fill that out if there's something specific as it relates to this case that you want them to bring. You're not required to, though.
Okay.
There's a subpoena, and there's what's called a subpoena ducis tecum, which means bring something with. If you just want them to come to court and testify, it's just a plain old subpoena. So hopefully that helps.
That is clarification.
Oh my God.
I'll address the other issue tomorrow morning. I'll give you some time while you're sitting here to get the subpoenas all filled out so that the state can look at that and start working on getting them served, with the exception of the one that they indicated was out of state, okay? Anything else from you then tonight, Mr. Brooks?
That would be it.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
All right. Thank you guys again for dropping in to watch. I will not be able to do this tomorrow, as I'll be at my regular job again. But I'll try to see if I can give some a brief summary in the afternoon to see what tomorrow's trial. I wish. The day says I should call in sick, but I can't. If I actually did feel a little bit stuffy, I might pull it off, but anyway, thank you guys again. I'm probably not going to be streaming, guys. I've been sitting in front of I'm used to sitting in front of a desk for about 8.5 hours, but I need a call. I need to get up, stretch my legs. So thank you guys again. Have a good one. Hey, hit that like button on your way out, and check out my Discord for updates. And thank you guys. Appreciate it, as always. Adios. Shut up, kitty. All right.
Bye.